What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to tradertv.live. Futures back in positive territory after a really bad week for the bulls last week. Saw the NASDAQ lose about 2% and the S&P about 1.25%. Some major headlines to get to today. Tesla with an upgrade from Morgan Stanley, up from a 250 price target up to 400. It's up big on the morning. Boeing as well, catching a nice move up as Biden secures a deal for Boeing for about $10 billion for their 737 MAX 800 jet. And Meta also on watch as it's releasing its new large language model set to compete with ChatGPT. It is Monday, September 11th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at the futures here. This is the new contract, by the way. Time to roll to the December contract. So we'll have a look at that, but we are moving up nicely on the NQ. 15,615 was where we're at. Mentioned last week, we lost about almost 2% on the NQ. Some other names to talk about. Alibaba also in the news. It's down on the day. It's CEO of the cloud, former CEO of the entire company, stepping down surprisingly here, guys. So some nice names to keep in mind. How was the weekend?
Well, it was definitely a good weekend, and it's shaping up to be a really, really good week. Welcome, everybody. It's good to have a positive day here. I mean, at least to start, right? I mean, NASDAQ looking good. We ended the week on a positive note. There's no economic numbers to get in our way, at least not today. And Tesla running. I don't know why the Chinese EV names are running. As far as I'm concerned, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe they're going to be a fade. It's weird. They're all up as well, maybe in sympathy, but that makes no sense because Tesla's story is about the upgrade and it's about Dojo. How many times are we going to say that today? Microsoft caught an upgrade. They're strong. All of big tech looks really good. And then you mentioned some Qualcomm news as well. We'll be talking some Twinkies because Hostess is being sold for $34.25 cash. A heck of a lot to get to. This week is going to be a big week. I mean, obviously ARM on Thursday. And I think we're going to get a price this week on Instacart as well. So like the IPO market is definitely heating up. We'll see if it's a good time for them. Instacart, I don't know about that one. But ARM's going to be a big deal to be sure. And I'm surprised Sharif didn't say anything about the Cowboys. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, they got a big one there yesterday. Dak has beat the Giants 11 straight games.
Seriously?
So let that sit in. All right, yeah. So it's going to be a good day today again. Of course, Packers handle their business as underdogs as well. So that was a good one there. And yeah, man, we're ready to rock and roll. I really think that that Tesla's going to be the trade today. I mean, you know, we've been talking about AI on this name forever. Obviously, it's not a surprise to anybody that Morgan Stanley just pulls the rabbit out of the hat and tells everybody all about it today with a nice little upgrade. Let's see what happens with Tesla. I mean, I think this name back here, anything near the 260 mark, I'm already bidding 262. So any kind of a drop down for Tesla, we want to get that. So should be good, man. We'll wait to see what's happening here, but there it goes. Tesla right now trying to take out some highs. It's going to be obviously a good day. Brendan in Paris. So we have Sharif on the desk, but you know, he's doing a great job.
Maybe they were dogs.
Huh?
They were underdogs?
Yeah, I was in Chicago.
Chicago's not that good, though.
I mean, I don't set the line.
Yeah, I was just a little surprised by that because, oh, by the way, we went 10-0 in our Survivor. And
yeah,
I think it was
we almost lost.
27% of the pool is out.
Why?
And, well, Seattle was, I think, about like a good 7 or 8%.
Oh, I guess Seattle.
Seattle was one of the big ones.
I thought we had something on Seattle,
big
but
one?
we didn't, I guess.
I'm trying to remember what the other big one was.
Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota was, those were the two biggies. So we did pretty well. We got pretty lucky because Washington.
That's what I'm saying. Washington almost lost that game to freaking Arizona.
Arizona is trying to lose every single game so they can get the number 1 pick, and Washington still managed to oblige. But we squeaked.
No, we did it. Hopefully we can win. We're in a big, like a Wall Street pool. It's like 4,000 people in it or so.
Which we've been hoping we win for the last 20 years now. So
yeah, so we got to win at some point. I think even if we took the whole thing down, we might be flat. So all right, over to you. How was your weekend there, Sharif?
Well, the Cowboys won, so obviously it was amazing. What a story for the defense. They continue their strength from last year. I'm very happy about this, guys. I'd be gloating more, but I got to do this job. Yeah, Neil alluding to this earlier. The Chinese EV names are up. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense because the headline was specific to Tesla. That's as a result of a new data point coming out from China overnight with respect to consumer spending. It's actually up on the month, finally. Something positive for the Chinese economy as it has been reeling to the downside as of late. The other one, Qualcomm, let's have a look here. They are going to supply Apple with chips for their 5G chips until 2026. That headline coming in at 7:30 this morning. And you saw the stock's reaction bouncing up from that 106 and a quarter that it closed out on Friday, moving up to 116, finding resistance there now, guys, back into 111 and a third. Any look here on Qualcomm?
I'm just chuckling at the Hayes records in the chat there. We'll get to Qualcomm in a second. How about them Cowgirls, he just said? There you go, hating on the Cowboys. I didn't even say anything bad. Usually I would say something bad, but when you put a domination like that, you almost can't. Look, QCOM, it's been pretty ugly for them, right? And this is definitely a good sign. I look at where it just bounced to, and there was some pre-market action up at the top. If it can't really clear through 117, it's still in a bit of a downward trend. I understand it's a strong day for them, and I generally like tech today in the market. I don't know if this is one that I would want to chase. It's definitely giving you a dip buy opportunity. The question is, like, where would you find support on this name? Like 108 is almost like the more logical area if it were to sell the news. And again, it's just really filling in this gap. So if it's filling in the gap, it's either breaking out or showing me like a dip buy somewhere down in like 108 underneath 110. I'm not sure Qualcomm is the place that I want to chase. Maybe we're just strong enough to break out that 117, but until it gets anywhere near that, it's just diddling in the middle. We're trading at 111 right now. So completely in the middle of the range with Qualcomm. It does get interesting if this can reclaim 117, the 50 period, and break back out. But for now, I'm feeling like there's just there's so many good tech names at prices that a little bit easier to trade off of, right? Like the local breakouts, as opposed to trying to work Qualcomm right in the middle of a $10 range. Good story for them. I think they're staving things off, and it's definitely not a bad catalyst here, but you got to see the market open up, and you got to see some dip buying for me to get involved in Qualcomm. Just not here at 111, 112.
Look, I'm just going to keep it as simple as I possibly can here. Like, I'm just going to be trading Apple. I'm going to be trading Tesla. I mean, these are the big names. That TWNK2 Twink, could be something there, obviously on the buyout. But, I mean, this is, just go over to the name that, up 1.3%, doubling the market right now. We have the iPhone 15 launch coming tomorrow. Should be a big one. It's broken above 180. I mean, we don't need to complicate things here, but yeah, if you're looking at Qualcomm, it's a big win for them, knowing that now they're using their chips until 2016. So Qualcomm goes up. And we talked about old tech being new again. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be a name that we're going to want to buy moving forward, but I feel like you just got to get above this 117 area on Qualcomm. Then it starts to go back up to the upside. But 2026 is coming around the corner now. So I would have liked to see that deal maybe a little bit longer. But there it goes, boom, to the upside right there. Tried to get close to that 117, right? Then you're seeing the fade back in right now as well. So let's just wait to see what happens now. 112, 111, 113. I mean, there's a lot of levels still to get broken out here, but the main one for me is going to be right here, a break through this 116 again. So if we get back up there, which we could, it's only $4 away, that would be something to look at. Maybe a possible fade up here near 116. Let's just see what the market does. Note that, of course, if you are on the Prosper Pro system or P8 system like we are right now, you got to change your futures contract. Or if you are trading, there's going to be U contracts and Z contracts. But right now, this you want to get rid of the September because you're going to be switched over for sure on Friday. So more volume coming over to December contracts. So if you're going to see something there, NQZ23. But yeah, I just want to trade the biggest and the baddest of them all. I mean, I look, the thing is like I look at the end of the day, and I look back at my net, and you're analyzing what stocks you traded and what stocks you did well on. It always turns out to be that it's the names on the sticky note, it's all these other names. Because like when Charisse brings us a story like, oh my God, Lucid's doing this. Sure, you go over to Lucid. If you don't see a key level, maybe you take a little bit less shares, maybe, whatever. but you got to trade where the stories are today. So for me, we're going to continue to trade the names that we've been trading for a very long time. We'll also look at Meta, that has that AI story to it as well, with bringing out Llama Part 2, I guess. You know, as that, I think it's called something else. As that's starting to go through as well, and then Tesla, of course, with the stories, and then now we have some of the Chinese EVs as well. So, you know, there's going to be lots of names to trade there. Singapore. Mark Zuckerberg is now Singapore's richest person. No, it doesn't make sense. I'll have to read that story again. But there we go, Raheem. Unless he's somehow a citizen over there.
Well, maybe he like touched down there or something, and he's on.
No, it's Facebook's co-founder who fell out with Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Eduardo Saverin is now
that makes
Singapore's
sense.
richest
that makes
man.
sense.
So, anyways, we'll Mark Zuckerberg, Singapore. I love Singapore. Singapore is.
Well, maybe he wanted to move there. Who knows?
Wanted to. Yeah, good luck. Singapore is awesome. Get some shrimp. What was that, Sharif? You can, but yeah, you don't want to. He's talking about spitting gum on the street.
Yeah, of course you don't.
There's actually nowhere they don't sell gum anywhere there. So you gotta first acquire it, then you gotta attempt to spit it on the street, then you gotta get caned or something like that for doing that. There was those stories a while ago where I forget what president was.
But it's a very clean place.
It's a very clean place. Yeah, they spend more money on their beautification than they do on their police department. So,
doing something right.
Yeah, they're doing something right. All right, what's up, Sharif?
All right, guys, we'll talk a little bit about the markets and how they did last week. Let's have a look here. The NASDAQ lost 1.93%. The S&P lost 1 1/3. The Dow fared the best, only 0.75%. And the small caps continue to underperform. 3.61 in the red for the Russell 2000. It was a week to forget for the bulls last week. All right, let's talk about what Sean just alluded to here. The Chinese EV names in play. Yes, sir, because the August sales data came out and it's an 8.4% increase year over year on the month versus a minus 1.4% decrease, for their EV sales in China. You'll see the likes of XPEV up nicely on the morning, almost 5%, 4.84. Li Auto, 2.4%, and NIO, 2.89. Not a bad catalyst for the morning, guys.
Well, it's not, but these have been like not great stocks recently. Oddly enough, we were sort of looking for the opposite when it came to the Chinese EV names, and this is just NIO. Like, NIO's not been having a very good time. It had just broken down. It closed underneath the 200-period moving average for the first time in quite some time. So was looking for the short underneath the 200-period moving average. Now you're gapping above it. Is what it is. It's on an economic number, which I suppose is good for them. You know, this is the one industry that is being supported pretty heavily by the government and pretty unequivocally. So, I mean, sometimes you can have a plan on Friday and the stock gaps in the other direction. It is what it is. I still think underneath 10, NIO was a bit of a short. It was the same thing with that Li Auto. Li's a strong one on the daily chart, I would say. If you look at it, but it was sort of the same thing. Like, it closed underneath the 50 period, looked like a flat bottom break underneath 38. Just rather be playing that break to the downside still. So I might have to sit these ones out. XPeng, if you're looking at that one, is a very similar story. Like, this one actually riding the 50 period. It, on the chart, actually was not breaking down in any way. So I suppose XPeng, if I was looking for one long, but then it's up 5%, and that feels like too much. So I think I'd sit these ones out. You get bad news with Alibaba. They're going to be gapping to the downside currently. Yeah, when these reverse, I think there's a really good short setup on NIO that is setting up. But unfortunately, with that positive news, it's just not going to happen today. Very unlikely to anyways.
Yeah, we talked about this trade idea with Michael Nassa on Friday on the after show, and I want to go over some of those plays that he had. We'll go over them today as well. But I brought this to his attention, and I'm still shorting this Li Auto break right here of $38. So if we can get back up to 40, that'd be great. But we've tested here, rejected it. Now let's see if we can come back down through this $38 mark. It's really like $38.27 or so, but I'm going to give it $238 and then break lower. Whatever this market's doing today, they can be up here. I believe it's probably on Tesla. feelings to the upside there, a little bit of push in the EV space, because if Tesla has AI, I mean, everybody has AI. They're all going to implement it. It's going to change the world, blah, blah, blah. We already know about all that. So puff, puff, pass on that. Oh, which reminds me, man, the weed stocks too are good to go. I'm going to wait to see Li Auto break 38. And when that does happen, I just hope that I'm able to execute against that level. So I'm going to be there. I mean, if the NASDAQ falls down, watch out for a lot of these names coming right back in, right? And so Li Auto only up 2%. Great up. There's no doubt about that. Much better than the market. And I think if you guys like the log, you can wait for that 38 level. But that's the area of concern for me. XPeng way different. Obviously up 5% right now. And you're still getting back to that Volkswagen bump area where they made that deal there with Volkswagen, got a huge move up, then came all the way back in. And now you're still not above that $20 level, which is where the Volkswagen deal sort of fizzled out a little. It's still there, but I mean, the excitement sort of fizzled because we came back in, tested that 20 mark, and then haven't been above it since. So XPeng's a huge short at 20, and Li Auto's a huge short at 38.
All right, guys, time for Michael Noss. Mr. Noss, how was the weekend? How have you been? And what's the look today?
So far, so good on the weekend. We're preparing for a little hurricane here, but we'll see what happens. Looks like it may have missed Florida and might be hitting us, but we'll deal with that when it comes. But as actually, one of the cool things that Sean was just talking about there was a conversation that we had on Friday. We were talking about how, the first chart I have here is just of the SPY and how kind of range bound and boring it's been. It's been, the end of August into that early shortened September week where nothing really occurs too much. But then on the next chart, we talked about how strong oil is. So this is USO. If you just compare those two, breaking out to new highs, right? Sean was talking about Li Auto, how it's under those highs, and that we're pegging everything to these highs that we made in July, August. And USO is through those and looking good. So the stock that I'm going to talk about today is going to be kind of based on this entire sector. So right here we have VTS holding. I know there's a lot of data here. This is a cool window that we have. You guys probably see on the show, the guys drag in all the time looking for what's going on here. But mainly I just wanted to point out the market cap on the far right is under $1 billion. So this is a very small oil company, right? You can either trade the big guys and they're going to be a little safer, or I really like the look of this one, so I might take a little speculative bet here. The other thing on the bottom, we have news. So the first thing on the news list is that the CEO bought more shares. I love insider buys. I don't really care about insider sells, because the way I look at it is there's a lot of reason to sell your stock. Maybe your compensation is based on it. You got a big tax bill. You want a new mansion or Lambo. There's a million reasons to buy or to sell your stock. But when a CEO or a CFO comes in and buys their stock, I really, really like the look of that, because you're taking after-tax revenue that you could be spending on any number of things, and you're putting it into your own stock. So for me, that's a really encouraging sign with this name, or really anytime you see a substantial CFO because they have the books, and CEOs because they run the company, inside buys. So next chart here, we have the weekly chart of this VTS. Now, this is a newer IPO, and it's one of the reasons that I really like it. I say it all of the time that you have when you have bag holders in a company, there's many, many companies that have fallen from grace since their 2021, 2020 highs. And those guys have bag holders. They have people who are really underwater on the stock, and they're looking to buy back in if the stock bounces. For VTS, you have none of that, right? This is the entire life of the company you're seeing on the screen right here on this weekly chart. So above 25, we get a weekly close above this $25, and that's the highest closing price ever in the company. We're getting really close to that now. The other thing, and I'm going to do a lesson on this maybe later in the week or next week, I have the 30-week moving average here. This is based off of Steve Weinstein's, he calls it stage analysis, right? Basically, when you're above a 30-week upward sloping moving average, you're in a stage one, which is the uptrend of the market. If you're, below it and it's curling down, then that's a decline. There's a whole thing. I'll go over it. We're building a scan for it, which will be really, really cool. But yeah, so we're above that, showing that we are in a stage one uptrend in this name. In the next chart, as always, I want to compare it to its peers. How's it doing? Now, basically the line going up is VTS, the one that's really up, and all of the other ones down. We've got CVX, we've got Valero, we've got Occidental Petroleum. They're not doing nearly as well. And this is pegged from when the company started, which seems like a fair point to make the comparison, and we're up like 60% on VTS, and everything else is down to break even. So definitely some relative outperformance when you're talking about this name versus others. Now into the daily chart on the next one here. Again, just to highlight this 25 bucks. Every time we hit 25 bucks, we hit our head on it, or we bleed a little bit through, and then we fall down. And then we hit the head on it, and we bleed a little bit through, and we fall down. But the line on the bottom is basically showing that there is decline or ascending highs. So every time, I see Sharice doing some great highlighting there. That's exactly what I wanted to look at. Because every time we come off 25 and we sell off pretty hard in the first one, and then we hit 25 and then we sell off a little bit less on the next one, basically showing me that there's buyers stepping up every time this thing hits this level and falls off it. There is somebody out there who's bidding this. But there's this clear level at 25 that somebody is selling the stock. It could be somebody who got it on the IPO and is looking to take profits. That happens very, very frequently as an exit. But the point is, if this person leaves, we may be in for an increased up move here. So lastly here, we have the 30-minute chart. So the 30-minute chart is usually where I go to make my decisions on where I'm going to enter and where I'm going to exit. And basically, I'm just highlighting again, we've got a band between 24.75 and 25. There's those two black lines on the top there. I need to see it through that, and I need to see a really strong push through that. So again, I use the 30-minute chart because I don't trade basically at all for the first hour. So I need to see at least an hour or so of trading above that area. That's where I'm going to pull the trigger. I've got a little trend line down here below. I figure that's your worst case stop. So 25, I'm probably in. 24, I'm probably out if I'm wrong. And then with this one, it's the challenging bit, which would be great if we're in that situation, is where to take profits. And you don't know because you don't have any resistance points above you. So pick a moving average you like, pick a trailing stop method you like, and then leave that on. That'll be my plan anyway, because I really don't know where to take profits, which is one of the beauties of IPOs, is that this thing, if I'm right, could hit new all-time highs and keep going, but who knows?
Wedges, usually they of the trend, in this case, clearly up. Michael, quick question. Number one, is this an intraday trade or is it a swing trade?
No, and sorry, I should definitely always specify that. I am a trader where I basically, my whole time is a week or two, right? I'm not looking to get in or out. Now, if I'm in at 25, if we hold above 25 and it gets to 24, then I'll be out in a day. My losing trades are hopefully and usually very, very short. My winning trades, I want them to be days or weeks, because that's just the kind of time frame that I've been trading a long period of time. I've tried different time frames. That's the one that works best for me. And the other thing is, for an intraday trade, the average volume is like 500,000 shares a day. So, you know, definitely if you're looking to scalp something, I don't think this will have the volatility or the volume for that.
Quick question number two. Now, with respect to the break of the 25 top, are you looking for any percentage above that? Are you looking for a multi-day close or multiple candle close? What's your confirmation that the top's been broken?
Yeah, for me, it's always time, right? And you'll never know for sure, right? That's just, we're just trying to make educated bets. For me, it's time. And that's why I like to zoom into the 30-minute time frame. For example, you know, if 25 is my level, if we break 25 and then we come back and it looks like we're holding that, maybe we put in a couple of hammer candles or something on the 30-minute chart there, then that would be my trigger to buy. Or if I can get a strong daily close, and this is where kind of the subjectivity comes into it, what it is that you consider strong. But for me, again, I'm not going to buy a 25.01 because so many times on the chart, you can see on the daily chart, above there, it's tagged this, it's broken it a little bit, and then it's sold off. And it's tagged it, and it's broken a little bit, and it's sold off. So what I want to see is I want to see just some sort of action that shows to me when I'm looking at the intraday chart that either it's holding as support as the stock is pulling back, or that it's clearly above there for long enough that I can kind of take my bet that hopefully the guy selling around 25 is gone.
Understood. Michael Noss, the Noss boss, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas. Thanks for being on this morning.
Thanks for having me. Talk to you soon.
Take care.
I like that, and thank you, Michael. And I think one of the things you look at, it's like you don't know, who cares why someone's selling at that 25 level. You just observe the level, and something like that breaks out. Doesn't hurt that it's got a bit of a short flow, because I looked it up as well. So VTS, definitely a good one. A lot of times, you know, we'll talk about the shorter time frame, and it gets lost at the swing opportunity. It's like some of these levels that we'll talk about for potential breakouts, they're good swing entries. This one a bit different, as mentioned, because of that liquidity, but definitely a good look. Like anytime we see that kind of a setup, we're always thinking break that long. If this stock did a few million shares a day and was one of the bigger ones, we'd probably be talking about going long through a 25 level. But it's all about those breaks. It's all about those clean levels where you can see a lot of price action. And I tend to agree on when there's insider buying, it's just another good catalyst for you in there in a strong upward trend. Definitely some movement happening in some of the big cap names here. I just want to highlight NVIDIA making a bit of a push just now. It is up 1.5%, but it wasn't really, it wasn't doing as much, I want to say, early in the pre-market, and just broke back out now at 463. Double bottom in the pre-market at 460. So that could be a little something here. NVIDIA was obviously a little bit weak relative to some of the other names that closed out pretty well last week, and it closed down at 455. But that top, 466, if NVIDIA gets through that Friday high, could be pretty explosive. I was thinking 455, where it closed, was the likely place to look for a dip on NVIDIA. It might be something closer to that 460 now that we're seeing it fly around a little bit. So, I mean, the market's almost up 1%. NVIDIA is now double that. It was on par with the market. Now it's starting to run a little bit higher.
Look, just back over to the energy spot here. Like we mentioned there, we had Michael on Friday night, and we highlighted Valero. I mean, I really like this name here as a refiner. It's continuing to go to the upside. A little bit of obviously a much bigger name, that VTRS, whatever you just had on there. But here it is, trying to take out this 143, 144, 145 area. So watch out for Valero. Nice bump off the 50-period moving average. Beautiful bottom here at the 200 as well. So I really like what we're seeing here with VLO and think that we can get a higher break today, but only 2,000 shares. Just something that we wanted to look at there with Valero. We're going to go over our watch list. I just wanted to see if there's anything here. AMC, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, we'll probably be back into the short on that at some point today. Fubo, Pfizer's here. Fubo, a lot of people liking this Fubo with NFL back, and some people obviously doing different means of communication and watching their sports and their shows. So watch out for Fubo. Again, that one's been looking pretty good. Still feel like this 350 break is going to be a really nice one as well, but definitely Smiley facing up from that too, now above the 50 and looking really great, man. You can go long Fubo and use the 50 period at 271 there as well. So just a couple names moving around here in the pre-market. We'll have to wait for NASDAQ names to come out, and then you'll start to see some things fly around. But for right now, Tesla, Apple, Fubo, some of those names definitely going to be looked at there. AMC is also a good one here today again, too.
All right, guys, let's get some upgrades and downgrades. DoorDash being liked today by Jeffries, 2.25 to the good. Kenvue as well. The recent spinoff from J&J up 3 3/4, and there's the big one. Tesla was up 6.3 on the morning. Nice upgraded note from Morgan Stanley. They're increasing the price target from 250 to 400, and Nubank also being liked by JP Morgan, up 3.8 to Lennar, Peloton, Rent the Runway, and Tapestry to the downside, guys.
Yeah, I actually thought Peloton was up, but I feel as if DoorDash getting that upgrade, some of the positivity for them has to be due to the the Instacart feeling it's a good time to come into market. Not exactly the same thing, but a similar gig name out there. And DoorDash, incidentally, maybe on the verge of a little bit of a breakout, just throwing up the chart for you guys. If it gets through 85, 86, it's kind of like a hold the 50 period, break back out the lower high kind of story. Very, very low volume. So this is one of those, if you see it holding above 85, there could be a trend to the upside. There's your flat top potential break on DoorDash at 85. Like I said, I could swear Peloton was up. Let me just double check.
It is up a little bit.
Okay, yeah, it's up a little bit. Oh, I know what was happening. Yeah, it was a little bit higher in the pre-market, and it had some dark pool prints. Peloton, only because it's close to $5, it's worth mentioning. It did have the Huadunk bottom at $5. If it gets back down there again, I think it could be a potential sort of bounce zone for Peloton. So, up 1.5, you got yourself the downgrade. It's been a few days red in a row, but you can see, after it got smoked and recovered off of 5 even, if it gets back down there, I think that's where you would look for some support. You always want to trade something like this when there's a really good reason to, one more leg down, and all of a sudden you're at a monster level for Peloton. I mean, you get these big volume bottoms. You want to pay attention to them. I guess that downgrade's not enough to get us there today, though, because it's up 1%.
I'm still one name that's not really on the radar yet today is going to be Google. I mean, look how well this name has performed. I mean, it's breaking out again. You know, starting to take out this 138. Whoops, right there, that's from the split. But I mean, look at this, just on the daily chart, it's looking absolutely fantastic. As we start to battle some of these other names, like Apple was down 5% last week. You know, that's not the case at all for this big bad boy here. And the thing about Google is they did have their Sunday ticket finally go through, right? And so we'll see if there's any sort of push from that. I don't know if it was good or not. I didn't watch any games on YouTube, but there it is right now. Looks like it's trying to break it out. Again, I mean, that's just from Friday, this 136.50. It looks like we'll take that out. Then you get a little bit higher, and I'm looking at this 137.50 right there. We take that out, even 137. I mean, this name has really run. We talked about some of the names being a little bit weak into the close. You know, this is a 5-minute chart. This is looking strong all Friday. Nice name. Hopefully we can get some sort of push through here again today. But you still got to get above this 137.50. I think once you do, I think that's going to be another go spot. Like, that could happen immediately. We had some huge longs right out the gate on Friday. Google could be one of those names again here today.
Let's see how the futures are doing this morning. Again, we have rolled over to a new contract here on the trading floor. The December 15th contract rolling over from the September contract. So the levels might be a little bit different numerically, but the chart's typically the same. Here's what we're looking at. We're looking at a 45.11 close on Friday. We're decidedly above that at the moment. We're 45.35. Up nicely on the day, but here we're looking at these resistance points again. This takes us back to early July, mid-June, when we topped out at that 45.40 level. Smidge below it. Can we break above it and hold above it? If we do, what are we looking at? We're looking at that 45.88 top, essentially at 4,600. That's what we're looking at in terms of resistance. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list sent out every morning. I did it this morning. Brendo does it every other morning. Helps me organize my day and know exactly what to look at. Let's make sure that we're organized and ready to go. Let's go with the first topic, though, here. Tesla up big on the day again, like I alluded to earlier, getting a nice price target upgrade. And I believe they, from market perform to buy, from Morgan Stanley, up big on the day this morning, 6.7, almost 6 3/4. Looking to take out that 266, guys, that it hit in the pre-market. What's a look here?
Yeah, I mean, it's above last week's, technically not last week, I guess 2 weeks ago was the 260 top, because, yeah, that was the 31st. So you go back a couple of weeks, you made a pretty definitive top here, 260, 262 it was a wick high almost at 262. So I think that's the buy zone. If you even sniff those prices, I think you got to be buying the dip. You're close. I mean, you're gonna very likely close above the 50 period. Obviously, you're gapping above the 50 period on the daily at this point. So it's a good catalyst. I think the estimate was that you could be talking about like 500 billion in revenue from Dojo here, the supercomputer that's way ahead. So I think that's fantastic in terms of a catalyst. We've seen Tesla sometimes do like that dip thing at the open. So I want to have anything out in front of this number. Kind of highlighted the 61. That's that midpoint wick. So anywhere from 60 to 62, but that midpoint wick from 2 weeks ago was the 61 area. If it's a breakout through the top, I don't think you shy away from that on Tesla. I feel as if there's any kind of sympathy, this is a Tesla story today, right? Like you're talking about the supercomputer is the reason why it's up here. That doesn't necessarily extend to the other EV names in my mind. While I do think it's a bit of a bullish day, what that could mean is maybe one of these gets out of hand. I'm talking about like a Rivian. Rivian has a really good resistance level at 24. If it can't get through that top, like this is a Tesla long story. It's a bit weird to me that, other names would get dragged into this. Obviously a market move up is going to help Rivian. But if there was a fade somewhere like 25 Rivian, something along those lines would set up. But this is also kind of poised to break out. But if I see a turn somewhere, and I'm thinking short an EV name, I would probably lean to something that isn't Tesla today.
Look, I just went over to Tesla. I was like, what? I mean, this is the #1 name for me. It's the only name. We had bids on Tesla and Apple. I was hoping to get something near this VWAP around 262, but now it's at 263.50. So I'm going to take this break of the high here, 266.50 or so. I don't know why it was. Oh yeah, this is what it looks like on my 5-minute chart. So this is from 7 o'clock to 6:30 this morning when you were up here to 266.50. So I really like that break. I mean, any sort of a dip buy into 26, and now I got to put my bids at 263. But I'm buying this name hand over fist. So if we wind up losing today, it'll be on Tesla, and that'll be fine. But I, love the story. It's breaking out again. It's up 7%. I mean, this is what people are waiting for. We said this. I said this last week. I was like, you could trade. I think it was with Danielle Shea. I was like, you could trade Tesla all you want, and then there's going to come in one day where you're going to get this upgrade, and then it's going to be see you later. And I'm pretty sure we said that on Friday, maybe Thursday, Friday, right there. And then there's the story that you want. So there you go. You get it, and now it's up and away for Tesla. I don't see any reason why we're not buying this thing in and around this. Well, I don't know what's wrong with this. There's something wrong with this chart here.
There's a lot of waste.
No, not just that. This is still showing it like it's not even loading today. We're only at the 12th. So where is today's data here for Tesla? But anyways, okay, it doesn't matter. What we're looking at here on the 1 minute is just, look, any dip buys down into 262, 263, we got to buy that, I think anyways. 258's the 200 period. We'll double check all these numbers, but there's 260 as well. The only thing that I can see fading right off the open is exactly that, just a fade back in, and then we get going. Obviously, when you're waking up right now and you're seeing your stock up 7%, if you are taking swings at this off the 50 period, then you're nicely in the money and you're breaking out. So I'd say we buy all of the dips on Tesla today, and if that's wrong, it's wrong, and it's going to be a bad day for me. So I like Tesla here. I'm going to start bidding some 263s. I'm already bidding 262, but I'll add some to 263.
Before I show you the headline, let me show you the chart. It has been a tough month for Boeing. Look at this, at 243 high back in early August. We closed out on Friday at 211, but finally some reprieve, a good headline. Boeing shares up over 1% this morning after Vietnam Air signs a $7.8 billion deal for 50 Boeing 737-800 MAX planes. It's been a decent morning for Boeing. We're light on volume, though, guys. Any move here?
Yeah, light on volume is the thing to highlight here with Boeing, because this has been in a stair step to the downside on the 15. If you look at it on the daily, not much better. Failed to 50. It might have the 200 period moving average in here. Like that's what would be more interesting to me. Like 208 to 210. It would have to try to go red on the day, which would be underneath that 211. Like if it were to make a false break of the bottom, liquidity grab underneath, hold 208, that would be some kind of a long. Taking a long when it's already sold back into this 213 and the volume is so light, I don't know if I love it. It makes a lot of logical sense above 213 on a positive catalyst, but with Tesla looking good, Nvidia, we'll get to the weed stocks, they look pretty spicy. Microsoft looks pretty darn good too as well. It's tough for me to sink my teeth into Boeing, but if it were to break underneath 211, I do like that false break of a low like that with a positive catalyst, sort of bouncing off support. That would be a good setup. So if there is a move to the downside in Boeing, I mean a false break of 211, hold that bid, and then try to get it on the way back up. That would be the entry that I see for Boeing. Not a great last couple of weeks for them, but this is somewhat good news.
I don't know if you guys can find VFS shares today, but I mean, when this name was 90 or whatever, we were still calling 10. Now you're down here to 16 again, and still thinking this is going to $10 for sure. There goes VFS. I mean, a huge move down, up, down. This is exactly as expected. But the reason why I bring this up is not just to make fun of VFS. It's because we all knew about it. It's just that you're getting right down to this $15 mark that was sort of held before on this first initial move up to 50, came back in right now into 15, $16 or so. So I'm going to say alert, alert, alert right now to this, because you're looking to break through 15.50, and when you do, then I think it's well, I mean, I already think it's going to $10, so that's it. And I do want to bring up a good point here by Secret Treasures. Obviously, you got to look at the true range, ATR, average true range of a stock. It's only 11. It's up 17 right now. So yeah, we are waiting for 262. 260. I mean, I'm waiting for pullbacks on that name. I just, we had a huge break. Like on Friday, I said this already, the biggest trade for me initially was that very, very first break of 253, which we had based on some levels. No, that's 252. There must have been something else about 253. It must have been in the pre-market, but I'm just not charting it right now. But there was that huge break at 253 that we had right off the open. So we started down here at 251, then we got a huge move up, and then it managed to go $3 or $4 from there, and that was the highest we saw all day. Right, and so I just don't want to miss that. And we also had the same move. I had 3 huge longs. We had Intel, which I think was amazing. No, now my AMD trade probably won't. Yeah, my AMD chart's not loading, or maybe it is. There it is right there. We also had this long break of 107.50 right there on AMD. So we actually had this long as well, went all the way to 110. So that was another 250 right there on top of that. So I just don't want to miss it. Like, you know, right now the NASDAQ's up. Obviously, it faded all day on Friday, so let's wait to see if we are able to get some of these breaks. I'll talk about AMD when we get there, but for right now, that's why I'm really looking at that Tesla move, because you don't want to miss the trade, that's all. So I'm looking at that 266 to break higher, but I agree, we are sitting here. We're sitting at 263, 262, all the way back down to 260 would be fine as well. So I think if you're going to trade Tesla today, Secret Treasures and everybody, then you want to make sure that you have the flexibility of being able to average in or average up.
Yeah, speaking of the chips, Meta on watch today. Pardon me, it is being helped here by NVIDIA to build out its AI data center. Yes, they're using NVIDIA chips, and this is one of the hyperscalers that we've heard about NVIDIA talk about during the call with analysts. Yeah, Meta on watch today as it wants to develop its own large language model to compete and even outperform with ChatGPT. This is going to be far more robust, apparently, according to this article by the Wall Street Journal, than the one it released over the summer. The Llama, I believe it's called, up over $300 now, guys, up nicely on the day, 1.5%. What's a look?
Llama Red Pajama says buy Meta shares. That's one of my favorite books to read my daughter. I mean, she reads me stories at night because she's older now, but I love those books. And Meta, I think, I don't know, what are you going to say? Look long for every single big cap tech name today? Maybe. But Meta, if you get to 307, I think that's probably a short on Meta today, just given that was the day that had that mini flash crash, right? So I feel like if it gets to those prices, maybe you think about a short there. You had you had afternoon resistance up at around 301.50 to 302. That's where we're hanging out right now. So it's a bit of a tight window at the open because it doesn't have to fall much. It's like 50 cents, and you'd be buying that dip there. I know I like 300. The previous close is 298. I really don't see it going red today. So those are 2 levels to maybe look for that dip buy. It is set up for a top break at 303. I think that goes right into that overhead resistance. I might prefer Softy and Tesla for the early longs over Meta. But this is one, if you're holding above 301.50, I just think you want to be long in the stock. Just come over the daily chart. It is attempting to break out of this range. It just kind of going sideways off the 50 period for quite some time now. I think if it gets above 5s and 7s, this gets pretty nasty. It just has not been able to break away here, and some of that has to do with the selling once it gets to that 305. But there's plenty of room for it until it gets there. Just one thing, because a lot of people have said this in the chat, and I just want to clear this one up. Hostess is selling to Smuckers. It's the value of the deal is $34.25 based on Smucker's Friday closing price. It's actually $30 in cash and 0.03 shares of SJM. SJM's trading at 132, so that works out to like 396 right now. So the implied deal price right now would be $33.96, and then you have to watch SJM shares. I'll probably be in and out of this a few times today. I had some longs in there earlier. Unless Smuckers makes some kind of a huge move to the upside, this shouldn't get to $34 today. Right now, the cash deal price would be about $34. So just if you're watching this, it's probably going to move in a relatively tight range, but you have to semi-watch SJM shares today if it dips too far to the dip. I mean, if it's anywhere near 32, that's a screaming buy, because at $30 in cash, Smuckers is not going to fall 20% today. I don't think it's going to fall 20%. So this is on my radar, but just it's not a pure cash deal, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, I actually just tweeted this out actually right here, and it was, who do you think wins? Twinkie versus Spy. Well, since Twinkie IPO'd, the ETF, Hostess brand's Twink is up 200, you can see right here, up 232% versus the market 146%. So this is since the IPO of 2015, thanks to Bespoke for this, but there it is, a huge move up for Twinkie. Today, Hostess brand's getting bought out. So again, you know, if you just put your money into this, which instead of going to 7-Eleven and getting that every time you're jonesing, if you just bought the stock, then you are done. You have beat the market. So congratulations to Hostess there with that new news from Smuckers. But yeah, I wrote down the same thing, man. I really think that really want to take this on a breakout through 307. So there's another big part of my portfolio. Hopefully it can continue to go upside. It's been really beat down a little bit. Not beat down, but since its earnings report just now. Well, I don't know. I keep saying this. I compare everything to like Amazon and Google, but it's not so bad anymore. Down to 330, back to 330 is where it needs to go. So you can get there pretty quickly. It was down here for a while, and in the last 2 weeks, you know, we've sort of kicked off that 280 level. So if it can get back into anything down here, 280, 290, I think it's great. Meta just has so much cash, and I just feel like so many levers to pull here. I know there's not a lot of love for this social media name just because of maybe what it represents and things like that. But honestly, as far as the business is concerned, this thing is rocking. So I really like Meta and AI. There's going to be no bigger names. We always talk about all that. So I'm down with this name, and if you're not down with OPP, then you do not know me. So I like Meta right now. Yeah, let's go, guys.
Alibaba down this morning, basically contrary to most of these Chinese ADRs as a result of Daniel Zhang. He was the CEO of the entire company as early as 3 months ago, resigned to focus on the cloud division. Let's have a look at what it's doing on the morning. It's down 0.44%, but it's off the lows, guys, $89 it wicked down to. Any look here on our friend Alibaba?
Well, it's got a double bottom at 89, as you just mentioned, maybe even a triple one. So that's the level to watch for sure. And this is Thursday, Friday made the exact same low. It's the reason this is bad news because they basically said they're spinning off into like 6 divisions, cloud being arguably the big important one. So to have that departure as it was supposed to happen, and all of a sudden that could possibly delay. I mean, it's not saying it doesn't have to, but it could possibly delay that spinoff. And if that's the case, that would be a negative catalyst. But until you get through 89 to the downside, unfortunately, that's a flat bottom break that just hasn't happened yet. I don't think. Look, if it got to the 200 period today, like up at 92, 92 and a half, that would be another place to sell it. But this is more of a breakdown at 89 than anything else for Alibaba. If it's holding that level, you can say negative catalyst all you want, you can say downward trend all you want, but if it doesn't break 89, there's not a heck of a lot of room for you to win on the short trade here unless it makes some kind of a move to the upside on Alibaba. So, there it is. That's at 89 triple bottom. If it gets through there, and bottom of the opening range. If the opening range holds beneath that price, I think you just go short. But you know how it works with the Chinese ADRs? If they just start trending to the upside, you don't want to short them in that circumstance. That's why it needs to break that bottom.
Yeah, the only name, I've like I said, try to be very, very specific here. I still like this Li Auto break of $38. And if you don't like the break, it doesn't matter. I'm just about the support level down there. So I say if there's any sort of a pullback in a Tesla or any of these sort of EV names here today, this is where I would look. I would also like to short maybe a 41, something like that. Upside here for Li Auto, maybe a 40 and change. So this name's looking pretty interesting for me on a break back down through 38.25. I haven't looked at Alibaba too much. I still wanted to, hoping that this name would get back near the $100 mark. 90 might be good enough. I'm not overly excited about these Chinese names. You got below the 50 period, and now you're looking to break a little bit lower through this level as well. So market well up, Chinese big tech names well down. So I'm just not excited about Alibaba here. PDD was really working for a minute. For a while, but it's been working last week. Let's just see what it wants to do today. See, there's this huge move up, right back to the $100 mark. So I still think you kind of fade that. I don't trade PDD as much as Alibaba, so not super familiar with how aggressive it is, but still 1.94%. So there is pockets of strength here in the Chinese market. I'd say you want to look at PDD again, market up, and you take that Baba resignation news as something completely separate, right? So I don't know enough about the board or management or anything like that to say, oh my God, this is like a huge win for them or a huge loss for that. So we'll wait to see. But thank you, Mr. Randy. Tesla today up on AI news, of course. So we all knew that was baked in,
Cheers.
per se. Thank you.
He never has one.
No, he never does. He never does. He's probably going to get one and go the other way there. But he doesn't have to bring Brendan his espresso today.
That is true.
You espresso guy there, Sharif, or what?
No, but I want to talk about CGC. Up big on the day, 11.61%. The wheat stocks have been very strong. Look at this. That's when we got the headline late last month, and it has been up and to the right for these names. CGC definitely the outlier on the day. Tilray Brands also up 1 1/3, not nearly as much as CGC. In case you're wondering why these are moving, the Department of Health and Human Service suggesting to the Drug Enforcement Agency to reduce this weed from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 drug. Also, Biden coming out last week saying that he wants to have some sort of law passed in the Senate and the House with respect to medical marijuana. And Chuck Schumer also last week wants to help some of these weed companies with more streamlined banking laws for interstate commerce. Guys, what's the look on these wheat stocks?
Well, CGC got to $1. Like, that was a move that once it broke out from here, it's like penny stocks tend to try to make that run to $1. So it broke out with about 70 cents there. Yeah, it's been a good long. At this point, I think you're just playing off the dollar level. That's generally how I would play it. So if you get a false breakdown, which would be, we're at 104 right now. So at the open, if you were to break one, hold anything in the first 5 cents and then climb back above, I think that would give you like a long entry at 101. Ideally, you give that a few cents and then see if it can continue its road higher. Do not want to fight this. If it fails $1, I would not want to be fighting this to the long side if it fails $1 at the open. It's got to hold on to that level for me to like the long. Now, that's just the way I like to play it, only because we're not going to mention this, and it's another stock that's at $1. Nikola failed $1. Just as an example of something that recently failed the buck. Nikola failed $1 on Friday. I think it can be a fade underneath that price. We were short it pretty much most of the day underneath that price. I think it's sort of the same thing. But CGC, as long as it can hold on to this, I think you can structure a long off the $1 level. I would not want to be fighting this one if it gets too far underneath.
Yeah, I wrote it down on the sticky note here today. Again, it's the second name on here. It's CGC, and it's just because it's above $1. So nothing, no rocket science there. You saw Neil had Nikola on Friday. It broke $1. You get out. Just talked about it now, same type of thing. It only has a 7% short interest. Tilray, of course, has 13% short interest, and this name just not moving. Again, doesn't have the same kind of catalyst of that dollar mark. But, I mean, this is the one that I think should squeeze if it does go up. Remember, you have MSOS. If you kind of want to be like a smart investor and diversify a little bit and grab the ETF, I feel like that's going to be the safest. But again, it's just, they're all up so much. CGC was 34 cents. Now it's above $1, right? And so, you're up 3 or 4x on that one. MSOS, of course, just continues to climb higher and higher and higher. So I still feel like that, that's something to be looked at there, MSOS. If you want to get really aggressive with it all, MSOX is a double ETF for cannabis. But for me, I still think Tilray has a good chance here. Just trying to defend this 280. And we've been down to 280, 290 before. So any kind of a flush down, you might want to look at that. But heading into a election year, we've all sort of know where this is going, right? They all pumped it up. Kamala Harris pumped it up last time to get votes. And, now I haven't even heard her mention it really. I'm not into U.S. politics, obviously, as much as probably many of you are. So I don't know if there's any sort of push behind this coming in the new year, but that HHS recommendation to the HHS of going from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 has obviously started something here. So great to see. It's been legal in Canada for 10 years or so. So let's just see where the bump goes on this one. And again, I would say it's always fade the story, buy the rumor, fade the news, like when it actually comes out. So, I think that's what a lot of people are doing, is trying to get positioned right now. I still feel like you want to wait for some dip buys. Been burned on a lot of these stocks before, and let's just wait to see what happens here. But great day trading vehicles for sure.
Qualcomm up about 5% on news that it's going to supply Apple with 5G chips for at least 3 more years. This is as much an Apple story as it is a Qualcomm story. Let's have a look, because Apple bought Intel's smartphone business back in 2019 for about $1 billion, bringing about 2,200 staff members for the express purpose of being able to make its own chips in-house. Won't be for at least 3 years, guys. We topped out at 116, now a smidge above 111. What is the look on Qualcomm?
A smidge above 111. That's a technical term for 25 cents, apparently. I like it. So this is diddling in the middle just a smidge. How about that? I like 108. We talked about this before. Like, I really like the 108 area. It's just, like I said, diddling in the middle is not going to be my cup of tea. I'd rather trade Apple today directly. Again, 117 top, 108 previous support, which I think can come back in, and then there's your range. You're literally trading in the middle. It's been an overall weak stock. This is a good story for them. Maybe they can break the downward trend. One pre-market isn't going to convince me of that just yet. However, I mean, Apple, if we're going to talk about some Apple, right? You got the iPhone event. What do they call the new release event? There's a name, Wonder something? Wonderlust. So we got that coming. We have the 180 level, which is already broken out. That was a Friday high. So we like the 180 in here. It's got room to get up to the 50 period, which is sitting at 185. Big gap to be filled after that big quadrunk to the downside last couple of days. You hang on to 180. I think it's an easy one. Sorry, I tried to hold on to that one as long as I could. But I like a 180 long in here. I think you have $5 worth of room before you get into resistance on Apple, 185. Qualcomm, up 5%, yet I just don't see a trade for me here today on Qualcomm. I think Apple's the one you go to.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have 3 names on the watch list that we're really aggressively looking at. One of them is going to be Apple here for sure. I just want to see the imbalances just came out. CGC has a bid, but that's not doing anything to the stock. Kenvue is on our watch list as well with an upgrade, I believe. That's coming through as well. What? Yep, exactly. Palantir also with a buy coming to 15. We'll have to watch out for that one. There's AMC. Is it getting a little bit of a bump? It was 730 last time we looked, 750, 740 right now. I'm not seeing any, I just saw a big name there. I just saw Amazon with a, let's see if it's doing anything. Amazon with a sell. Okay, wow, yeah, that said Amazon down 50 cents. So watch out for that quick sell coming into the market now. But I'm not really seeing anything else. So LU, that reminds me of Lucent Technology.
It's a single order.
Yeah, right there. It's just sitting right there. So that order there. See, look, see 2.17, 2.18. So yeah, there's just one. So this is going to get executed right off the open if there's enough interest. I don't know if there's going to be. If not, man, watch out for that. What is LU? Because that could trade like a buyout. If they don't break this level, then you're going to be able to go long 122 against 121.
It's an ADR.
But if it's an ADR, forget about it. Okay, so we'll pass on that. Just because it might be Chinese, and honestly,
a Chinese ADR,
it is. Forget about it. That's state-sponsored market on open buy right there. Okay, so let's get off of that. But yeah, anyways, Tesla is, for me, guys, going to be the stock. I mean, it did dip down. We were talking about this dip, but it stopped at 264. We're still waiting for 263. We understand the range that it has on itself today from 248 all the way up to 266. Pretty juicy range today. And someone said in the chat, are all big cap tech names always in play? Not really. It's just you got to play the names that had news, right? Like we had Shopify dropping 3% on Friday. That would have been a good play, obviously, into that day. And you can see here Shopify into the close was absolutely beat up. And on a day where the NASDAQ, I think, was 0.09 up, Shopify had that huge move to the downside there, bouncing off 62.80. So that could be a spot now with the market being up that we want to look at, 63 long or so on Shopify, if that can come through. And didn't Square get upgraded today by somebody? Let me see how bad this name is looking. I saw it hit the upgrade list, so it's up 1.5%. It didn't hit our upgrade list, but somebody did today, just claiming that it's been so beat down. I mean, this is another daily chart that just looks absolutely disgusting. I mean, this was $80 back in July. The fact that you can pick it up now for $50 would make some sense why it's being upgraded. But yeah, like huge move up and then just completely stopped at some of this past resistance up there, which kind of sucks. I own some Square too, but oh man, huge move to the downside and looking pretty nasty on that one. So that could be a buy. And then if we're going to talk about Square, is PayPal $63 still? Hold on a second. 61, okay, so they've dipped off that 63 level that we were looking at before as well. So some of these names, as my chart is having a little hard time loading here, up to 61.80, nice move on PayPal today as well. So PayPal and Square both outpacing the market. Uh-oh, I'm getting long something right here. What am I long? Apple, okay, so Apple's coming
Apple
in,
just dipped in.
right now. So I just got long Apple 180.
Google too,
so,
a little bit.
yeah, the market's coming in a little bit here, so watch out. We're long Apple 180 to start the day. This is never, it's 929, so we'll take it. But I was gonna say, I'm never really too excited when we get these instant fills here off the open because you're trading against the market right now, right? The market's come back in. We don't really have too much of a reason to go long Apple other than the fact that it's breaking above that 180, but now that we've come back into it, we'll take the fill. I mean, this is why we're here. So let's see if Apple can give us some early wins. We're long at 180.11.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. Microsoft also got an upgrade. It's breaking out from last week's highs. There you go, breaking out the 50 period. I do like this one over 335. Could be a top end break, but the market comes in. I got my line set at 335 to go dip by hunting there as well. So watch out. We're going to have that. CGC is going to test the dollar pretty much right away at the open, I do think. I still think it's a short the pop situation on AMC. We didn't really go over that, but it is until it isn't. Randy's on the bell for this Monday in 4, 3, 2, and ring it. As always, the gentle caress of the bell from Randy.
Always.
Come on, CGC. I want that 101. Like, get down to 101. Microsoft looking like it's at least attempting to get back into the upside here. That could be a bit of a break. Tesla's dipping, so this could be the first one to come in here. We like it in front of that 260 level. And just keep an eye. I mean, CGC will probably pop in at some point. You'll likely see a 101 price for me. That's about it.
All right, so we're long at 263 on Tesla. It did go $1 in the money, but that was not well lasted here. So, all right, so we got long the two names that we want to get long. So let's just see the market going up. The two longs we have really aren't doing anything right now. Obviously, Tesla sitting here and dancing around. This is completely, for me, par for the course, man. This is what we wanted to have. We didn't want this to have happen. You always want to get the fill and then let it just continue to rip up, right? But here it comes. Wow, nice little pullback right here. It seems like Apple is okay. We've already got one fill at 30 there on Apple, so that name seems to be working out for us so far. But it's Tesla that's coming back into the downside right now. That's a 260 level right there that you could see. And again, you know, could be completely wrong by buying this initial dip here, but we wanted to wait for it, and now, unfortunately, it's come to roost a little bit quicker than we had thought. So 260 maybe as an out there for Tesla if it wants to bounce off that. But for right now, the market not really rewarding any of these longs. Apple's just chilling, but it's TSLA that's heading to the downside.
Yeah, Tesla just wicked that 261. I got the 62 long. We liked it in that $2 range, so it looks like it's trying to hold on a bit. Nickel is already fading. I might have missed a chance to short that one. Underneath the dollar, I like the short. It broke 90 and I tried to get in. I missed. It's SSR, short sell restricted, at least I'm pretty sure it still is from that last drop on Friday. I'm trying to get into the short on that and AMC, but it is Tesla dipping into that 260 level. Yeah. Now a little bit faster. I should have shorted Rivian. We'll get to that one in a quick second. We can't hold on to 260. Then going to have to give Tesla up. And Microsoft is holding up some strength. This could be it could still be a breakout for Softy. I thought would be going dip by hunting here, but it's holding the top end of the range. Could just be a 338 break with it. Meta also looking pretty strong. Meta's breaking out this top. Feels like we're in the wrong one because Meta and Microsoft both looking relatively strong. There's that 301.5 that just held down there. And wow, CGC, we should have maybe just bought twos. I was waiting at 101. It printed twos. It's at 110 right now. Yeah, I probably should have. That was way too greedy on CGC. Should have just bought 102. Waiting around for the perfect price is definitely going to be a fail there because that's an easy 10%.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me. Why would you?
137. Ah, man. Okay, so we didn't. Apple didn't get low enough to dip by anything, so we're waiting on that one. All right, so I was just going to look at Google right now. It's trying to go a little bit here, obviously through, but just looking at the 20 period here for Google, it still needs to get going a little bit more. We are hoping, that's 138. I was sort of talking about this 130. I don't know. Do we really want to get long absolutely everything right now? We're long Tesla, which is in the money. And we are obviously trying to watch out for this one. Yeah, maybe we'll wait for 138. One stock that's absolutely blasting, of course, is Amazon. Amazon just broke 140. Amazon's straight up $1.50 right here. So, all right, here we go. Now we're starting to make some bank here. Let's go Tesla. We got that bottom. Obviously, we've averaged into it. We're long at 260, 250. Let's see if it wants to continue to work, man. I mean, I have an offer at 264, which would be nice. That's where, you know, we can get another piece in there. 260, how many? We have a little bit of shares here. So, yeah, let's get an offer in here. 263, like 50, maybe 60, something like that. Maybe we can get a nice move to the upside on Tesla as we're waiting for it. And then, of course, Apple's not really doing anything. I might take... I don't want to take a piece out, but the market's really rallying now, and Apple's not, right? And so this is really not working out here. Is Meta waking up?
Meta is on.
Yeah, that would have been.
Fuego. I almost said something else. This one is just going absolute ham. It's already through 305. I'm going long Microsoft break that 338 because it looks strong as well. Do have Tesla. I'm going to take something out above 263 the next time we get there because I don't know why we're not flying higher. Schneike's Meta. Wow, so we're already at 307. I said I'd fade 307 if it got up there. It feels almost like this is too much for that opening range in 5 minutes. I'm trying. Nicola's bouncing, so I might actually have this short for the first time if we just get any kind of a push back into 90. That is still flushing, and you will see me fading Twinkie at 33.5. It doesn't make any sense to me that it's trading that high. So you'll probably see like 45s and stuff like that on the short side of that name. But Meta 307, like it almost feels like that's at least a scalp short at some point here.
Oh man, yeah, this is quite
what a move.
It's quite a nice move.
Llama,
there is no doubt about that. So I got a piece out of Apple there at O's once it broke a little bit lower. We still have literally 80% of that right now. So okay, here we go, man. Oops, Stream Deck's not open, but this is a big trade for me here on Tesla. So we've averaged into it. It's the #1 name on the sticky note. So if this goes up, you could just imagine what kind of position we're in here right now. So there it goes. Let's go Tesla, man. We don't even have anything out yet. So let's just keep it going to the upside. If you like the name, you stick with it. Let's see what happens. I'm still getting out. Like if we get something in the 60s there, we'll get out. But who knows? It's still pretty early. That was a nice move in the NASDAQ. And honestly, I thought Tesla would be a little bit higher than where we are right now. But let's go. Into the 60s we go. Hopefully we'll be able to take a fill here on Tesla. But yeah, nice move to the high side for sure here.
So Microsoft just broke that 338. Looks like it's going to give it up almost right away. If it's a breakout trade, I want that sucker working right away. If it cannot hold on a VWAP, I'm just going to get right out. You don't want to throw good money after bad. The market is up 0.8 and at the high, but it is also pulling back. So if we can't hold on, we're going to jam out of Microsoft. I did take Tesla through 263.30, I believe, was the fill that I was able to get there. So we do have that one. All right, stop is in on Microsoft. I finally got Nikola short, which is, I feel like, a little bit too late, unfortunately, because this should have been, again, this should have been a 90 short. There goes Microsoft. Had to give up that breakout trade. So we're in, we're out. I still like the long, but the breakout 338. I might still take it a second time. I do like the long on Microsoft anywhere above 335. So I'll take dip buys. I'll probably take breaks as well. As I mentioned, Nikola, I got 88.5. And this stock should have been shorted at 290 even. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. Apple's starting to come into the downside. Same time Microsoft just failed that break. And Meta up here, it didn't quite get to 307. That's the only reason I don't have this short. 306.45 it got to. That was pretty darn close. Not close enough for me to pull the trigger, unfortunately. Tesla's now holding 263, so that dip buy still looking pretty good on Tesla. I'll be looking for places to add into this one as opposed to anything else. And wow, that's a huge, huge missed opportunity over there for the weed names. We'll go to Sharif and come back, and CGC was easy.
CRNX, guys, shooting up here. It was up over 80% in the morning, back up 71%, trying to take out highs. $29 was the pre-market high, up to 27 2/3 now, running on good headline here of a hormonal disorder treatment succeeds in late stage trial. Low float, be careful with this one.
Yeah, usually low float like that says only go long. You know what I mean? Like, unless it does something stupid to the upside, you short those when they do something stupid. But if it's a super low float, you have not wanted to fight those names. I'm trying to reload Tesla off this 62 if we can get it. That's where support held before. maybe underneath 262. We'll try to grab some liquidity underneath that price. Softy's really starting to pull back, so that was a good move. But this market has just given up the top there. So if you look at it at the open, we essentially wicked the top, and now we're fading back in. So you want to be very careful about where you pick up those longs, because that is a failed breakout overall on the market. Going to check back in with Alibaba. This name's still looking strong. Again, it doesn't want to break that 89. None of the EV names set up. I mean, Li Auto actually bounced, so it's up at above $39. Neo, which we also like to the short, that needed to be underneath 10.20. Those names haven't really come into those prices to give us the opportunity yet. Nikola working to the downside, but Apple is really starting to make.
The Apple's starting to hit the downside right here pretty good. Basically breaking.
It's literally at the close. I mean, sorry, not yet. 178 was the close. If this goes red today, I'm defending green on Apple. It doesn't. I mean, if it goes red, it goes red. But 178 is where it closed. I like that for a dip down in here. I just reloaded Tesla. That's starting to come back in pretty heavily to that 61 price. So we got the refill underneath 262. But if this can't hold on to the local bottom, then we got picked up in a reversal, and a nasty one at that. NVIDIA tanking as well, so it's not just Apple.
Yeah, well, and Tesla, everything. I mean, the whole NASDAQ is really giving everything back. It's funny because last week we were pretty negative on the market, and it actually worked out pretty decently for us. But right now, so just if you're playing along here, you know, it broke 179 and we got out. We're just buying a little bit more right now against that 178. But if it does take 178, I mean, the market is basically in a free fall right now to the downside, right? I mean, it's absolutely gotten hit. Not much you could do now except for wait, I guess. But there goes there goes Tesla right back into 260 again. Because we didn't get anything out, it's not going to be responsible just to average in to everything all the way down. So let's see if Tesla can get going. We're still at 263.50 there. We never got filled the first time around, which sucked. So we're gonna have to wait to see if we can get it now again here. But it's looking tight on this 260 level. I kind of wanted to give it down to that 258 area in order to get out of Tesla, which is kind of what we're waiting for. Actually, we're waiting for 259 as a possible area of concern there. So let's just wait to see what happens now. But for now, Tesla, continues to make that move. A name that maybe, you know, we looked a little bit about Qualcomm. What's that doing? Still up 4%, trying to bounce around off some levels. Roblox was possibly going to break through 30. Yeah, that didn't happen either. So yeah, right now it's kind of like a little bit of a slippery slope.
Qualcomm could be a flush.
Yeah, on most of these names right now. So just be careful with what you're looking at here. There goes Tesla all the way back up again. I don't know. I mean, I really want to get this out.
I'm taking something in front of 63.
Yeah, it's right here right now.
Yeah, just
we could take
look,
50 cents.
You see it here. It rejected that 63. We're able to get some underneath that 62 price. I think you're ringing the register. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth because it's a hefty pullback in the overall market. I'm into Apple now in front of 178. That's coming in pretty quick. But if we're going to flush, I didn't like Qualcomm because I felt as if you were chasing it, diddling in the middle. This could be stair step down. If 108 is the support level, it just put a 112 top, lower high at 111. That might be a decent fade trade. As I said, you will see me in and out of Twinkie, Hostess down there. And Nikola, the only short we have on, just hit 85. I should take something out there. Try and ring the register. Should have had Nikola on the 90 breakdown. And to me, the biggest fail, and I'm not going to live this one down, like CGC got to 115. And that's a pretty easy trade because you're just getting out at 99.99. And you could have been long at 102 and I waited at 101. So that's a bit of a miss. If it dips back down in here, I think just trying to defend that 101 with that $1 level the second time is going to make some sense. Flat bottom break brewing on Mara. I haven't checked out Bitcoin this morning, so I don't know if I ever want to trade these blind, but I see what you're getting at. Mara's SSR after Friday. So short sell restricted. I'd just be cautious with that, but that is a double bottom 1025 on Mara. I'm assuming is Bitcoin getting schmacked? Is that why this is going to the downside? I would not really. Bitcoin's not moving that much, but that is a big level on the daily for Mara. Kudos for pointing that out. Gonna have to be cautious with this Apple. They are definitely selling this one off pretty heavily. So on the back burner that Mara trade's gonna have to go because Apple 178 is definitely coming into play here.
Oh yeah, and we're lucky enough to get some Tesla out there at 263 before obviously what's happening to that stock right now as well. So yeah, this might not be a great long day, needless to say here, as the market just trying to go red, right? I mean, it's not trying to make that move down. We just got filled down here again. So if this takes out 178, I told you that we would wind up losing on Apple if this wound up breaking. So that bottom right there, 177.80, I just got to make sure that we have the right stop on that one. But it's looking like that's coming through a little more aggressively than we had hoped for. So yep, we're just going to set up our stop order on that level there if it does take it out. But right now we're in it. We're invested into Apple here. So again, we can get out of it for sure. Let's just wait to see. We're long at 68 right now. I don't want to talk too negatively about the position. It hasn't worked great, and I mean the market has to hold, right? I mean if the market just continues to bleed like this, then obviously Apple can't hold bids, right? So such a huge part of the market. We'll have to see. If you want to go over to the other big constituent on the day, we can see what this one's doing with Softy probably also. Yeah, see, so Microsoft also heading to the downside right now here. So both names trying to get going but can't temporarily. It's Tesla that's bouncing around as well.
Tesla's holding up pretty nice.
Auto break.
At this point, Tesla is looking okay. Meta is the stronger one, and that's starting to give it back up here. Look, if Meta doesn't hold on to these gains, I think this gets pretty darn nasty. I don't know, this is one of these days where I kind of felt I came in, you know what day it is today. I would have felt that the market's going to be up today. But if Meta doesn't hold on, if Softy doesn't hold on, Apple's battling the 178. I'm going to add in front of this 178 again on Apple. But Meta here looking pretty solid off of VWAP if it can hold 303.5. Apple still looking only okay. But this Nikola, I almost said Netflix, I don't know why. But Nikola continuing to flush to the downside. There was another name that I forgot about. We didn't really forget about it. We didn't go over it in the pre-market. Load. There was a pop to be faded on AMC. We said short the pops. But again, those longs right off the open were pretty challenging, and you had to get to the big cap names. Right up to 760 on AMC, that is about as easy as it gets. I think if it's going to stair-step down, it's already wicked the top. Next available pop, I want to go short. So I'm looking at the 750 level here on AMC. It's free locates for us. I'm going to get on that. But this Apple, this is going to be the L, man. It's one thing, the quick in and out breakout of Microsoft, because that was showing strength. But this dip buy on Apple, if it can't hold Friday support, just going to have to get right out of that one. Couldn't sniff out a short that wasn't Nikola, unfortunately. Brendo, Sharif.
It's okay. You can call me Brendo anytime. Square up big, guys. I believe it is up over 3 2/3% on news that Bard is maintaining block with an outperform and $72. Baird, not Bard. Square, big move.
Square earlier, and I just kind of ignored it. We got a huge print there on Tesla, man. Tesla went right back to the upside. We got that. We told you we were waiting for 263.50. That's exactly what we just got right there for Tesla. So it's kind of like saving the day a little bit there, Tesla, just because we only have two names, right? Tesla and Apple, and we've been not doing too well on Apple as it just broke through 178 again right now. So we're looking at that bottom of the day there from Friday. So it looks like, oops, is that still Apple? Yeah, it's still Apple. Where was the 178? Right here, right now. I can imagine Nvidia's getting hit here. 177. I mean, if the market's to the downside, then yeah. We did. I mean, look at Tesla though. We should have just stuck with this one, guys.
I mean, Tesla's holding up pretty nicely. I went to check Intel for relative strength. It's holding 38 very well here, despite the fact that Nvidia is getting, it's getting destroyed. Nvidia's underneath 450. That is that line. Underneath 450, I don't even want to think about any longs on this stock if it's been underneath that 450 level. It has to recover that. AMD showing some signs of relative strength. Relative strength. No, some signs of bouncing off of its lows. That's about it. But what a nasty, nasty move down for Nvidia. I do feel if this market bounces even a little bit, look at Intel hold 38 like an absolute champion. This is, I don't know why I'm not already long this thing. Try to fight longs. This is Intel holding. If this market reverses and you can risk to 38, why not just go ahead and do that? So I'm going to put a local bid stop out underneath that 38 level and just work into this one to the long side because Apple did not hold on. Obviously, we swing and miss there. Unfortunately, That's a long that's just not going to work. I do want to fight it any further. You couldn't hold on to that support level from Friday. As we said, Tesla doing much better in terms of a job of holding up. Here we go, on the 3-minute, it's bounced twice now off that 261, 260 area. It is looking like it wants to try to get back into those highs. So I'm into Intel just because, the chips are getting destroyed and Intel is holding flat. So long in front of 38 was good on Friday. I don't see any reason not to go ahead and do it, especially if the market can bounce here.
Yeah, no, this is pretty bad for sure for me anyways, or not for me, but for Apple for sure. But you know what the thing is that sure there's going to be always bad calls throughout the day, but this is why I'm only trading 2 names. Right now we're dollars in the money here, of course, on our friend, to take a line from Sharif there. Tesla just continues to make moves higher. So we just keep on, I keep missing the dips because I'm literally at 261 flat. So we keep on missing these stupid dip buys. But there it goes, continuing to make a move to the upside. Maybe Apple, if it takes the 178 again, we could just hope that maybe it got flushed and, Godspeed. I keep on using the wrong key.
CGC.
I just set that up again there. I got to get some out. CGC flushed through 1. What is it doing now?
It's at 120.
Oh, man. So that was an easy trade again.
As a day trader, the reason we're harping on this is you don't get many opportunities to go long 102 with a stop at 99.9. Come on, man. It's just, I'm a little frustrated by this one, because you get a 10 to 15% play on something like that for that little risk, and you sub 35 million shares in volume. That's gold level. I just don't know where to get into it now. Next available dip, maybe a 110, something like that. It's trending to the upside. We just grabbed Intel, gonna ring the register at 38.20. What just happened?
Your mic has got pulled out, I think, or something, or died, or something like that. So there we go. Yeah, no problem, guys. This is the thing. Right now, just to talk about whatever, we just got long on Apple by accident, so I punched them out there. So we're waiting for 178 to break higher, if you were wondering about that one. But look at this. There goes Tesla. So it continues to make a move to the high side right now. We're 250 in the money. So although we've given up some dollars for sure on Apple, here it's working well in the money for Tesla, trying to take out these pre-market highs. I'm sitting right here at 266. So, let's get to that level first, and then we'll worry about it. But so far, so good here as we continue to be long on Tesla, and it's still working. The thing is we've lost too much money trying to fight this Apple. So Apple just continuing to go down. Apple went red, right? Or big time red. Now it's 0.35 as the market is trying to bounce a little bit here. So I was honestly thinking, we're loving AMD.
I feel like Luke Wilson in Anchorman 2. I did not see this coming. I did not see that coming for Apple.
No.
This when he gets his hand chopped off. Or his arm chopped off, one of those two.
Yeah.
It was the battery, not the mic. So don't worry about the mics. The mics are all good. My battery's been having troubles. I'm taking some profit on Intel because if we never break the high, remember, this is now turning into a downward trending market up 0.5%. So you want to ring the Reggie when you get any kind of a bounce. If it pulls back in, I want to get better prices, tighter to 38 on the way back in here. But this is, it's one move I did not see coming. I felt like today was, usually we want to go long on. We just want to go long September 11th. At the end of the day, if the market closes red, I'll be peeved. Just one more before we go back into Sharif. I want to point out that Meta, which was the strongest name in the market, is trying to hold on. It's underneath VWAP. It's trying to hold on for dear life here. I don't want to rush into the dip by the way this is going, but if I do like a long still, outside of jumping into Intel, Meta does feel like one, up 2% still and holding. Sharif.
Aurora Cannabis, guys, up over about 24%, actually over 24% here on news that it is repurchasing 18% of its convertible notes, about $9 million US, 12.3 million Canadian dollars. Nice headline for it here. Penny stock, though, at 66 cents.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that meta break of 305. The thing is you're actually rocking right now. If you can break above, sure you have 306, maybe 306.50 is a little bit better than 305. You do have some trouble there at 305.20, I guess, breaking through there. But this VWAP is at 304. So you're getting pretty close to that right now. Let's play it. If it wants to rip to the high side, we'll be there to play it. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. Apple's going back into the money. We'll take maybe another fill above 178 just to see if it wants to go. You know what? I just canceled that. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth the risk. We're already into Apple. Let's take a little bit more on a 178 fill, a little bit higher if it does go. We're putting the order in right now to take a little bit more. But interesting name here for sure, as we've lost on it, right? And so we're still $2 in the money on Tesla. Palantir's flying probably. 265. You know what? We were waiting at 264 or 266. Let's go to 265 here for a piece out on Tesla, just in case that was just a little bit of a hiccup and it didn't want to take out the day's high. Let's see if it wants to get back going to that right now. So right now, all is well, but not yet in this market. It needs to rally back a little bit more.
So a couple of things here. One, I'm going to get to Palantir in a quick second, but I'm starting to think if the market wicked the bottom and we have any chance of going higher, I think this is a break on Intel through this local top. If it can get through the quarter mark, I think I want to be adding to it above that price. But wow, what is going on with Palantir? Because like it's up 3.5%. It just broke Friday's high. This is a strong move. And when Palantir trends, you just go with the trend. So there's a zoom out for you guys. 15.6 would be your break price. If it holds on to this, if it goes like 10-cent range, like 60 to 70, I think you just go for the long. Otherwise, be patient. I want to see it hold that level. The market is rebounding here, so you want to find some strong names for the long side. Got two of them, and I'm definitely looking for a third. Nvidia's starting to make a run as well. I don't know what's going on with that AMC, but I still feel like this is a fade. Okay, I'm going to get filled here, it looks like. AMC's starting to come back to the upside. I'm looking to short this off 750. We missed the first pop to fade AMC. Let's go for the second one if it puts in a lower high. It's just been a short the pop and sit in it all day type of trade for the last week on AMC, and we missed that first pop. Hopefully the strength in the market can give me that short here again.
Yeah, we missed... First of all, there it is. We did not. We almost got it. We got this Apple trade there. Again, like I'm just fumbling with some of these orders that we have because we should have gotten longer there at 178. So I honestly don't even really know what's happening with my orders, but that's okay as we continue to go. The next thing that we're looking, well, here we go. It's just, you know what, if it's just going to bounce here off the 20s, we'll take another out at 30 if we can get it here for Apple. Hopefully, there it is. Yes, sir. So we'll go a little bit right now. We'll just I just want to find the ring of the register. I don't know where it is, but we'll just drop this down for right now. As we're taking out some profit now. So finally, caught a little bit on the downside there. There it is right there. Hey, man, we'll do this now because, hey, we've been really, really liking Tesla today. Not only that, we talked about this being our #1 opportunity today. It is the #1 stock here on the sticky note. And there it goes, man. Huge move to the upside for Tesla. So there it is, man. We're $4 in the money on this name. So if you want to trade, this is how you trade Tesla. You just got to believe in it, but it's dangerous, man. It went down to that 260 level right there. We should have had another reload there. We just kept on missing it. So now Tesla up and away. It's going to be the #1 stock here today. Let's just see if it wants to continue to make that move higher right now for Tesla. And I am going to start to get some more out of Apple. Look, if we can get back to VWAP, then hallelujah on that one. We'll take some money out of this name. But for right now, it's a huge move for Tesla. That's the name that I'm really excited about, obviously, as we just continue to watch it go up. So now we're $4 in the money. I like Tesla here with a nice little upside move.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic on the trend in Tesla. I did take the top end break. 60s obviously held on Palantir here. It dipped down into 15.65, so I'll give it about 10 cents worth of room to try and play this into 16 even. Obviously that's a resistance zone, so I'm not offering till it gets like 10 cents in the money all the way to 16. So pretty defined range. Just going to get out if it cannot hold on to the previous high. Intel, which had been going pretty nicely, I shouldn't complain, but it is starting to pull back in. It basically got up to the 38.20. I'm going to go dip by hunting at the 38 even, but if you're curling here, remember this market is a little bit range down. If you look at lower highs being put in, not a huge fan of when I see this market pulling back and I'm sitting only in longs. Nickel is not going to follow the market, so to me that doesn't really count. If you're looking for where the weakness was early, Nvidia maybe NVIDIA is just a short at 450. Let's not get too complicated here. NVIDIA is the dog. It's down 2%, and it's dragging everything with it. You can say Apple's weak, but Apple's actually flat on the day, whereas NVIDIA is getting its butt kicked. I feel like this is the opportunity to get a Tesla. Tesla just wicked 266.
Yep.
It just wicked that high. I'm taking it and running here if I can. Gimme, always gets. Don't you know your manners yet, Neil? I'm getting out. If it's going to wick that top, I wanted it carrying through the high of the day. If it's going to trend the rest of the day, I think a VWAP dip buy or maybe back down 261 we're already sitting, or even a local breakout's going to be there. But I'm not staring that gift horse in the mouth any longer because this market is looking a lot weaker than I anticipated. So if you can grab something like this, bottom to top, we'll take the inside range if we're able to get it. But wow. It's hard to imagine this market continuing to the downside and Tesla holding up. I hope it does. One more for you here that we talked about is a positive catalyst, and I was like, I don't want to touch it, but it could be a liquidity grab underneath 210. That's Boeing. Boeing is now red on the day. Boeing, we're looking for a break of 210 that holds on to the 200 period moving average on the daily. Looks like with this market weakness, you're going to get that. So breaking 210, holding 208, and then looking for a dip buy in that range on Boeing is going to be a play for me. Palantir might just be an in and out. As good as Tesla was, Palantir was a join the party late. So we took the break at 70. I'm like, I'll give it to 60. I'll give it 10 cents to try and get it to 16. It is heading back into the downside. Still like the overall trend. We'll try to pick it back up. The breakout's not the way to go today. Like the longs, dip buys off support that were strong. Tesla worked, Intel has worked, but taking the breakouts has not at all here today.
Yeah, I was watching out for some Meta, but yeah, we can go over to the desk with a promo read.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off.
Yeah, guys, let's see what is happening now. It is Tesla headed to the upside here, up over 60% on Morgan Stanley's upgrade and price target increase from 250 to 400. It's been a good look here lately for the EV name. Apple, green to red ahead of its Wonderlust event tomorrow, possibly down. This is speculation on the Qualcomm news that Qualcomm is going to be supplying it with 5G chips for the next 3 years. And then CGC, Canopy Growth, flying high on continued cannabis stock strength, over 20% of the good guys.
Neil, I had Meta, and then it broke through 304. We still have it. It's going to be a positive stock, but oh man, Meta right now joins the dollar club to the upside. Man, did we have that one. Oh, that sucks. It just broke VWAP right there at 304. We bought it right back, but oh, if it just doesn't go down like that extra 10 cents or so, then we are really laughing right now, because this would be like $3 or $1.50 in the money on decent amount there. So that's kind of blows. That kind of sucks, actually. Okay, so now let's go. All right, let's get some more out of Apple, man. I mean, there goes Apple. Apple did crank below. We got some out at 178. Did we just get those 30s or not? There it is. Okay, so now we're grabbing those 30s. So far, so good here on Apple. Let's just see if it wants to continue its march higher, man. We're all good, baby right now. So hopefully it'll continue. I don't know, but Apple was definitely the hard trade for me today on this. So we'll let it go. If it gets back to 179, great. Alibaba takes that $89, but now it's still hovering. So 88.80 on a bottom there. I wanted to look at AMD, and I was talking about that before, then got sidetracked with Meta. You know, we've wicked bottom a couple times here at 103.50, so you're down 2%. I don't want this name until we get above VWAP, but that might happen soon. So right now, multiple dollars, man. We lost $1 on Apple. We've got 3 on Tesla and 150 on Meta. But Meta, again, right back up to those highs. Let's see if it takes it out. If the market rallies, we know we got Meta in our pocket, but still, worth cashing out. I just wish Apple wanted to go a little bit more than it's been going, because it just keeps on stalling out. I was thinking about a VWAP take again on this name, but again, like long, remember when we were long early and I was like, okay, I like the long here, but don't really like getting involved with it too early, and that's exactly the problem. So we're in and then we're out, averaged in and out, and then now we're kind of waiting on this name. So there it is. Now it's Meta. Okay, so now Meta's trying to go $2 in the money. Let's see if this name wants to just continue to go, man. Palantir's a good one too.
Palantir absolutely flying. You can't even stop it. Gonna have to try to buy the dip at some point. I got the dip under VWAP here on Intel. We like that 38 level. First time we bought 10s. This time I'm buying 5s. If it breaks out, I think it's an ad. The market is looking like it's rebounding a little bit here. Nvidia, however, I mean, it's barely moving. If the market rolls back over, Nvidia is probably the short underneath that 450 level. Like I said, I prefer Intel because it's looking relatively strong in the chip space. AMC just can't even get to VWAP. I'm probably going to take something here if I can get 740. If it's this week, I want to have the short underneath 750. So if I can risk 10 to 15 cents, fair enough. Amazon is another name which is super strong. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Brian Swisher. Hello, Sunshine. Well, you're happy, and you know it if you've got Amazon long above 140. This is one I don't think we really covered in the pre-market, but there's your flat top break on Amazon. A little bit of a wick there. So I think this one can be a nice, it'll actually have 140 and 140 and a half drawn in there. Any kind of a stair step here. Amazon looks like a strong one for the buy side. I'm going to be working into AMC to the south. I don't know if we'll get NVIDIA, but I don't want to chase that too far away from that 450 level. And we had not really talked too much about the small caps, but I just want to highlight the one that was the one. CGC is actually holding up 24%, holding VWAP. I think it's just to buy the dips. You can almost forget about $1. Maybe work off the 110 level for now. CGC was a bit of a swing and a miss. I'll go long off of 110, acknowledging the fact that the real trade should have been long off the 1 even, but a trend is a trend.
What's up to Dan Emmons there with a couple there notes about what he's looking at there. The 5 p.m. Globex Open, the European Open, the real-time RTH, not real-time high opens right there, and then the initial balance for the first hour. So we'll have to wait to see how everything's going to plan out right now. We're only a half hour in. I feel like, yeah, so we're well. I mean, this just keeps on bouncing. I still think we want to. That's actually, what is that high? Oh. 306.50. Okay. We could take a piece out if it gets up to 306.50 for sure. I mean, why not? I mean, to take 250, we should probably take 250. I mean, but we are right now. I mean, if you're rocking with me, man, I mean, we're trying to have these diamond hands right now. As there goes Tesla, we're $4 in the money. You know, like this is not playing around. And I told you we have decent shares here. So, you know, we've kind of forgot all about Apple, believe it or we haven't. But there goes Tesla all the way back up. And we don't have anything out here at 266. My best out is 265. So we could put another out there. I was actually waiting for 267 to come through. So that would be nice if that happens. That's where my next offer is. It's actually offered at 267.50. So it's like it's really up there right now for me on Tesla. So I just wanted to break this high and then just continue to go. So that's where I think Tesla should go. That's where get into your home right now goes Tesla. So up through 266 is the first break. I might change that to 266.50. We're having a hard enough time now. As you can see, the market's fading a bit. So, you know, if you're going to be stuck in your long, sometimes not a great place to be is stuck when this market fades a little bit. And we just missed VWAP again, right? And so we tried to come up. Here it comes pushing back down. So, you know, I know Dan gave some of his levels there. This is the kind of the stuff that you got to look at for me. VWAP in the 50 period, and we're both heading to the south side right now on the NASDAQ. So be very, very careful. Remember, the NASDAQ has flipped over its symbols. It's now on December contract. So pay close attention to that as we go. Come on, Apple, man. We just got another out at 30, but still not trying to go. And then we've talked about that. And then our Meta bleeding as well, back down to 304. We'll try that long again if it gets down there.
Yeah, we're going to be reloading
long
on
might not
Intel
be right.
this time at the 38, it looks like. NVIDIA didn't even sniff 450. I mean, it wasn't close enough to give me a short entry there. That's going to be a little bit disappointing. Unfortunately, the only short I got into, again, is not following the market. It's VWAP. Like, all I'm shorting is like Nikola and AMC, which it's fine. They're not great companies, but we don't have anything in big cap tech that we like. I did like that NVIDIA at 450. I'm going to get some out here the first 10 cents on AMC if we're going to stair step to the downside and then just continue to short the pops. As I mentioned, Nikola has been pretty clean on the short side. It got into VWAP here, took AMC instead. That gets to the low. We'll definitely take that out. I'll go over some of what's going on with Twinkie a little bit later on in the day when things slow down. But it is looking like it's a good fade at 33.5. Just make sure you're watching Smuckers and what that stock is doing. But it is giving you a good sell in the 33.5 range, which is something we talked about in the morning. There goes Intel. It just ticked 38. So it wicked 38, held the opening range bottom, and I'm back in at the 38 with now a price of 38.05. So if this can get back into VWAP or respected, this is more of a scalp trade than anything else. It has not been able to break out the top. As you already alluded to, Sean, or actually just straight up mentioned, BABA broke the 89. It's back above 89 here. So bit of a relief rally in Alibaba at this point. Underneath 89 is a short. So if this can fail and get back underneath 89, then I think Alibaba could be shorted. But this is starting to show some signs of strength in a weak market. AMC, which we just got into, we're able to take some out at 7:30. So this one is going to be arrows down, stair-stepping to the downside like it has tended to do in the last little bit. Ottawa is wonderful. SLE still rally back up. Ottawa is quite nice. Not a name that's on the radar there. We'll maybe take a quick look when that does slow down a little bit. But there's a couple of names I wanted to grab over to. One of them, you're already in Meta. Microsoft, the breakout may not have worked on Softy, but it was definitely right to get out of it right away. So if the break doesn't go right away, we don't like it. It's stair-step down. I still like a 335. Doesn't seem like it wants to sniff it. If this gets back above, I said I would take the break a second time. I will still go breakout long off the local high in Microsoft, especially if these futures can hold these lows. I do like that look, and it's definitely a good trend if you look at the higher time frame on Microsoft. So I'm not going to give up that one just yet. Looks like Disney's making some moves, but I feel as if you're looking at the streaming names, Netflix is a strong one today. I could be wrong about that. Maybe I haven't looked at Disney chart, but it's Netflix, which is holding a pretty good trend to the upside. Slap that in the relatively strong category with Amazon and Softy as well.
We're about to get a little bit more long. Well, are we? I mean, I'm waiting at 304 here. Will it come down is the question. That's me right there. Okay, good. So we were just waiting at 11s there. All right, so here we go. Will it fall down? It looks like it will right now. So it's got a little rhetorical question because the market is not holding up. But there goes Meta trying to break down through this 303. So 302. 303 basically as a break spot there would be bad for us. If that came through, but we're averaging in one more time. We've already taken some outs. It's unfortunate because this is where we got stopped out last time. So now we'll give it a little bit more runway here in case the market wants to fly back to the upside right now. But I mean, we got more out of Apple. That's just hovering around, and now we're back into Meta. So this is really the name of concern for me. But if the market can fly back, then we like this, right? And so, you know, you can't be too specific on your prices on the way down because I'm not really sure where we're going to stop. So we're just kind of averaging in now against that level. But we have broke below VWAP, and we are still below. I mean, look, I would like to look for some shorts. You know, that's why I'm looking at like stocks like Micron right here off 70. We can get back into 70. I mean, Micron's been bleeding this whole time. This is why we know these levels. Like I was just looking at this. So there's $70. We get back up into this area, probably worth a short, right? Nvidia, we're still waiting for Nvidia to crack the 450. Oh, it did crack the 450. So that was a big level there. Unfortunately, we just weren't on it. That would have been. Oh, that sucks, man. Because we do all this work and miss that level. I can't believe I missed that, man. We talked about it all last week. We talked about 450, 450, 450. And then 450 came and I was too busy looking at Meta and all this crap. So anyways, it is what it is. That's trading for you.
The other name was getting shellacked and is at the low of the day. Shout out to those in the chat that have mentioned it. I'm going to get to Fubo in a second. Just picked up some Amazon.
Taking the bottom.
Oh, great. I just got a dip in Amazon. DocuSign is getting punked. Right now. Now, don't forget this double bottom on DocuSign. That's 46.5. This gets to 46.5. I think there's a decent chance at a bounce. It would be SSR. Well, never mind. It would not be SSR if it got there, but it's going to be SSR based on what happened on Friday already. So it's short sell restricted. If this thing sniffs underneath 47, that's where I want to pick that up. It looks as if, there it goes, the fourth time was not a charm. And again, I did not have Intel the first time. It dipped to 38, but each time it dipped, we grabbed the long. It is now underneath the opening range bottom. So you got to ring the register and take profits. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. The market is trending down. Yep. So we had a couple of decent bounce plays there, but ultimately it headed down with everything else. Amazon, I just picked up off the 140 level. I want to be in this one off of VWAP, but it needs to bounce. I give myself room to add because To be honest, I don't like catching it all on the front end. I want to see it hold somewhere in here, and then I can actually put a full position on. And then think about 139.90 as a hold. I mean, the market is trend down. This is at least a relatively strong name. All I got short is like Nikola and AMC, and I keep saying it and not finding anything else. I like BABA underneath 89. That just wicked underneath 89. Maybe I jump into this one. You know what? BABA is looking like a decent short underneath here. It's underneath that flat bottom break that we were talking about. You wanted to see it get back underneath that price. Let's see how far this one can potentially go into the downside. I like BABA a little bit here. Going to grab some 90s, give it about 25 cents to that local high on Alibaba. But wow, this market is a lot weaker than anticipated. Somehow the NASDAQ's still green, 0.37. Let's see how long that'll hold up.
Yeah, I think it's because, names like Tesla, which is fading out right now as well. So we've done really well to get out of Tesla. Like I said, it's going to be my number one stock. But coming back into this 263 area, we just got, oh no, we did not get a piece out there. I was waiting. I just canceled it. I was waiting to get something out near that 263.50 area, and I just canceled it right now. Let's see if we bounce. We're just bouncing off 263 flat a little bit now. But you don't want to just sit here and continuously buy like literally all of the dips. So like I said, you got to try to be a little bit specific in what you're looking for here. So for me, for Tesla, you're at the 200 period, and it's like decision time, right? So if we break below, then I think you want to take a little bit of a long into here around 262. But then if we give up this bottom of 260, then it's going to be game over for me for Tesla. We can't just keep on fighting it. Like I said, we've taken money out, and we'll be red if we don't get anything else out, and it does go back down. But why not take a piece out maybe now 265 if it gets back up there? Yeah, we're waiting at 266 now. So let's just go to 265, see if we can get something up there if it does rip back up to the upside. But that's getting a little dangerous to say the least right now for Tesla. And then our Meta, although position pending, it's been okay. We're long at 303.80 right now. So like breaking back below these pre-market levels, it's not going to be good. That's 302.30. So we're going to watch out for that level as well. And then we're not averaging into anything here on Apple. I mean, maybe if it gets down to this 172, I don't even have any offers out. I didn't think we'd be back down into here. So, 172, I feel more comfortable holding on to Tesla, which is coming back in, and Meta than I do on Apple. So two names that are long and strong today rather than Apple, which has been pretty weak. So we'll just wait on all of that and see if we can find some better opportunities. Maybe it's just not in the tech space. We can look at some banks or something like that.
Yeah, if you're looking for strength, I mean, some of the tech names are not a good place. Look at NVIDIA. It's down 2.5% now. It's actually getting uglier at this particular point. Monty just saying they pulled the trigger on HKIT.
Yeah.
If that's when the market's moving down, is this going up at least? When the market's moving down, for looking for longs, a lot of times it's like we'll try to find it on a small cap because that's where the strength is going to be. Oh, HKIT's going way down. Look, that's a gimmick stock. You want these when they're breaking out. That is still getting its butt kicked, unfortunately. I do have another bid out here waiting for Nikola to get to 80 cents. This has been the clean short, although I missed the 90 breakdown. Was able to grab the first consolidation, missed VWAP when we shorted AMC. I think 80 is the next level. It just broke the local bottom. So this has been an easy flush on Nikola. Amazon's starting to hold up. So it bounced. I only want to add on the back end, which would be it bouncing off 140 there. So I can still pretty much get the same price. We'll try to get the 140.20s again here on Amazon. Strong. I mean, look, I don't want to call it too strong, but it's a relatively strong name. You're stair-stepping at least to the upside. If the futures are going to hold on, remember, if you're trading, change your contract to the Z contract. Just going to throw that one out there for everybody. If you can hold this overnight support level here, this would be hold this support, look for a strong name to the long side. I wouldn't want to be buying the dip on anything that's been weak here. I think you'd almost be looking for a breakdown and then short something. But Amazon has at least been relatively strong. We get to 140.5, we take some out. We get to the high, we take some out. And then we try to hold through a top break. If this is a turning point in the market, then Amazon looks like it should be a good one. At least it's relatively strong there. Rory saying Carvana's going to the upside.
What?
Well, Mad Max will be happy about that one. Usually trades a little Carvana. Not really that crazy of a move. Look, if this breaks 48.5, You got something here if it breaks 48.5. It's a decent move, 2.5% up, but you want this when it's breaking previous resistance levels. If it can hold 48.5, I think that's a bigger move, arrows to the upside for Carvana there.
Yeah, we just took a little bit more meta, but we're watching out for that 302.50 area, which still a ways away, but still under concern for me right there. So we just averaged it in. I mean, again, if you want to, this is why we talk about it all the time, you know, different strokes for different folks. Like, we just had 70 cents there as it went back into 303.80. And we just bought 303.20s. So 60 cents, you know, we just had that long there. If that's something that you wanted, you can have it right now. I mean, we just bought 300s, we talked about that, or 303.15, sorry. So if you want to scalp out, man, I mean, there's a lot of good opportunities. We're buying some Tesla here as well, and that just went back up into 363.50, but you know, we're not trying to take 50 cents, trying to take a little bit more. So if that's something that you're looking at right now and you are nervous about these stocks, which for good reason, I mean, it's not like these are ripping by any stretch of the imagination. The market's near the bottoms right now as we wait for that initial balance to come through as well. But, you know, for right now, Meta downside, Apple downside, they're all going to the downside. That AMD broke exactly, damn it, broke that 103.50. I was sort of hoping that it might still be there, but it was the bottom, and look at this, straight down $4 here. It's just so stupid because the NVIDIA trade is really what dreams are made of, and we've talked about that over and over again, and even on the after show, like when it's going to be, we talk about this all the time, like we're just waiting for this one trade to come through. And there it is right now. You could join me at 4 o'clock. We talk about all these opportunities every single day as well. Li Auto's not doing anything, so these names are kind of sleepy. But if you're looking for some strength, maybe this is where the strength is because it's still up 2% and not making the move down. Valero was another name that we had discussed earlier on as well on the show, breaking out. So that's a nice move to the upside there. But for me, my whole day is just going to be sitting, not my whole, well, my whole morning anyways, is just sitting on the fact that we're waiting for a pop back up in this market. And that's just is not what's going to be good, man. I mean, Amazon, you're in that one at least, but just right here.
A note, I'm going to take DocuSign's getting its butt kicked, but it was short sell restricted from Friday. Well, yeah, wait, I'm pretty sure, like 99% sure this did hit SSR. If it didn't, then I'm an idiot. But it's a wick bottom at this 48 level, and I'm just going to go long into that wick bottom. It's about 25 cents worth of risk. So, you know, not a heck of a lot of risk on that trade R&R because VWAP is sitting up there at 49.50. Big mover, obviously, on the day. I don't need to tell you guys that. Amazon hasn't really given me the fill to the upside yet. Where is that wick coming from? I still want 140.50, then I want the high. It's holding, so we added to it. But this market just doesn't seem to want to bounce much. Even a strong name, it's like you get in, it bounces, it goes, but it's struggling to go higher. Let's go to the desk because we've got the small cap recap.
Yeah, guys, Super League Enterprises, #1 on my scanner here. Let's have a look, up over 260% now, really trying to break through that $6 level that it's been struggling with all morning. This one getting a reverse split headline, 0.05 to 1 split, 68.6 million share float. The other one, funny name, but good move, Noco, 29.5 million share float, really trying to do a dance here at that 144 level. It's been stair-stepping up. Good look for this one on the day, up 52%. WeWork, the heavily shorted name, 18.81% short float at day's highs right now. It closed out Friday at 265. We're at 318. 50.6 million share float. And this is the one that was on the watch list, CRNX. Crinix Pharmaceuticals, good headline here, but selling off after the bell, 29.45 high. We're at $27 at VWAP. Can we hold?
All right.
Now, I'm not saying dump it automatically when it comes to WeWork, but I am looking to short this if it's going to the upside. And again, it's a reverse split. If a reverse split breaks out the local high, I think you give it up because that's just been a setup, which when they go, they go. But WeWork, I'm not sure it's made that move just yet. 330 looks like the first level for a fade. And obviously here, 350 makes sense, and then 420. So 330, 350, 420. Those are the three areas that I would like. Two things that we just put the dip buy on. One, DocuSign just made a nice little bounce. I haven't taken anything out. I'm going to go ahead and rectify that now. Just got that little wick bottom on volume, hold the low, and then if it can get back to VWAP, that's absolutely fantastic. So very specific sort of setup where you're looking for that wick bottom. Amazon on the bounce as well. Holds that 140, just got the 40.5, looking for the high of the day. This is trend to the upside. So let's go arrows up for the names that have been strong, and then hopefully we've got a weak one, which is bouncing off the bottom. Hello, Sunshine, I agree with you. Eli Lilly is the king. Can't stop, won't stop. I haven't even looked at it today. I'm just assuming it's doing power move things because Eli Lilly is doing power moves every single time I pull that one up. Not much of a day trade for Lilly, but we can all admire. It's going to break 600 today. We can all admire the strong mover that this is. Maybe it should be. This is just, maybe you should just always be buying calls every single day on this thing.
It's some pretty amazing stock.
It's going to break 600 in like.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, good.
It hit 598 today. Eli Lilly, baby. If there's the studies, it's basically shown in, I think it was mice, that these diabetes and weight loss drugs are potentially curbing substance abuse and curbing cravings for things like alcohol. Like they've proven, like not even after they stopped taking the drug, the mice still weren't going back to alcohol for like weeks. If they can prove that in humans, what is this stock worth? 800, 1,000? I don't know, but it's a lot.
Yeah, exactly. No one's going to be buying them out, that's for sure. So we'll wait to see what happens with Eli Lilly. It's good to see that's working, and that's why you always want to be diversified in your portfolios, right? I mean, it sounds silly, but that's the whole point. If you're always in tech, it's been a great run, but definitely get some Eli Lilly and get some Meta, because I'm thinking this can get back into the upside here. Let's see if it can. And then we just rang the register again. We'll just keep on dropping the money down for Tesla. Like I said, man, it's going to be the number one stock for me, obviously, here, because nothing else is working. Apple just continues to bleed down. So we just took another piece. Well, just took one. We got long at 263.10 or 11s there and got it out at 90. So we just got another piece out right now. But I still want to hold. This is not something that I want to just get out of everything right now. We're $1.80 in the money. We could get out. But if this market tries to rally, then we're in a good spot right now. So there's Meta. Again, Meta trying to get going again. And if you want to take the profit from these levels, you can do that immediately if you want to. But we just bought some bottoms there at 303. So now it's at 304. We need this to go. I mean, we want this to, we don't need it to do anything, but we want this to go back up to the upside here so we can capture a little bit of profit. Thank you so much, Randy, man, for that one. I don't know where Rob is today.
Hey, Randy. Yeah, no, I was going to ask him if there was, it doesn't matter.
What did you want to hit?
I was going to ask if there's another one of those
Rice Krispies?
The Rice Krispies.
Unless there's on the other side, there's not. Okay, so let's just wait, man. Tesla, I'm still waiting for 266 and higher. So we're going to wait for that to blow itself up now, hopefully, as well. Come on, let's go, Meta. This is really the concern for me. Oh, we're right back to VWAP. I thought I had an offer out here, and I guess, I do at 304.45. So let's not, I'm just going to take it out right now if we can. There it is. Cancel the, there it is. Now right back into the 40s again. So let's go a little bit higher. Let's go to 75 right now. Man, we're making some money back here as this market tries to rally. So, patience does pay a little bit here, but greed is also good, but can be bad. So make sure that you have your spots on where you want to get out, because we've made some decent money back here on this rally. So let's not count all the chickens before they hatch, but that's a good move back up for Meta. Obviously, we're up on the name, position pending, so hopefully we can get this back up into this, what is that, 305.50? I do have another offer at 304.75. So again, it's a Dollar Club member if it can get up to there. Tesla now starting to run back. Okay, let's go Tesla. Hopefully this name goes. And then Apple, we did not buy any dips. We were waiting for 177, man. Apple can take a right turn and go straight to hell, because it's been straight downside today. This is the one that we've really messed up on. Everything else is going to be fine, but it's Apple that we need to get going. Right now, what is that, 178.20? Let's just go to 178.20 on this.
Yeah, it's
Put an offer out.
The market's trying to do a nice little bounce in here, and I just saw DocuSign just got above what was a local high.
Tesla.
This is a profit take here. You did have two green candles on the way to the downside. One of them was right at 48.70. So if you fail that level, it's like take more profit. It's trend down. You got the bottom wick, but respect that move. Make a decision there and ring the register. Amazon is holding trend up. So it's above 140.5. I want the high of the day here for the next out, then hold through the top. Maybe 141 is going to be in play. Just a relatively strong name that you didn't really have to fight on the dip buy. That's looking pretty solid. Nikola, we'll get to that in a quick second. Just wanting to show AMC here. Catching a bid. I did not get any reloads off of the lower high. I was kind of thinking VWAP again. If this gets to VWAP, I want to be shorting pops at VWAP. I think that's sort of obvious. But Amazon looking pretty strong. The chip name's starting to rebound a little bit as well. I mean, double bottom on AMD. The second I say that, I look up, see volume spike. I pull it up on this chart, and it's already starting to pull back. So, don't even think about the chips being strong, because the second you say it, they start turning around again. It's like a jinx. I shouldn't have jinxed the chips there. But at least Amazon's working out. The chips aren't where you want to play for some strength. Like, look at the big cap names that are actually showing strength today. Tesla is, Amazon is. I haven't checked Meta in a hot minute, but the chips are still looking relatively weak, unfortunately.
I'll tell you about Meta right now. It's $2 in the money right now for the long. So you want to talk about hot fire. I mean, honestly, every single trade today has been dip buy opportunities except for one of them, and that's going to be Apple. Apple never got off the schneid, but look at this, man. Tesla now $2 in the money. Meta now $2 in the money. Let's check out AMD. I know there's a lot of people looking at AMD as well right now. It's bouncing off 103. Look how clean that was. Pretty sweet, man, up 60 cents. I'm going to stay away. We probably, honestly, man, we probably shouldn't. We can get back into any of these names at any time. But for right now, AMD and NVIDIA kind of just following each other a little bit there. So, we haven't looked at oil names yet, but that could be something that for sure we take a look at quickly in oil names. So, hold on a second. Let's just look at XOM.
There we go.
Yeah, you want to ring the register on something?
I'm going to ring, well, I don't want to ring it. I want to spike it because, well, the Bills are going to do tonight. Kincaid's going to score a touchdown. Diggs is going to score 2, and we're going to smash the Jets, and Aaron Rodgers is going to lose his first game as a Jet.
Yeah.
So we're high of the day there on Amazon. It is, when you're stair-step up, the market is stair-step down. This is stair-step to the upside. It's breaking out 140 on the daily. Just going to point out that 143 is resistance. I got a bad wick here, so it's hard to see on the 15-minute. But, 143 would be the ultimate target if we were to get there. We like it. DocuSign on the dip buy, still looking pretty good. It did take another out there. If it gets to VWAP, I always like a wick bottom on a weak name to get to VWAP and then forget about the rest because it's a relatively weak name. So if we get above 49, I think I just take DocuSign out. It is still stair-stepping down. So what's not doing anything? It's a little bit early for Alibaba to stop moving. Got back underneath 89. Failed again. If it gets to the low of the day, I take some out. Otherwise, it's holds trend down on this Chinese ADR, showing some signs of weakness. Broke that 89 once. Don't want to take it the first time, but it is a bit of a flat bottom break here on Baba with a potential move down to support it here at 87. So we like this short to 87. Got to get through the low of the day first. First things first. Have not even sniffed a look at any of the crypto names outside being told that Mara was making moves. So let's go to the desk with Sharif and our crypto update.
Yeah, red day for crypto today, Neil. Let's have a look at what Bitcoin is doing. 1.6 down to the negative. A bit of a double bottom, though, here, possibly off that 25,250. We'll have to wait and see how this one does. ETH below 1600, pardon me, on the day, but the same shape here on the chart. Possible double bottom, down 2.33%. Coinbase also 3 2/3. Couple of news headlines here for Coinbase. They're looking at pulling out entirely out of their India operations. Not like that they had that many customers there, only about 50,000 affected customers. And then also Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, in an interview saying he wants Gary Gensler out at the SEC possibly in 2024. Some of the mining names here, Riot down 5 1/4 as well. Mara not faring any better, 6 2/3 to the south side, guys.
Yeah.
I just wanted I wanted to wait till things calm down a little bit so I would mention what was going on. You guys have probably seen flashing in and out TWNK for me, and I did mention it's like a cash and stock deal. Smucker's buying Hostess for $30 plus 0.03. So if you look at what SJM's trading at 131, it's like slap like $3.90 something cents on it, and you get yourself almost a $34 price. And I was mentioning that the 33.5 level to me is an easy fade in terms of liquidity. So every single time it's been getting in close to that price, I've just been shorting off that local high. So if you see it pop in and out, I'm essentially scalping it for a cent or two every single time that I get into it, but I am playing the south side underneath 33.5. So that's the explanation for it. You will see it probably for the rest of the day in and out for me every now and then. There goes Alibaba flushing through the low of the day. So finally broke that 87.9. 88.70, sorry, I should say. 88 even, and then 87, I think, trend to the downside. The Chinese ADRs have been relatively weak, but no break of 10 for NEO. Oddly enough, you could have just gone long NEO at $10. 10.02, it looks like it bounced off of. I kind of like the breakdown for NEO because I was looking at a flat bottom break in here. That's more 990 than anything else. So if it does get back down and break 10, I think the short's at 989 or something like that instead of just shorting the $10 level. I've got to make the assumption that Li Auto hasn't broken down.
I don't think so, no.
That's still at 39.
It was at 39.25 like 5 minutes ago.
That's literally not moving.
Still not doing anything. Eh?
Yeah, okay. Never mind. It looks like if one of those is breaking down, it's probably NEO. NEO, a lot weaker than Li Auto here. Surprised to see that hold up as well as it is. I'm assuming XPeng. Yeah, XPeng's giving it up a little bit. This could be a break at 18 to fill the gap.
Yeah, man. I mean, all these breaks looking pretty juicy. Let's just ring some registers. I mean, every time the market pops, we got to take some out, right? We're below VWAP, we're below the 50-period moving average, and we're long tech names. Not good. So look at this. Like so that's 303.12. 305.45. We sat there and took that out. So yeah, man, so far so good here as we continue to watch out for Meta. I do want to average into it, but again, without trying to be too silly about everything today, the trades have been short, right? And so we looked for Micron to try to get that 70 fill. That never came through. We were literally sitting there when this at the VWAP at 70.25. Now VWAP's at 70. So if that comes in, that's a level that we want to go for as well. As now it looks like we're trying to bounce. I mean, the thing about this bounce, we just missed this. We were at 30. Like I don't know how I missed this on Meta. 303.48 we were at. Like it went to 50, like it was down to 50. I just pushed bid enter. I should have just marketed it up and we would have had at least another fill down here on Meta. But now you know where we're waiting, 303.50. If it comes back in, we'll take that on that. So what else you guys want to do? Taiwan Semi is a little bit of talk. I like Taiwan Semi, right? TSMC, TSMC is the name, but it's TSM, right? So there's TSM right here coming through now. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I guess we could say we like these all we want, but if the market's going to fade out like this, then it's definitely not going to be worth it. So watch out for Taiwan Semiconductor trying to come through here again. But yeah, I mean, I like all these names, but this is spitting. Oracle had good news today, right? I mean, is that spitting as well? Well, 125, that seems high. No, it was Qualcomm, sorry, not Oracle. That's why I was like, Qualcomm's not 125, what the hell? Okay, there's Qualcomm 108. So yeah, so there was the new, I mean, they had the stuff with Apple and the chipset, so we'll have to wait to see 109 right now. It looks like that wants to slip up again, but that's a good little 106 bottom. Come on, Meta, man. Something do something. Like I'm sick and tired of sitting here with Apple, so we have to look for something else. Tesla's holding fine. Google was a name that we liked. You haven't been in that one.
I haven't traded. I like Amazon more than Google, so I went over to that one.
Yeah.
It feels like a stronger name. By the way, just an update on Amazon. It did pull back off that high. It just bounced off of 140.50. I took it out there when we failed underneath because I saw this happening on the NASDAQ. I'm like, oh no, we're breaking the bottom. Get some Amazon out at the half. And if we break the bottom, I don't know if Amazon's going to be able to hold up or any of these big cap tech names. Even if they've been strong, it feels like a rollover spot potentially. Nothing necessarily wrong. I like Alphabet as a company. It's just this is another one breaking to the downside. There's just so much weakness in this market. Oh no, I lost level 2. So much weakness in this market that it's hard to force these long trades anymore. I should be trying to find more shorts. Baba's been good. Nikola. Just to give you an update on Nikola, because I think we'll just be sitting in this one all day without a chance to short a pop. So it just got another fresh low at 81 and bounced. I took an 81.5. I have a bit in front of 81 and 80.5 as well. Once it breaks 80, I'll have a third on. I don't know where the bottom would be for Nikola. I think you're sort of like you're pissing in the wind at the bottom here. 75 cents makes some sense because it's psychological level. And if that were to break, this could easily be down in the 60s, which is a local bottom. 50 to 60 is a local bottom on Nikola. I'm not sure it gets there today, but it has been pretty nasty. if there's been a big miss today, I'm slapping the proverbial fail on myself for not being long at some point on CGC. I was bidding 112 right here when it dipped down and did not get filled. If I was paying more attention, I could have just punched long at 113. It's the same thing happened at 01s. It bounced 01s. And you could have definitely had maybe the 3s or 4s. I don't know if you would have got 2s. But CGC's up 38% now. The long was just defend $1 today. And you could have been sitting in it at 103, 104 for 3 cents worth of risk or 4 cents worth of risk, and you could have had 2s and 3s at the open. It's at 125. That's one of the easier trades that you will see out there as a day trader. That's why I'm slapping the fail. I don't have a trade on it, and that's the reason why it's a fail. But it's been a solid morning so far. Been able to get out of the way of some of these longs, and I'm trying not to get too overly aggressive in finding other ones. As I said, Amazon looking okay. It gets back and breaks out the high. We'll be looking for places to add to this as long as the market can hold on to these bottoms.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, we even talked about that. We even called CGC up at 820, or yeah, right before we went on the air. It's the number 2 name here on this. Just go long at $1. We even tweeted it out. We explained it. We talked about it on the show, and a definite missed oppo on that one right now. Okay. Tesla's still going. I mean, I want to talk about new names for sure. We did buy some more Meta down there though at 60. So let's see. If you're looking at a little bit of a longer time frame now for the futures, right here, this is a 30-minute chart, and we just bounced off the 50 period there on the 30. So that was 15,540 basically. But looking at this, I know it's 10:39 now. There's only 20 minutes left in our show, and then it's going to be Max and Sharif, or Max and Obi, I think, actually. I don't know who it's going to be.
I think it's Obi.
I still think is it Obi? I still think it should be Sharif, but let's wait to see what happens there. All right, so 15. No Sharif? Okay. 15,525 right there coming through. So we'll wait to see what's happening there, pulling back in. So 15,525 coming into play. That's really where you want to see if it can hold it. And then the ultimate bottom of 15,500 coming into play again there as well. So 15,500, that would be the nervous spot for me. So the short is pretty much, I think it's looking a little bit better. So at this point, we can flip the script a little bit here and think about getting out. So there's Tesla back upside. Now that I just see this, I'm going to try to punch out. There we go. We'll take some more out at 30. I don't have any more offers anyways. So we'll just take another piece out because I can't be thinking negatively and then all of a sudden, watch to see what happens here and just sit and wait to get stopped out. So we'll ring the register. The number 1 name here today is going to be Tesla. So we'll go a little bit of diamond hands. I mean, it's ripping up, which is great, man, because we have Meta, we've got Tesla, we've got Apple. We're happy for this move up for sure. But yes, let's go. Keep going to the upside, baby. That's going to be good, man. Meta as well on the reload. That's 50 cents. Looking to see if we can get a little bit more. We're waiting at 305 again on the upside in case this goes and blows higher here. It's going to be a good stock to look at there. And I'm just wondering, I just saw someone in the chat talk about Tilray, because this is the name that we talked about earlier as well on today, right? That Tilray wasn't going in the pre-market, and it wasn't. It was basically flat. Now you're getting a bump up. I mean, it's not just now. It started from jump, but you're getting back to this 340 level. So I saw someone say Tilray short. Let's go Tesla. Someone said Tilray short is on. I don't think it's on until you at least get to 340, which is right now. And then if it does break that, then you got this 360 to look at as well. Look at Tesla right now. Man, we flying on this one.
Yeah, high of the day on a few names here. 141 just broke on Amazon. Let's see if it can hold above that. I think I'm looking for the dip again. Oh, this 15-minute chart's giving me issues. Let me just go to the 3.
Go Tesla.
If we get back into 140.5, we try go dip buying there. I don't want to be adding at the high of the day unless the market is going to try to break itself back out. Going over to a couple of names, if you had Mara at 10, it's like we talked about it, then went to DocuSign, but Mara for the SSR bounce at 10 was literally free money. So there's the underneath the 10, 996. If it puts in a double bottom, it could be worth a reload down there. But it is all about this nice little bounce in the overall market. Anything I have short doesn't seem like it cares as much. We're still at the lows on Alibaba. I just got an 88.5 fill, and it's still holding the bottom end of the range. So not really following suit is Alibaba. Tesla's strong. I'm seeing Apple. It's holding the lows at least. And it's right down here that 177 never got breached. If you go back to Friday, that's the Friday low. So it actually holds on to the Friday low. I was in off the 178, just got in and out the first dip by and haven't done anything since. It's still trend down. But Apple showing signs of making a bottom can be pretty good for this market. The other thing that needs to make a bottom, if we're going to sustain this move, is the one that's at VWAP right now, which is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is getting pretty darn close to 450. NVIDIA feels like a short till it's not, so I am going to take a swing at this one short off the 450 level. All I want to see is a pop above VWAP that doesn't break 450, and I'll be putting the short on for NVIDIA. Good, strong rebound here, but you kind of missed the 450 short the first time. Let's see if it's good the second time through.
Yeah, we're just tweeting out Tesla's back to high of day, baby, right now. So you want to talk about something that's moving here. It's Tesla. So let's see what happens now on this name. Right back to the high of the day and fading off 266 again. But hey, we didn't sit in this name literally for an hour and a bit just to get it out again. So let's just wait to see if it wants to go. If this market wants to go, we're happy for it. We are trying to get out of some more Apple here at at the 50 period of 178. So let's see if that can go upside. We made a lot of money back here. We're only red on Apple, right? I mean, if Apple wasn't here, unfortunately it is though. What are my thoughts on Disney? There's a lot of people asking about Disney. So look, I've been sort of liking this name and talking about buying these dips, but really haven't been doing it at all on this show, and I haven't been buying it in my own personal account either. This is still going to be one of those names that I'm a little bit nervous about. I don't like what's happening in the streaming wars right now, right? I feel like it's just, I feel like they're missing a little bit, and then we also going to have to worry now about ESPN and Amazon stepping on sports. You know, I feel like that's going to be a big thing. Apple stepping on sports as well with MLS, and Amazon with the NFL. And then
Google
Disney.
with YouTube.
Google, that's another one with the Sunday ticket. We talked about that, but I didn't think about that in this discussion. So yeah, I'm a little bit nervous because I really liked Disney because of some of their traditional media, right? And now it's not going to be in. Like I like Hulu, I thought was going to be good, but they're going to have to pay a little bit more for that. Paramount's coming up. I mean, there's just so many different options now as a consumer that I'm a little bit nervous, but they still have the theme parks. They still have all the content creation that they've made in the past. We've talked about that on Friday with Star Wars and Marvel and some of those things. I finally watched with my youngest Eternals. I thought Eternals was okay. It wasn't my favorite, obviously. Is that well?
I actually thought it's...
I was going to say, was it well liked? I'm not sure.
No.
I didn't think so. Yeah, as I was watching it, I even turned to him. He's only 11, and I was like, this is not the best.
Did he like it?
He liked it, but he wasn't super interested. He was on his iPhone real quick on that one. Yeah,
I thought it kind of sucked, Eternals.
Shout out to the guy from every time I see that Indian guy, what's his name?
I forget his name.
Because he was in oh man.
The jacked guy.
Now he got jacked all of a sudden for that movie. But there was that movie, Silicon Valley, the show. I liked that show, and then I saw him in it. I knew he was in it, but I just kind of chuckle when I see him. But anyways, I forget.
I can't take him remotely out of
Kamal something.
What's his name?
Silicon Valley is what it is, for sure.
Yeah, he was good in that.
Yeah, that was, anyways, it was a good movie. It was okay. I don't know. Not the best.
There's a dude.
What's the next one?
There's a dude who roasts like celebrity workouts on YouTube. I forget his name. He's like just an actual like bodybuilder who knows his stuff, and he roasted that Kamal's workouts.
Yeah, Kamal Nanjiani.
Yeah, like he destroyed. He's like, this guy works out like an idiot, basically.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But he's jacked anyway, so
yeah,
different.
Man, he's
just one thing before we had to go to the desk in a second. I didn't see this happen to Fubo, but wow,
Fubo Gazy.
No, Fubo got destroyed. Like it just, on one wick on my 15-minute, it essentially went like 15 to 20% to the downside. This feels like a bit of a fade here underneath the $3 level. Fubo was breaking out. That is a failed breakout. And I short failed breakouts. So Fubo underneath $3 looks like a short. It's already curling here. Maybe it's a trap, but the only thing you can do in a situation like that is spring a trap. I'm going short off the local high, then I'm going short off $3 as a huge move down on volume for Fubo, as I believe we're supposed to be going to the desk, I heard.
We are.
Hey guys, let's see how the markets are doing. A lot of green, essentially a lot of green on the day. Microsoft up 0.6%. Meta really the standout here. Intech 2.20. Eli Lilly, look at this. Neil mentioned this one early, stair-stepping its way up off that weight loss drug. Nvidia, like I said, taking it on the chin today. Amazon 1 2/3 to the good. Tesla, though, the leader here under consumer durables, 6 1/4. A lot of green, but the market really not finding its footing today.
700 called. I'm actually starting to think about what can you sell 700 covered calls for, because Eli Lilly it's going ridiculous. I'm just thinking about it
I think it only has one way, man.
I think it only has one way, but it's like if you can like a month out. I'm not saying I don't think it gets to 700 in 1 month, but it could. But if those get called away,
700 in 1 month.
No, it could. Don't get me wrong. It absolutely could.
It gets there tomorrow.
I have not taken any profit on this thing, and I haven't really been thinking about doing so, but it's starting to get to a point where I might just do that. But we'll see what happens. Eli Lilly is a beast. We said it would break 600 today. Well, we said it could break 600 today. I didn't say it will. I said it could break 600, and it's looking very poised to do so. CGC, this is not stopping at this point. So we always talk about if you miss an opportunity, the worst thing you can do is take the next trade, not the trade that you missed. So I've missed every single dip buy opportunity on this name, and just going to point this one out. 150 is an obvious psychological level. I think there could be at least a worthy dip buy, or not dip buy, but dip at that price.
Wow.
So if it were to get up to and past 150, I'd be looking for a short that gives you maybe like a 10% type of retrace. What a huge move for CGC. It's unreal. Like $1 to $1.50, that is, you don't see many better trades than that. So Amazon's still going, didn't get the last dip. It did get underneath 140 again. I thought we were going into 140.50. That's where I wanted the dip buy. If it gets there, probably don't want it. 140.80 is the next dip there. Dan McIsaac saying short Mullen. Probably. I haven't looked, but probably.
Yeah, he's asking.
Maybe. Ooh, that's a little.
Is that a question?
It's a little strong today, Mullen. Mullen's up 15%, by the way.
Yeah, so, I mean, all these names. I still cannot believe that we discussed CGC there and didn't take it. I mean, that was one of the easiest spots.
Why
all
is
day.
Mullen up today?
You don't have any freaking problem with it. What's up with Starbucks here? Okay, so Starbucks. You know, some of these Chinese names, it's just crossing view up. I haven't looked at it. So there was a look on it here, and it's not crossing view up, so that was not a great scan that just came through for me there, but I'm trying to go for sure. Oh, just a quick update, as of course we sit here and we watch out for Meta going back up. We did not break 25, so if we do that again, we'll be there right now for Meta. I mean, you know, the market's taking it out. There goes Apple right back up. Like, we're almost... Oh man, like this has been a rocky day on Apple, but if it can continue to go, it's all good. We're now $4 in the money right now, so we'll spin this one for Tesla as it is taking out the day's high. This is what we've been waiting for, so I'm not going to take anything out. I mean, imagine if this market actually starts to go, what we expecting here from Tesla. So there it goes. And there's our Meta fill as well. It's 80 cents. It's not quite $1, but we just sat there and took that fill at 20. So we talked about that fill as well right there, 304.20. So far, so good, man. Which turned out to be an absolute disaster. Like, my net was well in the red when we started the day off because of Apple, but now we battle that thing back. Thank you to, you know, the names that we had on here. We're basically going to go 2 for 3 because we have Tesla long, 262, which is the bottom, and if you have that right now, you're laughing. CGC long, $1. I mean, that was, me and Neil looked at that, it was $1.03 you could have punched in, so stupid. And then Apple long, 180, you could see. We defended it, man, but that came, so this is my new strategy. New strategy. Well, I mean, the thing is like, there's 180. We got that in the pre-market. If I ever get levels that I'm writing down in the pre-market, that means that probably the levels are great, but the other way around, right? Because like, if I just had 180 short, then we are just, this is a print factory, and it's over with. We're done. We just say, thank you, Sharif, for such a great day, but I'm done. I'm out of here. Okay, but instead, we have to battle back this whole time, and the battle back's been fun. I mean, we had Tesla long, which has been absolutely huge, never gone against us. Meta's been fun to trade, but other than that, man, we've only traded those 2 names plus Apple. So a little obsessed today with some of these big market cap names, and I think for good reason. I still feel like Apple just did us dirty, and that's what happens sometimes. Again, coming out with a big, I still have the 12 Pro, so I mean, I'm not upgrading either, so I owe Apple an upgrade after today. Let's just see what happens, and maybe I'll be treated a little bit better in the stock. But all right, from one Apple guy over to the next, it looks like he's ready to rock and roll in the black shirt. It's Sharif.
The Dixie, the U.S. dollar index down ahead of Wednesday's CPI print. We also get PPI on Thursday. A lot of economic numbers coming in this week, and market participants selling off the U.S. dollar, at least for now. Look at the Dixie down 0.5%, trying to hold that 104.40 area. And when you look at the specific currencies, the euro really performing well against the U.S. dollar today, up 0.45. The U.S. dollar versus the Japanese yen. The U.S. dollar is down 1% versus the yen. The quid versus the greenback. Yeah, the quid about 0.5% against the U.S. dollar. And the good old loonie up 0.4 against the U.S. dollar, guys. The Dixie taking on the chin today.
Interestingly enough, the U.S. dollar down, when the market's only trying to bounce. And there was a question in the chat that I'll address with the old, like, why is Amazon up 2% today? I don't know. Amazon was not one of the names on big cap tech that we had a catalyst for, right? So it's not always about that. I mean, obviously it would be nice if you always had a reason to get into a trade that wasn't technical, just to give you some confluence, for lack of a better term. I can't believe I just said that. That's Obi's word. But it was just trending up. The only reason I'm in it is because the market was going down and this was going up. So if something's going up when the market's going down, I think I want to go long that stock instead of other things. It might have just made a temporary top. The thing that would scare me about pretty much everything in the market is you might still be stair-step to the downside. Like, it's failed this break, go down, consolidate. If you fail this area here underneath 15.6, you could still be stair-stepping down in the overall market. So don't fight the trend too hard. It is still a little bit to that downside. Gonna watch out for Nikola here, as that's actually starting to bounce back out. We're able to get half out, and now it's seemingly challenging to the upside. If it breaks 89, I'm getting out at break even, but that's a big power move back up on Nikola, which was like the easiest short out there. And there was a question about Mullen. I didn't quite finish the thought on it. I actually think Mullen might be a breakout long. I know it seemed like that's a double top for the short at 49, but remember what's happening
Blasphemy.
here. No, but look, remember this is a reverse split again, double bottom off the reverse split, and now it's starting to go. That's been a setup which has been breakout longs like a million times over the last little bit. That's a 49 high, like a 49 break, add at 50. So go long 49, if it breaks 50, add at 50, have like a 49 half, and then stop it out at like 48 and a half. I'm risking 1 cent in that situation, and this could easily go 10. I think I like the long there. Dan McIsaac, how dare you go long Mullen? That's like going long in Sundial. I've been long Sundial before. It's just, this reverse split consolidation breakout trade has been really good on a lot of other stocks, so why wouldn't it work on Mullen too, right? Could happen.
I think it could happen. Anything could happen. All right. We saw Dumb Money. I suggest everybody go see that. It's a really fun movie. Then Seth Rogen. And if you're into that GME or anything like that, it's pretty fun. It's a pretty good movie. So we saw that. And it's funny because we were at the theater and I was talking to guys from Citadel. So that was fun. Only those guys were in at the movie, not Ken Griffith, but some of those other guys were in there at the TIFF opening. So funny there. But okay. So we reloaded Meta again. Uh-oh. Money. Like, we're just undercover slipping dollars in here. And it's just like, there's the bid. That's 303.50 we got. I told, and again, this is why, not only do I feel that we're the best show for many reasons, as those of you that watch this know that I always say that, but too many times, yeah, the best. Well, I mean, we have Max back in the building, right? So we definitely support that. But the thing about it is this, is like Meta right there, slipped it out. We talked about 303.50, comes right back to VWAP 304. Actually, we only got 304.08 there, I think. Yes, so that was only 70 cents, my bad on that, but that was a pretty good take for me there to get that fill. And then, by the way, Apple, if you guys were missing this one, we got 107.20s there, 178.20 again. So a couple little moves made there that are starting to pay dirt a little bit. Adam, you're right, man. We were all eyes upside on Tesla because I just put at 266 in there. Like that's a couple times now that we've, you know, basically stared $3 in the face right back to day's high. And look what happened to the market. It faded off that day's high as well. So, or sorry, off VWAP as well. So that was not good. But the missed trade again, like, it's just embarrassing because like I sit here and I say like we missed 450. You know, Nvidia just went to 450 again. It went to 448, 449.80, and then just fell $3. So like it just came right back in again. Patience would have paid on that. Would have loved to ring the register right now down $3-4, and you still have even lower to go here as the market just hit that level again. So yeah, man, not happy joy for this guy because that was a huge missed opportunity and we should have been there and we weren't. So that's stupid. I feel bad about missing that opportunity there on Nvidia, but it is what it is. And we also miss Tesla. I don't feel as bad about. We've done really well on it. Like I said, it'll be the #1 stock for me, but 66, we're going to take it next. I mean, here it comes again. See? So this is why I don't feel bad because I don't even have an offer there. I'm not even thinking about it. So here comes another opportunity to get more Tesla out if you want it, but your boy's not taking it. So
I just got out of Amazon here. You're making a curl here up at the top. It's up 2%. Great. I'm not looking that gift horse in the mouth because you just stair-step the wrong way to the downside. Like this, the NASDAQ is kind of holding trend down. Yes, we've held on to the bottom here, but we cannot seem to break out that top, unfortunately. So even the strongest names at some point likely give it up. The ES is already at the lows. So if we pull back in here, it does get a little bit nasty. Just one other name for you. Been sitting out here in the Alibaba short. It's still holding, but just made a fresh low. So the Chinese ADRs look like, well, okay, but Baba's heading back into the downside. I don't want to speak for all of them. NEO is still holding up above 10. I think that can be shorted if it breaks 990. And then the other one, which, is it still not moving? The auto's at the high of the day. I don't know what's going on with this stock.
what about XPEV and all that?
It's just, no, Sharif looks at it. Congratulations to Sharif. I know he's long in Li Auto. XPeng still looks like the one, right? It wicked 18 like twice now. I think if this breaks 95, and not to say that these stocks have to go down, but failed break of the top, consolidation bottom, if this breaks this low, you've got like a 50-cent gap, and you can probably short 95s with an 05 stop. So this looks like it's the good one for the flat bottom break. NEO's not really in a level, and I don't know what's going on with Li Auto. It's just, it's very strong right now. That's all I will say. Li Auto looks very strong, when at the end of last week, this looked like the obvious breakdown of the three of them. I mean, NEO as well, but Li Auto holding up well. I will take that XPeng 1795 break. Okay,
there we go. Finally, man, those that wishing for that one, you get it right there, because there goes Tesla now 4.5 in the money right now, as Tesla finally taking out that day's high. This is exactly what we waited for. It got spicy there as it started to go. So far so good on this name as we continue to hold out for that. And just quick updates, man. Like, we're gonna have to go to the afternoon show in a minute, but that's 303. If Meta gives up 303, like, again, everything we're making on Tesla, we do not want to give this back. So, 303 coming into play here for Meta. So watch out for that one as a possible fill up there. So that's enough for us here, I feel like. I think we're gonna wait a second. Are we getting ready to go to Sharif? Okay, so we'll have to wait for a second.
We'll just give it a second.
That's fine. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy, Sharif. Take it easy. Right there. So we'll wait. We'll wait for Meta coming through. We do have Obi and Max on the midday show. So get ready for those two guys to come through. I can cancel my Li Auto. That, like you said, that's not going to break anything
XPeng
lower right
though.
now. It doesn't look like XPeng is. Doesn't look like Google's going to break. That was another one that we were looking at. But other than that, man, yeah, it's been a great morning other than Apple. So we'll have to continue to watch out for that one. And then Meta, yeah, I'm just making sure my stops are in, and they are. So we'll have to watch out for Meta breaking through 303.
So I do think I'm going to get this break on XPeng here. So once it's underneath like that 96, I'm just going to go into the short. It's up 3.5%, but that's a flat bottom break if I ever saw one. William Addison, shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. Crushing DocuSign puts. Swing your intraday resistance. But now it is time to go to the desk. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. I'll see you guys at noon for lunch money, but let's go to the desk with Sharif and then on to the midday. Go get them.
Yeah, guys, let's look at what is happening now. You heard the Katina man on this one. Tesla continues to head to the upside. Morgan Stanley with a price target upgrade and a buy rating now, increasing the target from 250 to 400. Tesla has been very strong on the day. The opposite can be said for Apple. A green to red move ahead of its Wonderlust, event tomorrow. Possibly down here on the Qualcomm news that Qualcomm will continue to supply it with chips for the next 3 years. You'll recall that Apple bought Intel's mobile chip division back in 2019 for $1 billion with the intention of making its own chips. Here, CGC as well, flying high on continued cannabis stock strength, well over 20% at the time of writing. All right, guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader, and a current promotion, by the way, 20% off. I believe we do have the boys at the desk for the Midday Show. Take it over.
How's it going, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? You get into anything today, Obi?
Yeah,
Obi's muted.
How's it going, everybody? Sorry about that. But yeah, have I gotten into anything this morning? Yeah, I took a couple shots at the Amazon. We talked this morning about how a couple stocks in play today: Qualcomm, Tesla. What was that? There was a biotech as well, CRNX, I think, as well. I got my eyes on.
Yeah.
And we had the Twinkie deal, right? So I've been watching some of those. I took some scalps on Amazon. How about you? How was your morning?
My morning had a great plan, terrible execution. Away she goes sometimes. Monday mornings, not always the best for me. Trading a whole lot of Tesla, which I'm actually in right now, trying to set a stop. There we go. But I really like 263 or 261.5 on Tesla this morning. And 263 was pretty nasty. 261.5, not clean, but eventually it did work out. Sadly, I was not involved when it finally went up. So a lot of choppiness. Just now, I took a little pullback off the high of daybreak at that 266.35. So looking for that to continue through 267, and eventually, what do I got here? I think it was 272 was my final target on this one, but 268, pretty key level in my opinion on Tesla. So we'll see if we can get there pretty quickly. Seems like, I like these high of day breaks when we do all of this volume below the pre-market or after hours. Was that after? No, that was pre-market high was 266.35 at like 7 a.m. or whatever that is. So we do all this volume below, then we break it out. Oh, all right, I'm stopped out. That's okay. But we take it out, and now it looks like we're kind of pressing higher. I'm going to try to continue to get long on Tesla. I'm not sure, maybe like a 265 fail break if we get down there. I feel like maybe taking the 267 break right now makes some sense actually on, since we just kind of did that little stop out action, I might just take this 267 break right now. I really don't have any other names on the board today. It was basically just Tesla, and I tried CGC once, and that was pretty much it. CGC, by the way.
Yeah. That one,
that's crazy.
Going a little crazy today.
What a nuts move on CGC today.
30%, over 30%, out the open. Yeah, check.
Where are we at right now? 126. So big pullback off that 140 level on CGC. I don't know. Like, could we just hold 120 here, 125 right here, and keep going? Tough to say. I do like this Tesla breakout right now, though. So I am gonna program that one in. See if we can get
I like the idea of that pre-market high pushing through as well, right? We talked about that this morning. I took a hit at it. I didn't play Tesla. A little. It's I guess the spread is a little too wide. It's a little wild for my taste. But I did attempt the breakout this morning on TSLA, which is like a 1.5 bull ETF. There didn't really work out there. About a 5-penny loser there on the breakout. But yeah, bit of a trend here. I agree with a bit of a long thesis here if this kind of continues there, Max. Yeah, I think that's a good look there. But yeah, didn't really get back to it. I think that's something you can definitely learn from Max, where it's like, okay, well, if you don't try it the first time and it sets up again, I can definitely should be hitting it for that there. But yeah, a bit of a rejection off the ES and the NQ here, off of some of these levels from last week. I got the 45. This is the previous contract here. Still haven't. I still haven't pulled up the new one yet. But yeah, a bit of a rejection there off the 45, and then a bit of a wick off the 15.5 as well. Let's see how far we go to the downside here. A bit of selling off of previous week's levels.
Did you have that Amazon long this morning?
Yeah. Oh, right. Let's talk about that Amazon. I mean, I didn't have the long.
Missed it.
I didn't have the long. The long. I think the 139. You talked about the 139 in the morning.
Yeah.
The 139 I think was great as well. Let me just make this chart a little bit bigger. Let's throw it up on the 1 minute so we can see a little bit of the detail that's going on here. But yeah, take a look at this. Very, very strong out the open, right? Pretty flat and tight pre-market range, 139 to 138.6. You can see that the base is pretty tight as well. You come in, you wick the 138, you come back in, and that 139 long almost doesn't even look back. But you know what? I missed that. That move happened real fast, and I was like, all right, I know that 140, the probability of that 140 coming in is real high. I know there's going to be a lot of interest and a lot of players that want to interact with that 140, and I was like, well, let's see. If it fails to follow through, I want to sell to everybody. So that 140 kind of pops into the 30s, can't really get that far. I'm like, okay, sellers kind of start to step in. You haven't really seen them out the open because the drive was so aggressive, and then getting short with that. I got covered a little bit here, almost 80 pennies in the money there right away off of these highs, but I get stopped out, or like not really stopped out, but like I see enough evidence that for reasons to buy, and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to piece out of this short underneath the 140, and then as you can see, that 140 has held and kind of trended back to the upside there. 141's coming, and I heard Neil talking about that 143. I like that level as well. Let's see if we can push to that 143 today. Now I know NVIDIA has been having some crazy moves as well, but before that, let's take a look at our friend Qualcomm there. We know that had some crazy news this morning with the deal with Apple, right? So they had some sort of chip deal with Apple. I was on the way in the morning when I saw this news, and it was in around here at that 115 mark this morning, and I was like, well, this is definitely a little bit in play today, but seems to have sold off, churning in and around that 110 level here on Qualcomm. But we were talking about NVIDIA. NVIDIA did a crazy move out the open.
Nuts.
That was wild, almost 20 points. Almost 20 points out the open. 66 is kind of trading in the pre-market. Sorry, 63s, 64s ish, and then you come all the way down to 43s, right? So about a 20-point flush out the open on NVIDIA. That's pretty crazy there. But yeah, rejecting off of last week's levels, right? You have a pre-market kind of grind up. 465 can't even come through. You know there were sellers there on Friday. You had consolidation on Thursday. You break both those levels, and then look at that quadunk back to the downside there, catching a little bit of support in and around that 445 area on NVIDIA there. But yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading today. I'm curious to know. I'm looking to get long here as well. Again, we saw all last week. I was well, not all last week. A good portion of last week I was fighting the trend, but clearly the trend is to the upside today off of this 140, 139 hold on Amazon, looking very distinctly different from these markets that are pushing near some of their day lows today. But yeah. Amazon looking pretty strong. Tesla looking very strong as well.
Tesla looking great right now, actually.
You in that long?
I just I doubled down on my long when it took out that 267 again. So we're looking for this continuation into 268, and then make some decisions once we get there. Maybe at the $0.50 here at 267.50. Once we get there, we'll see what it looks like. But I have no offers at the moment. Just looking for this trend to continue, and these dips all being bought up right now. So shouldn't have stopped out of that initial long, but we're back in it. And feeling pretty good. The high currently 267.23. Looking for that to break out into this $0.50. Maybe take some profit there. We'll see. But yeah, I'm really looking for like big picture here. We've done a lot of volume below this 266.5, let's call it. Now we're above that. Good news, 7.5%. I think a lot of people are probably caught offside today on Tesla. And I do like that analysis out of, who was it? JP Morgan.
JP Morgan. No, Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley.
Was it Dojo or something?
Yeah, the supercomputing capacity.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That's I don't know. That sounds interesting to me. I don't really know that much about it, but like adding more kind of revenue streams and opportunities to Tesla, $400 price target.
Yeah, I think it's a good look. I mean, I don't know too much about it, but I skimmed over the article. Something about an AI computer that's like they're feeding it a lot of images for their self-driving vehicles, and I think that service has the potential of being sold and like catered to others as well. So I think it was Morgan Stanley that said it has the potential of adding about 500 billion to their valuation there on Tesla. So that's an interesting look. It may or may not catch a bit of a bid off that. Just saying.
It may catch a bid there. Here we go. Another new high. 33 now the high. So yeah, we're starting to really cruise on Tesla as the market is kind of at lows right now. So kind of crushing that long. 30 cents in the money now. You know, wish I was that $1 in the money from the old long, but we cashed in on part of that one. And yeah, looking for this one to keep going through that 268. I think it should show up on the 30-minute, that 268 level being pretty key on Tesla. Where are we? This loads so slowly.
Okay.
Yeah, I might not be able to see it, but 268 I like, and then I like 269.5. So we'll see there. Ultimate target, that 272. What else is going on? What do we like? Apple kind of messing around with VWAP right now. Apple, nasty move off the open. I thought we were going to hold Friday's high above that 180 and then potentially continue, but no, that was a nasty move. Now we're kind of flirting with VWAP off this 178.5. I don't really see anything from me here. Maybe you could short it off 178.5, but I think if we take that recent high out at that 178.5, I don't know, potential to reverse some of this move. We'll see if the market has a bit of a bounce in it. NASDAQ making higher lows here, so a bit of an uptrend, you could say, on NASDAQ, even if it was, you know, micro uptrend here on the 5-minute chart. Maybe we got some buying in us, some trend reversal. Here goes Tesla, now 75 cents in the money. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what happens at 268. I haven't taken anything out on this. Wow, okay. Okay, starting to accelerate here. We're getting out 272, Sean, I think. Yeah, I like 272. So I'll just hang on for that. $10. Where are you?
Oh, wow, nice. Wow.
262.50,
okay, right
Sean
at the
is long.
bottom
All
there.
right. That's yeah, that's where I want it to be long. You can see on my chart here that I was trying at 263, but should have just went with Sean's price, I guess. And here we go. Another 10 cents, another new high. What do we do here? Yeah, let's take some out at 12s. Got some out at 12s, 25% out. So yeah, we will continue to hang on to this one as Tesla is kind of squeezing up right now. Market, maybe Tesla helping the market, very likely here off this 15,350. I don't even know which contract is right now. All the numbers don't really make sense at the moment. I think we're in Z though right now.
Yeah.
Zed's doing a little bit more volume, but I think the number is wrong, or maybe not wrong, but the numbers are different now. So
yeah, I saw that they're a little bit different there.
Got to adjust my levels here. Wow, 268.5. Just don't touch it. Just watch it go. Watch it go. I think we got a 10% day in us here on Tesla. Currently up 8. What's 2% more? Another $4. Right to my 272. So maybe I'll just offer everything out here at 272, and there's a 1,000-lot bid on 268 that's not getting filled. So there's somebody who's potentially offside trying to get a fill here. If they don't get filled, they're gonna have to punch higher. So yeah, let's see if we get through this $50. What else is going on?
Gus Phillips with the super chat. Thank you. Huge win for Clove. Think we'll see a short squeeze. Yeah, let's take a look at Clover Health. I remember this one from its pre-SPAC days. But yeah, definitely back down to the downside there. But yeah, 2.6 million on the day today. Sorry, 3.3 million, doing a little bit above average volume there on Clover Health. But yeah, decent move there. I don't know what's really going on with this name, but yeah, nice catch there. What is this? About 10 pennies to the upside there from $1.30. So a significant move on a small cap ticker there. Nice trade there, Gus. Let's see. People in the chat were talking about shorting Intel and Google. So let's take a look at some of those as well. Google. Wow, take a look at that. See, I haven't really taken a look at a lot of these large caps. So like Google or Nvidia, I totally missed out the open. Yeah, a bit of a downtrend there. Can't really get past some of these levels from last week. Same thing with Apple. It was a good thing you pointed out Apple. I didn't even look at Apple there. I put on an alert at the 180. Take a look at this. Friday, double top. Today we come in, we break it in the pre-market and out the open. You can't really hold that 180 level and straight back to the downside about 3 points on Apple. But look at this. Something else from the other side, we saw that Apple did a quadunk last week, right? 190s all the way down to 175s, a beautiful test of the quarter underneath the 200 mark. And we've slowly, incrementally been making higher lows there on Apple. So I'm asking myself, is this 177 a bit of a base, this consolidation that we can risk off of today on Apple? Maybe if it does start to break, well, it has started already to break, but if it can kind of consolidate and start to push back towards that 180 that we liked so much last week, that could be definitely a decent look. This market looking pretty strong back to the upside. If some of these futures kind of start popping from their lows, wow, there goes Amazon. We could definitely see a lot of these names continue to catch a bid from some of these consolidations that we've been having. Amazon looking like it is holding a trend. So let's do some charting here on my friend Amazon real quick.
Your friend, oh my God.
Wow, take a look at that.
140,
141.70, man. We talked about that 140 hold in the morning, and there's a bit of a longer term trend kind of testing here as well that I have on the hourly. So yeah, let's see. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm patiently waiting for some of these levels to kind of come in, and we'll take a look at that. This is an hourly kind of trend level that we did break last week, but I'm going to be looking for some liquidity if it's going to be there, if it does present itself here in and around this 142 level here. I know the lines kind of change when you change the time frame, but the original instance of this line was on the hourly that I did put it on here. So the hourly level, if we do come up into this, is in and around that 142. I'll be looking for how that level kind of interacts. We broke past 2 weeks ago high, not last week, but the week from before, in around this 140 level. So we are getting a bit of a bid to the upside there. But I'm looking for, I'm looking to kind of counter the trend into the 142. We're pretty much there, right? I tried the counter earlier, it didn't really work, and I kind of missed the long here on the 140. But yeah, decent look there. As if the markets do trend. Sorry, if the markets do kind of start to bend from this downtrend here, I think we'll be Gucci for a little bit of the long to catch that. Yeah. What do you got going on,
Tesla through the high now, so 268.5. The high 268.54. So continuing to make new highs. I got 45% out of this trade now, since it wasn't like kind of just going super fast. But I believe the remaining 55 will just be held for. The dream of that 270 potential break, 269.50 I was talking about before. Yeah, that Amazon, I wanted 139 off the open. Yeah. I was busy trading Tesla on this dip and getting smoked. And yeah, that 139 absolute money on Amazon just continues all day. I tried a short at the 141 because I thought that was a decently significant level at 141 when it came back through, but I just kind of instantly got out there for 2 cents of profit. Yeah, bailed on that one. Thankfully, I did, because that would have hurt if I was still trying to hold that Amazon down.
Yeah, I saw like I was short off the initial pop off that 140, right? Like, and the fact that it held the 139.50s. And then it starts to. I even wrote down here. I was like, oh, it held the bid on the $0.50, and then it stepped up. The bid stepped up into the 60s, then stepped up into the 70s, and then couldn't break below 80s. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's reason enough to cover. I'm short from above 140, so like I don't want to clip it at break even because the probability of that 140 break just went up. But I think, I don't know, I've spoken about this before as well. I can use that same reasoning to get out of the short and start to get long, or start to look for reasons to get long, and look at that clean hold of that 140 we get about like 15, 20 minutes later, and that was definitely a reason to get long and gave you about 1.5 points to the upside. But, you know, we can't catch everything. I'm waiting for that next trade there. Yeah, Darwin, I like big bids, and I cannot lie. That is definitely something I do say. But yeah. Like, it's got to have a big bid. It's got to have a big ask. Take a look at this 208 sitting here, right here on the bid on Amazon. Kind of just got filled there real quick. But yeah, no, that I do say that at times just to remind myself of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for liquidity, kind of chasing. So yeah, big size on the book is definitely something we can potentially structure trades around here. Yeah, I think what was it? Somebody was asking if we could take a look at a ticker here. I think it was AMC here. Yeah, okay, so we can take a look at AMC. Yeah, maybe I mean the chips are moving around, right? Whoa, take a look at that. That's an hourly. I got a little excited there. I was like, that's straight to the downside. No, change the time frame, buddy. That's an hourly candle. Okay, so out the open, very similar to Nvidia, that 108 flush, and then we kind of start to consolidate. But that's crazy. About a 5-point move on AMD. Bit of continuation from last week's selling there on AMD. Pretty crazy move there. That's decent as well.
Yeah, nasty moves this morning on AMD and on Nvidia.
Nvidia, both the chips. So I guess Intel as well. People were talking about Intel shorts, but Intel doesn't really look very similar. Intel kind of holding its own there, hasn't really cracked last week's prices. So maybe some relative strength when it comes to the chips on Intel versus something like AMD and Nvidia there.
Yeah, that's and we got that IPO this week.
Oh yeah. And
ARM,
CPI
ARM
is this week as well. A bit of a big
CPI,
week, right? We gotta preserve the
Wednesday.
mental as best as we can.
We got the
here.
S&P rebalancing on Friday.
Oh yeah.
There's
it's a
lot of
spicy
things.
week.
It is a spicy week. Spicy start to the week with some of these names. Certainly a $20 move off the open on Nvidia. Pretty crazy. Even Amazon putting in a $3 move today.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
not.
it's
that's
done
not
almost
normal.
its ATR.
Exactly. And Tesla up 8+% currently. Crazy mover. What else are people trading? I see someone say AMC.
Yeah, check out AMC, man.
Is it?
Yeah, it's moving.
AMC is moving. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Nothing there for me on AMC. Although we did just take out the low. What were we trading at on Friday when we just got smoked? Yeah, through 750. So now we got like $7. You can't really take these breakdowns though because it's SSR. It's probably going to be SSR for the foreseeable future if it just keeps getting smoked every day. But yeah, hard to structure those kind of breakdown trades when you can't punch the bid. But we'll see. Maybe if it's like holding below that $7, that's something. Somebody's saying shop. Is Shopify back in play? I haven't really been noticing it. Not much there. I want to see it like above. I think it was 67 that I like on Shopify. Let's take a look. 67.5. Yeah, so like a 68 breakout potentially off the open one day. I want to see Shopify prove that it wants to continue going. I don't want to be, just kind of predicting that it's going when we're in this downtrend, as you can see for the past like 4 or 5 days. But nice recovery off of that nasty down move on Shopify recently, as Tesla just making another new high. So where do I have my off route? 269.14. I got an off route on Tesla. Kind of feeling like I should cancel that, but we'll leave it in there, see if we can get that fill. Now almost $2 in the money. So we buy high of day and get $2 out of it. That's pretty sweet on any stock. But yeah, Tesla, believing in it all day. I've only been long today. Somehow I'm still down on this name, although maybe I'm not anymore after this. Oh no, we're still slightly down, even unrealized. But if we get to 272, we'll be positive on this one. Yeah, other than that, we got Carvana today. I heard Neil talking about it, saying my name. I looked it up. There was nothing going on, but now we've done another $1.50, and we're almost at $50 on Carvana, which I don't recall taking a 50 breakout in the past. Maybe I have before. But there's definitely potential there. I mean, we're up 6% on Carvana today. Tesla new high again. I'm just gonna look away from Tesla. I got 45% left. I want to hold that for the dream. This is exactly what I thought would happen this morning on Tesla, and I just kept getting rinsed over and over again, sadly. But yeah, now this is making up for it. 40s, 50s. All right, now we're really squeezing. Let's go over to Tesla. 259.60, 270 incoming. I'm wondering if I can double on this 270 break and then kind of break or bail scenario, but I think I'll just stick with what I have. Trend is your friend. I'll trail it to the teal. So we break 268 now. I would be out, but yeah, this is looking good. 272 feels like it's incoming. That is my target. That is 10% up. Looks nice. Looks nice. Where is Yeah, Carvana. Meta also today, absolute money to the long side. They had good news. AI news. So Meta and Tesla AI news. They're pumping up. I don't know if I don't know what Amazon's catalyst is. I didn't see anything there, but maybe there was some kind of cloud news or something on Amazon. But yeah, Meta's super strong as well. Super easy long off the open here. You just take that pre-market level at 302.50, goes all the way up to 306.5. I think that was the 307 is that wick, that wick high from before. So we take out 307 this afternoon on Meta. If the market wants to cooperate, which it is right now cooperating quite well for the long. I feel like this market is up here at 15,650 or whatever the actual number is currently. Meta taking out that 307 where we wicked up to a few days ago. I think we got potential continuation. I recall 310 was a consolidation low that would not give up. Previously, yeah, right here, this 310 was pretty key for a few weeks. I wonder if we get there on a 307 break. 269.99 now the high on Tesla, almost $3 in the money since getting on the show. That's pretty sweet as we get a super chat.
Holy shit, 270.
From Haley. Yeah, here we go, 270. I'm going to go over that.
Incoming, bro.
04s it says is the high now. I didn't really see that size get taken out, but maybe it did. Let's see if we can continue above that. I think failing 270 would be a reason to get out a little bit more, another 10% maybe of this trade, but trying to hang on to a good portion for the dream here. It's looking like a short squeeze on Tesla. There we go, 20s. 25's the high. All right. I don't know what to do with this. Just hang on. Take it off the screen.
I mean, I don't see any reasons to sell.
There's no reason to sell.
No reason to sell has shown up. And then I pulled up Tesla because I don't know. I missed that break, but looking left, where's the next sign of trouble? Just looking left here on the hourly, the next resistance I see here is at 274. So we're still about 4 points away, and we know how Tesla moves. That's Tesla will do 4 points for breakfast. You know what I mean? So it's right there. So let's see if it kind of squeezes. We see that it's breaking out of this consolidation that we've been making in for the most of September and pretty much all of August, right? So we're breaking out on the monthly here. We know that there's a bit of resistance up here at the 300. So maybe let's see if we can kind of push back towards that, maybe that 275. Kind of level of interest. We know that 274 resistance is right there. But let's take a look and see if that's going to be the case here. But yeah, Tesla going strong there. But I didn't get another catch there on the TSLA at the 1710. That was an interesting level as well. The morning highs and also a pre-market level here as well at the 1720. And I think that corresponds with what was the pre-market high on Tesla? That 296, I think.
266.30.
Yeah, so that 266 area, and then that gave you about 50 pennies or about 40 pennies so far there on the TSLA. But it seems like we're catching a bit of a sell here. I saw the NQ and the ES rip to the upside there, straight into the 15.4 on the NQ here on that previous contract. A bit of a sell coming in, bit of a resistance there. Let's see if that continues. But you know what? I like that. So a potential for you know what? I'm gonna do something different today.
Okay.
Like normally, I'd get short here because I'm like, oh well, we're breaking. But as you can see, it's still within the trend. And let's see if trend is our friend today. I'm gonna take a bit of a trend following type of trade here. Let's see if it kind of catches me and gets in. And then if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. But let's see if the trend is going to be our friend here as I get long here on this Amazon trade just underneath this 141.50. We can see this trend is very strong here. Let me bring this up as well. Let's throw some moving averages to kind of give us some direction here on a larger time frame, right? So first red, okay, this is the first red 15 potentially. We just started it, right? We just started printing it. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, let's see if trend is our friend today. I just got along 141.40 on Amazon there.
Nice idea there. We should get to this super chat from Haley Sikuta. NVIDIA stock, $199. Thank you for the $199. I don't know what you're thinking about NVIDIA. I'm thinking, why is this not going up when the whole market is going up? Pretty, nasty down move here. I think that 450 is going to be that key price. If we can get above there, maybe you could start thinking long or thinking short on a fail break at that 450 level. Otherwise, 440 was the previous all-time high, many dollars ago. So 440 is a spot that I would look at. Where is that on the daily? Yeah, right here, that 440. If we get down to 440, I'm definitely going to be thinking long on NVIDIA today. I don't think we get there necessarily since the market is putting in this bounce. We're above VWAP on NASDAQ. Yes, heading for VWAP, but not quite there yet. So, yeah, I feel like, maybe we've got that Monday morning selling, put in the bottom. Yeah. Now it's time to keep going up.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Apple, man. Like I like that move on Apple. Like we kind of push back off of that 180, and then we catch a bid on this hourly trend that we kind of have going from last week, right? There's a bit of support here at that 177. We saw there was some interest there as well last week, and yeah, let's see if we can kind of make it back up towards that 180. But yeah, let's kind of drop a bit of the time frame there and check the 15 and then move a little bit lower there. But yeah, look at that, a bit of a consolidation hold in and around Friday's close. So the closing of the week from last week has held. I like that. Yeah, let's kind of go a little bit further down and see where this consolidation kind of holds, right? This 178 to 177.30s ish, so 178.30s to 177.30s ish, about a point consolidation there, and we've held above that. So if we can kind of start to, so we've broken the range of this consolidation. Let's see if we start to kind of trend, which we already kind of have. But yeah, that Amazon kind of working out for now, about 10 pennies in the money. So yeah, I guess trend is going to be a little bit of our friend here. Let's see if this trend kind of continues to the upside. And we were looking for, I guess we're expecting some trouble at 142. We're about 50 pennies away from that. So let's see if we can take this long into that trouble area and then get a feel for how heavy sellers really actually are in and around that 142 if this thesis kind of works out there today. But yeah, I got a bit of confluence there from those ideas I called out before, a bit of a trend on the market, a bit of a consolidation break. We saw that we dipped pretty hard out the open, almost 200 points to the downside, right? But more like 150-ish. But yeah, so catching a bit of a bid, testing that 15.4. If we can pop above this 15.4, I think that we'll be well on our way towards some of these highs across the board on some of these large cap names here. But yeah, see people in the chat mentioning that today or this week is CPI as well. So
that should
again,
be interesting.
Gotta stay preserved. There could be opportunity, right? So during the week, like we talk about, like exhausting a lot of mental energy or mental capacity or mental equity on moves that may not be worth it, right? You could be trying to fight a move, and I guess that's a big part of my review from last week or a couple of weeks was just like a lot of times I'm getting I'm counter trending, and I'm getting like instantly 15, 20 pennies in the money for a lot of those positions, but I'm getting so greedy and I want more, and I'm expecting the same follow through that Amazon might have on an average, but on a strong trend day, you're not gonna get more than like 20, 30 penny pullbacks. Like take a look at today. On a strong day, like take a look at how some of these pullbacks from, like if you can clip the tops, which is like not. It's not really ideal, right? You want to catch the Momo back down, but say you catch the selling here in the 60s and the 70s, as high being 80, right? You catch it in the 60s and 70s, sure, it goes back down in the 20s, but then doesn't stay there for very long.
And
so
what are the odds that you're getting that fill? Like you're not taking that fill in the 20s.
In the 20s, yeah, exactly.
Like
so
you're not going to just randomly bid in the 20s. You're looking for the real reversal move.
Yeah.
So like the opportunity just isn't there to the same extent where like, and if you were going to be bidding in those 20s, then why aren't you just bidding long in those 20s?
Exactly. So look, I'm learning some today as well. So I was like, we just got long at where the trend was, and I was like, if this breaks, I'll know I'm wrong right away. But then you get long up here near high a day for the continuation of the trend because of all of these factors that are kind of holding the trend and holding this market to the upside here. Now, we could very well be wrong as well, right? But so far, as of right now, this is working. Let's see if that 142 comes into play there. About 30 pennies in the money right now.
Yeah, it's ultra strong, that Amazon today. I still have Carvana pulled up here, but I don't think it's doing enough volume to really take a break out of that 50. Some people were talking about Palantir, so let's pull Palantir up. What is going on with this one? $16, so I feel like we were trading, I mean, I haven't been here for a minute, so I don't really recall where Palantir has been, but we were below 15 2 days ago. I guess Thursday we did a fail break of 15, so you look at that on a longer term time frame, and we try to break down from 15, can't do it. Now we're already $1 above that from a swing perspective. I don't know how you could have necessarily played this one today. If we look back on this 1 minute chart, like where I guess this double top or triple top breakout at 1560, but I don't know. Maybe you're just taking this 1535, 1540 breakout off the open, 1550 maybe you're risking it down to here. 1530, that makes some sense. I know that 17 was a pretty key resistance level on Palantir previously, so that's probably where I would be looking. Oh, we got 1650. That's okay. That's interesting. I feel that if we fail break of 1650 today, this afternoon, maybe that's something that we could look at for a short back down into this 16, maybe like 1560 kind of area. I don't think we're necessarily going much further unless Palantir has news on it, which I don't know that it does, but I can try to check here. I did not see any headlines.
Oh, 1,000 lots at 142.
Okay.
So we made it to 142. So there's about 1,000 lots there. Take a look at the. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No,
but the level comes in, right? So I took a little bit of profits here in the 80s because it was struggling a little bit. But yeah, right into the 142. We still got a chunk of our, a small piece of our position here into the 142. And let's see what we're going to do in and around this 142 here. If that 1,000 lots right there, as you guys can see, oh, well, you guys can't see that. Let me bring that up a little bit here. So if this 1,000 lot guy right here at that 142 kind of gets filled, then yeah, we're pushing to the upside there.
That ask?
Am I looking to slap that ask? I'm looking to see if that ask will kind of decrement first, you know. Then as it starts to decrement, then maybe we can take out some of that size ourselves near the end there for a potential break. But yeah, no, the thing is we're expecting some trouble in and around that 142. We took a long to kind of feel how that pressure is to the downside if it does come in. Right, if sellers do come in, we've done about what was it, 38.5-ish, 38.5 to 142. So we've done well in and around about an ATR here, doing about 20 mil on the day for volume. I got the time here as 11:40, so about halfway there. So I don't know, not really an R-vol kind of day on Amazon, but it is catching a very, very strong bid here, but again, it's not the only one, right? We got Tesla as well. But yeah, that 90 is kind of coming in there. I want to see if that 142 kind of clocks, right? If that clocks, but yeah, we can position ourselves maybe a little bit longer on top. But the idea was to look for selling in and around 142, and this trend is still our friend as of right now. If we break through that 142 and 142 is nothing, then the continuation trade might definitely be there. I'm watching some of these futures as well. Now, I saw Dan Emmons saying that, Obi, you got to roll to the December contract. Yeah, I think I'm going to be doing that. I guess soon. I guess I don't know. Have you rolled over yet?
Yeah,
to the next
but
contract?
like all my levels are on the old one, so I'm gonna have to kind of redo the charting here. But yeah, I mean, you look at
actually was shout out to Steph. I was talking to her last week at one of the futures meetings. And one of my burning questions was, I have these levels charted on the ES and the NQ, and then when the contract rolls over, it pops like 100 points or 200 points or whatever. Apparently irrelevant until the volume kind of fills into the next contract.
So it's going to.
So like those levels are still valid. I think that was the answer.
Tough
there.
to wrap the head around that one.
Yeah,
but
it was, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with my levels for the next couple days, but
I mean, look, you can see that they're still respecting, right? That 15.5, that 45, like those are key levels that we've established over the past few weeks, and they are respecting today, give or take like a few points, right?
Yeah. Back to Tesla, new high again. Just kind of trying to look away as much as possible because the selling comes in and then it instantly gets bought up and tempting to punch out, but. We got almost to 271, currently holding really nicely around the 270 area. A little bit of selling coming in at the moment. What's the futures doing? I guess futures are trying to test VWAP right now, so just trying to hang on. We got we got some decent selling there. That's $1 down from the highs, but trying to hang on, trying to trust the teal on this one. I think now like the trail would be below 269. Would definitely have to get out. I think any substantial selling below this 269.50 would be a reason to at least get out of some of this. But again, just trying to hold this for the trend. I feel like this could trend all day. Tesla, when it squeezes, it really, really has the ability to go, as everybody in the chat probably already knows. So yeah, this one, trying to look away. I was looking at something else. CGC absolutely nuts today. Someone in the chat was asking us to look at this one. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to say anymore. I'm not going to try to short this today. Up 42.5%, now 41.5%. So I guess every penny is a decent amount. But yeah, I tried that high of daybreak off this 115. It was a triple top. There is a 4 a.m. high or 5 a.m. maybe high at 115 as well. So I deem that to be a significant level. Should have, I guess, taken it the second time back through this 116 or even the high of daybreak, or even the 120 break, or the 125 break. I mean, a lot of these did work out. 130 even worked out up to 140. I feel that the volume's probably going to start to teeter out here, and probably taking the high of daybreak now off that 140 doesn't make a lot of sense. But maybe in the afternoon, if it's still going, maybe taking out 140 makes sense. Maybe taking out 150 makes sense. I don't recall what I had on the daily, but we can take a look. I did have $1.26, and then, I mean, this consolidation here at $2 is making a lot of sense here from whenever that was, 22 July into, wow. That's March of this year that we were above $2. So, I mean, we could definitely get there. Good news, day after day coming into the weed space. So maybe this has the legs. Going to be continuing to watch it through the week. I don't know if it's got the juice today, but it could. 113 million. I feel like that's kind of low on the volume. What did it do this day? Almost 200. So we're only halfway through the day. This could be a higher volume day for CGC. So maybe it does have the juice. You can look at like Tilray as well. This one going super aggressively as well today, not even close to CGC, of course. Only up 7%, but nice move off the open on Tilray. I did see this one going, figured that CGC probably had the better risk to reward. I think I was right, but sadly I didn't try it more than once today, even though I was willing to try Tesla so many times, as that one's still just hanging out at 270. Nothing really there on Tesla. What else do we got on our, within 10% of high scanner here on trade ideas?
People talking about ACB.
Aurora Cannabis, another one.
Marijuana again.
Is that one going right now?
Yeah, it's actually looking real nice. Yeah, check that one out.
Oh, same chart basically as all of them. I mean, they're all just going in kind of lockstep here. NASDAQ. Yeah, so 100 million shares there. I mean, $1 break maybe on ACB. Probably doesn't happen today, but potentially tomorrow, the next day, you get a $1 break. Those $1 breaks are money.
We saw what happened to CGC today. It could follow in step, right? It could follow in step pretty closely. I remember back a few years ago, in and around when marijuana was being legalized in Canada. That's kind of where I started taking some of my first positions when it comes to trading, and some of my buddies were like, "Oh, marijuana is going to get legalized," and I was like, "All right, go along the whole basket of marijuana tickers into the legalization," and then. That's when I realized, the saying, "Buy the rumor, sell the news."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, well. From now on, I am strongly short biased. No, I'm joking. That's not how it happened. But so I kind of pieced off of that Amazon position. We did get a bit of a sell-off that 142. So far, I'm seeing what I like. Right? I want to see a little bit of a consolidation, right? Because we still have not broken this trend, but a little bit of confluence there. ES testing the lows, and we were talking about the 15.4 here on this this NQ contract here. The 15.4 kind of rejects, comes back into this lower end of that consolidation. So I was like, all right, peace out. That 142 did have a little bit of selling, but we are well within trend. But so I'm going to wait for this trend to break, right? The trend is my friend until the end, until near the end where it bends. So yeah, so let's wait for the trend to bend and see if that kind of comes in. I'm looking to kind of take the backside of this potential move. It does look very interesting, but if it's going to stay strong, I don't want to get in the way. I want to stay a little long here. So if this 141.50 holds and these markets kind of pop back up towards that 15.4, maybe this 448-ish as well, yeah. Reason to continue getting along with the trend here. So here's another thing that I noticed, right? A little more confluence to getting out of that position here. Apple kind of pulled back into this consolidation from before. So I think we might take a little bit of time here. It's also 12 o'clock, right? It's almost 12 o'clock there. So a bit of a slowdown around lunchtime, right? We are coming off the weekend. So yeah, I expect things to kind of slow down, and we are starting to kind of catch a bit of a sell there off of the strong trend that we've had going into lunchtime. So that's what I got here. We got a super chat here by Zenod 1066. Max, can you please speak more about how you use the teal? It's 21 SMA. What time frame and what do you use it for, Max? Educate us.
I was about to go to this. Yes, so thank you for the $5. So it's the 21 EMA, the teal. I use it on the 1 minute chart. I mean, I'm not, actively using it to get into positions, but it's a good way to kind of judge the strength of a trend. And if something's holding the teal like this, like Tesla has been since 10:42, so for an hour, it's been holding the teal on the 1 minute. It's in a strong uptrend. So you can use that if it decides to sell below that. And then, using this kind of gap in between the 21 and the 50 I sometimes use to determine, if this thing is just going to blast straight down to the 50 from the 21, maybe that's a reason to get out. I'm not saying that it's necessarily like the be-all, end-all reason to hold a trade, reason to get out of a trade. But I just, use it sometimes as a gauge of the strength of a trend. And I just punched out a little bit, another 10% of Tesla there when it kind of rejected that 270.5. And mistake there, as we're now $4 in the money on Tesla. Absolute banger here. Waiting for that 272. I think the remaining 25% I'm just going to hang on to. And maybe we get to 280 today. Who knows? You were talking 274?
Yeah, just looking left,
Yeah.
the next resistance on the chart is around 274, which kind of just under that 275, kind of like that psychological area.
Yeah, I mean,
as well.
if we
I'm
get
sure
to
there's gonna be
275 today, there's got to be a fade at some point here.
I mean,
But-
see, I asked that question for a lot of names last week as well. So we kind of closed near highs on some of these trend days, and you know what? I don't want to fight
You're
it here.
over it.
Yeah,
You're over
exactly. I'm just like I want to make new mistakes, man. Like you get a little frustrated, you get a little disgusted with yourself, kind of making the same mistakes over and over again, and it's like, yeah, no more. No more of that. I kind of want to just reassess, and if the trend is there, the trend is there. I'm not going to fight it. I'll try not to, but yeah, it's something I'm working on, I guess. But yeah, how was your weekend, Max?
My weekend, pretty
Yeah.
good. Pretty relaxed. Went to the golf simulator on
Nice.
Friday night. That was
Okay.
pretty fun. Although, getting out on the course much better. I did not get didn't get a game in this weekend. Went out on my friend's rental boat thing. That was interesting. A little bit choppy on Lake Ontario for those little bow rider boats.
Okay, yeah.
That you rent, but it was fine. We didn't die, so that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
He was my friend is not an experienced boater, yet he rented.
You
this,
have your
this
boat
thing.
license, though.
Yeah.
right?
I was
Yeah.
so I was driving him for like half the time. Then the waves got a little choppy. He's like flying through these waves. I'm like, you can sink this boat, right? This isn't
What's
invincible.
happening here?
What is that?
Sorry,
Oh,
Disney.
Disney?
Disney, sorry. I
Disney
didn't
was
mean
just pumping up on a
Somebody in the
deal.
chat just mentioned Disney. Disney quadunking to the downside there. But yeah, as we talk about crashing through the waves, Disney kind of crashes back down to the downside there. Yeah, I don't know what's
All
going
right.
on here. Maybe some sort
There is news.
Is there news? Yeah,
Walt
go for
Disney
it, Max.
and Charter Communications announced transformative agreement for distribution of something or other. I don't know. Disney's linear network. I don't know what that means. Obviously, bad news. There was rumors earlier this morning, which sent all of these streaming stocks up of this deal going through, I believe, and how that the deal has actually been announced. It looks like maybe they're not super happy with that. So you can look at Warner Bros, which went up on sympathy, which is now kind of crashing, and then there was Paramount, which also went up on sympathy this morning. Come on, load. Yeah, that one's crashing too. So obviously they are not liking this deal that Disney's just made. Yeah. I don't know where the bottom is. Maybe you try to get long off of the low here of day at 81.50, but I'm almost feeling like an 82 breakdown right now makes sense, which I didn't take. Can I get short here? Oh, that's not the size that I wanted.
All right. Well, as Max, okay, yeah, you got the position there. All right.
Yes, I do have the position on Disney short here through this 82. We'll see if we can take this down through that low of day of 81.50.
Yeah, I see the comment there. Bonk gang. Yeah, thank you. We are trying. We're trying to learn from each other and really improve on our trading skills here. But yeah, definitely. I talked to Max about a lot of trading ideas in the morning as well. But yeah, definitely a lot of value there. Got a little short here on Amazon as well. Bit of a trouble there in the 60s and 70s. Tried to catch that trend here, but yeah, let's see if we kind of start to break this trend roughly here. We've started to, but let's see if there's going to be continuation. There's a lot of fugays as well at times where you kind of break, kind of grab the trend and then rip back up to the upside as well. We saw that there was size there, right? We saw that there was 1,000 lots at 142, kind of knocked on the door, couldn't really get through yet, and then we reject some of these levels on the futes and as well as some of these other names as well. So let's see if we can catch some of this trend break here happening on Amazon as we speak. I said that I want to see those 141.50s hold. Kind of looked a little heavy going into the 141.50, so hit a bit of a short there. Again, I want to get a little bit more shorter on this name here. I see that Tesla's still pushing to the upside there.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I want to get a little bit shorter on the name here as we've been trending up all day since 9:30, right? Since 9:30, since the open, very strong ticker there, Amazon, and yeah, let's see if some of these levels kind of start to break and see how much of a relief we get. I'm not expecting it to come all the way back down to 138, right? It's a very strong name today, right? If this buying is going to continue and we're just slowing down for the lunchtime, I know that this short is going to be short-lived, right? But that 141. See that support from earlier, and then we got some levels here as well. These tops from before just underneath that 141, 140.50 is nice as well. So let's see how much of a retracement we can get if we are going to continue. Like, I don't expect it to retrace that much, but maybe like a 33% retracement, maybe even a 50. But let's go with that. Let's go with that 30 to start off with. Maybe so. Like, let's see that. What is this? This consolidation base 139.50, 142. So yeah, let's see if we can kind of push back down towards this 141, and let's see if we can potentially catch a bid or we stay heavy, right? I'll be looking for that. People talking about Meta, chill vibe, saying Meta, sheesh. What's happening with Meta? We know that Meta last week had a crazy move to the downside. It's doing a little bit more of the same today. What is the reason for the selling? Last week we had no reason for the selling. Probably some big boys doing some deleveraging on their long accounts. Meta about to push low a day here. It looks like the short is on. Maybe I should be getting a lot more short here on my Amazon trade as well, as this Meta quadrupling to the downside could bring some of these futures back down towards its lows there as this large cap kind of quadruples. 300 potentially incoming. I got that 301 as support. pre-market kind of consolidation
Why
and
is
the
Meta
opening
getting so
level as
small?
well. So it's pretty heavy. Yeah, take a look at this, Max. I know you missed this one out here while you were on vacation, but that 307 Quadunk all the way down to 292. Maybe some more of the same. We know that there's definitely some liquidity down there at 292. Let's see if we slap another 10 points today.
Is there? I guess that's just a consolidation breakdown on Meta. I'll check if we got news here on this. I don't see any news on Meta, so yeah, that one's getting smoked. Disney was a terrible trade there. I did not punch out in time, and now it's all the way through the low again. So I am top wick here. That was a nasty trade. We'll see if Disney can get through this low. I mean, clearly they're not liking this news, and given that we went up from here off of the news initially, or the rumor, or whatever it was, I figure we can get right back down through there. Tesla also, it got to my price target, so I'm out of 95% of Tesla now. Got 5% for the dream, whatever that dream may be. Could be like 275, who knows? But yeah, I'm basically done with this Tesla trade. Got $5 out of it. I think that's a good enough win. So we'll see. We'll see what this remaining 5% can do for me. What else we got? Yeah, Meta really cranked down. What is that?
Yeah.
That must be some kind of news or something on Meta. I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, like last week we got that crazy sell-off, but it was on no news, or news that I guess we haven't really figured out yet. But yeah,
It's not a very liquid stock.
Yeah, that's true.
So if someone's trying to get out of a position,
exactly. You might wipe the book a little bit, right?
Exactly.
If you're trying to unload, then yeah, you're slipping a few points there at least.
You might slip a little bit. Maybe you're triggering some stops
10-point
there.
slip,
I don't know. But yeah, who knows on that? But that Meta move, I mean, already bouncing like $1.50 off the bottom. I feel like if it gets to 300, you could probably try a bounce.
That wick off that 142, man. Like more reason to get short there. Take a look at this. So I have this same line on the 15 there as that hourly, right? We talked about that hourly trend. Let me get the spaghetti out of the way. But yeah, that hourly trend that broke last week, we kind of reclaimed that. We know that there were sellers when we did break the trend, and this is one of those classic examples, I feel, of that support trend resistance, where it's like you can have horizontal support resistances and you can have trending support resistances as well. But which ones you pick and choose to take your trades off of, that probably will make the difference, right? But yeah, a little bit of selling off that 142. We're about another 30 pennies in the money off of that short there, 141.50s. Couldn't hold, and we're quadunking back to the downside there. So some resistance, straight greens. Gotta love straight greens, but straight greens to the upside, 138 to 142. The first red 15-minute candle here, back down to the downside. Let's see if we can catch the dollar here at 141. I'll be looking for that. This market looks a little bit teetering near its lows. If we can kind of catch a bit of a sell down into this low here on the NQ, that might bring us in a little bit here. But you know what? Let's do some measurements here real quick. We talked about looking for about a 33% fade on this move. So that's about what, three points, right? 3 points. We're looking for about a point to the downside, or bad math, quick maths. But yeah, no, we're looking for almost a point to the downside there. On a 33% off the 142, so that would mean we're looking for that 141. Let's see if we can catch a bid somewhere around that 141 area, which we kind of are here, just in, what was the low here? 141.20s-ish. So about 20 pennies off of that dollar. So a 33% drawdown off of this trend is at 141. Now the probability of continuation definitely holds if we can hold this 141. But before that, before we figure out what's going to happen, we're going to go over to Neil for lunch money. So take it away.
Lunch money, and there is a lot to get to today. The idea being here, we're halfway through the trading session, and you want some opportunities going forward for the rest of the day. What can you do at lunch? What can you do for the rest of the day? Not about what's happened in the past, although we will go over key price levels. Well, sometimes I'll prep these and have 5 or 6 names locked and loaded and ready to go, and then something just happens, and two of those, one of them is going to be Meta here because you just had a clean technical breakdown. I saw the guys talking about this. This is now 3 sessions in a row that Meta has had a pretty heavy pullback in the middle of the day. I don't think we want to ignore it here. A lot of times this can be a little bit technical. That's what it feels like. I mean, it broke the 50 period, which it was the trend in the morning on the 3-minute, and it bounced off the 200 period and is looking like a little bit of a trend down. I think you want this one to settle down. The 2 places that I'd be interested in for the Kuro would be previous support and then the 50 period itself at that 304 level. The market has been in the midst of a little bit of a rebound, but if we give that up and head back down to that open range bottom, then Meta, to me, can be a rollover stock. You're long, I don't know what to tell you, but if you didn't notice that was the opening range bottom at 301, and that's also the 200 period bounce place, and 301 seems like an obvious dip buy candidate for Meta. Just going to another higher time frame for you, if you look at this on the daily, it has been absolutely hugging the 50 period. I think if you break away from this and get a close above 305, I think Meta can fly. But that's something for maybe later on in the week after we get a CPI number. Going from that to what seemed like a pretty good name out there for at least a little bit, Disney. Again, another breakdown. This just happened. It took out the 50. Consolidation break at 82.70. You've just broken the open range bottom. This is setting up on the daily chart here into kind of a huge reversal candle on the daily. Looks like it's breaking out that 82, that bottom candle, big reversal candle to the downside for Disney. I think a lot of times you want to respect that. What Meta could do, Disney seems like it is doing. And underneath that 82, it's going to look like a sell for the rest of the afternoon. Maybe it catches a bid, but that's a nasty looking reversal there on Disney. Let's go from something that is not so great to one of the stronger names in the market today, and that'll be Palantir. It is right on the precipice. This is decision point right now for Palantir. Big, strong day for them. Let's respect the fact that it's up 4.5%. Short float at almost 8% to the to the short float, and it's another name on the higher time frame. Let's look at what's happening. There it is, trying to break and close above the 50 period. Now that's the trouble with that 16 break. 16 was maybe 10 cents worth of it for you on a breakout. This local high is about 16.30. If we break 16.30 on Palantir, I know it's going to have to make a big move to get there, but you've got to respect the 2 things happening: consolidation breakout, 50 period breakout, breaking a channel to the upside. I think that is a good long on Palantir. As always, its resistance till it's not, but if you get that break this week, you got to be all over it. As far as the trade right now, it's pretty simple. If it holds 1580, I'd be looking for a little cheeky long just in the high 80s, give it down that 10 cents to the local bottom. It's a great bounce zone. It's been a strong trend to the upside. It's showing you the big level, the morning breakout to the dip buy, to the 50 period dip buy again. If it hangs on, easy, long into the high of the day. If it breaks down before it can break out of this channel to the upside, you don't have to trade it. And speaking of things you don't have to trade, you don't always have to trade NVIDIA. But if you want the big stock that's moving the most, a lot of times you got to trade NVIDIA. And this is one of those, you can regret, and I can regret missing out on a 450 breakdown today. That's your level. I mean, 450 has been an absolute brick wall all day today. I mean, it broke through that brick wall, and then to the other side, it's been a brick wall short off the 450 level. But if you can look at what this thing is doing underneath on the daily, that 50 on the daily, it is closing beneath here is incredibly bearish for NVIDIA. That's what it looks to be doing here. So if it presses back into the 450, I think there's going to be a lot of weight behind a move like that. Gets above, you don't have to fight it. I think it gives you an easy entry point. And speaking of easy entry points, there was probably none easier than the weed names today. We've been over this, and yes, $1 on CGC was fantastic, but you got to move on to the next. CGC broke out at 70 and doubled up. That's like 5 days into the move. sometimes we care about what is going to be next, and that's what Lunch Money is about, and that's ACB. Because Aurora Cannabis broke out today. So it's day one of the breakout for ACB, having just as strong of a trend, but it's the same way we went from Tilray to CGC, and now from CGC over to ACB. This is the one that I want to be looking for today and the next couple of days for the extension on the long trade, if and only because it's day one. You got the 200 period at 73 on the daily. Well, what do you see for support on that last dip down? You dipped 82, you've held 73, that's that 200 period on the daily. I think any hold of that level also happens to be holding up nicely on the trend line here. That's where I want that long for ACB. Does it get to $1 today? I don't know. But the way I look at it, if you just played trend as your friend with CGC when it started breaking out, it got to the $1 and you were stair-stepping on the way up. Now that story to me is over to ACB. If it never gets to $1, fair enough, but I'll take a shot off this one at 73 cents. Maybe look for a dip buy into 75. It can also set up the top break where I'd risk a little bit less for that trade. But the weed names continue to be in play for us. We're not done yet. There's a lot of names that did not get covered today that we want to respect. Some strong, some weak. Well, if you can't tell me that a firm has been a strong stock, I don't know what you're looking at. How many green days in a row does it have to have? I don't know why this is showing. A firm did not report today, but they did break out today. This local high is taken out here. You can see it on the weekly. If I switch it up and show you guys the weekly chart, it is broken out in a big way off the weekly. This level here at 23 is the next shoe to drop, to be sure. For a firm, it is above that 23 level. I think if you hang on to that today, that's a great sign. I'm looking at the opening range breakout, which was right here at 23.25. It's showing support at that level. That gives you two longs to follow the trend. 23.25, 23 even. Both of those look good. It even sets up for a top end break. Don't forget, this is 17% shorted. You can like the company, you can not like the company, but the trend is your friend, and a firm just continues to give it to you. The market hasn't been a clean move to the upside, but there are plenty of names that if you go long, you really haven't been fighting that trend lately. A firm happens to be one of them, and I'm going to give you one that you'll probably never hear about again, and we're going to end it off with a Michael Burry, or at least a former Michael Burry stock. We always talk about names that don't get covered. Well, Geo Group actually has a news catalyst today. Citron with a positive report out for Geo, and it's moving the stock to the upside. This is 15% shorted, so we care. It's got a big short flow. It is trend up. If you look at this I'm going to go back to the daily chart here and just show you what is happening. If you break through about this 760 top that you see on the 3-minute chart here, you are getting through some big levels on the daily. If you clear out 770, you've got the air up there as well. So this is a name which, yes, it's trading maybe too high from any kind of fundamental standpoint, but it's got a good catalyst. It's certainly got the short float, and it's breaking some key levels to the upside. Look for this to have some continuation if it can get through that 760, especially the 775 level. So you got big caps moving, you got small caps moving, you got the midday meta plunge, which it seems to always do now, and we've got a new name in the weed stocks to follow. I love when you can just jump from one to the other and to the next one. Lots of opportunities out there for the rest of the day. I think it's going to be a fantastic week. Can't wait to do this on Thursday when we'll be talking about the ARM trade. But until then, this is Lunch Money, and let's send you guys back to the midday.
Good. Definitely some great opportunities there. Definitely a lot of great opportunities in the market. This is not feeling like summer trading anymore, Obi. I don't know what you think, but volume's definitely higher across the board. Midday feeling
off a little bit
better.
outside as well.
Yes.
So
yes.
Bit of confluence there.
What, the heat has come from the outside into the market?
Yeah, I think that's how
Okay.
it transitions, right?
That is how it goes, I guess. Disney, I tried to short again, and I got stopped out again. So that one off the table for me, but it looks like it did end up giving up that kind of opening range low. Was a nice breakdown. I was a little late getting to it, which kind of ruined the risk reward on the trade there. I got stopped out for a little loss, but done with Disney. fail on that one, but still going down. I mean, I think anything below 82 is probably a short. So if you are hanging on short up here, then nice trade. Obviously, lots of selling going on, kind of in like these big spurts. I don't know if there's news that is continuing to come out, or if that's just people starting to punch out of positions that are long or trying to get into short positions, whatever that may be. But yeah, definitely lots of selling coming into Disney. They're not liking this deal at all. Tesla, kind of double top right now, but I'm not really concerned about that. I'm trailed into 269.69. You can make a joke about that if you'd like, but that is the consolidation low here. 269 kind of 70 area was a consolidation. So we give that up. I'm going to be gone. I might be gone, 270.50, even if we give up the 50 period. Let me just try to clean this up. Let's call that 271.5. And it didn't work, so fantastic on that. But yeah, you can still see this. We'll see if we can take out that high. That 272.50 was, my exact target on this trade. So happy with that. Don't really have anything substantial left on this one, but still $5 in the money on small size can still make you money. So we'll see if we can get to 10 on that. Maybe we get to 280. Who knows? Or not 280. That'd be like 277. Would be $10 in the money. That'd be pretty sweet. I don't know what else is going on. Not a whole lot else, I would say. Apple actually looking quite strong off of VWAP right now. I don't know if you've been looking at Apple. We did have a look off of that. Oh. Okay. Off that 178.5 kind of area. Looks like that might have given you something initially, but you would have had to risk, I guess, just like 10 cents. Does end up giving you like 45 cents to the upside, but I think that like kind of 178 area hold is what you really want to be looking for. Nice double bottom there off 178.26, and ES is finally starting to trade above VWAP here.
Yep.
At least on the Z contract. I imagine it's the same on both contracts, even though the volume is slightly different on those two. But yeah, we'll see if we can crack that. I would say the downtrend is kind of broken on ES right now. What would you say? A little bit?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
wait,
getting there.
but,
It's kind of testing. It might
there.
just. Here's the thing. Here's the thing I'm realizing about like some of these trend holds, like support and resistance on the trends. Like how you get like lick grabs of horizontal support and resistance. I'm observing lick grabs of the trends itself, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. We'll let it confirm. I think it has some levels up here as well. Some of this consolidation right out the open. I have at the 44.84 here on the previous contract. So yeah, let's see if we kind of push back up towards that. But yeah, that Amazon short off of that break of trend, right? So we got that, pushes into 141.20s. And I was like, oh, last week, whenever I counter trended, I wasn't getting more than like 20, 30 pennies in the money, but I was expecting so much more. And when it holds in and around roughly that level, and I know I'm a little bit counter trend. Sure, the trend is broken, but like we said, if the buyers are still kind of going to be dominant throughout the day, sure, we might get a little bit of a pullback, a little bit of break of trend, maybe some lick grab and consolidation before we kind of continue in the later half of the day, right? So I saw that the NQ kind of popped up on this hold, so I was like, reason to cover, reason to get long as well. Couldn't really break down that 141.20, so I covered the short, got a little bit long here in the 30s, so we're pushing the 40s here. Let's see if we can get back up above this 141.6. We can see that the future kind of a little bit strong here. But yeah, if we do make a lower high, then yeah, all the more reason to continue getting short into these lower highs there. But let's see what happens on this consolidation here. Now, people in the chat talking about Warner Bros. Warner Bros. Another streaming service, right, Max?
Yeah.
They haven't, I guess, I haven't been on my radar, but take a look at this. Friday, really tight consolidation on Friday. About what is this, from 11:24 to 11:50, very tight consolidation from like 10:30 all the way into the close. We open up above that consolidation today, straight trend to the upside, about almost a point to the upside there, about 60 pennies, 11:40ish, 11:30ish into 12. So some serious moves there on Warner Bros. Doing about 22 million volume. Day hasn't even finished. We're definitely going to be ending up with higher than average volume on the day today on Warner Bros. As the average volume is about 22 million, and we've already done exactly about 22 and a half right now on WBD. There, nice look there, chat. Decent move there. About a bounce. So here, take a look at this. Something I'm noticing as well. It's bouncing right off of the lows of consolidation that we kind of held and broke out of from last week. So a bit of a bounce there, and then let's see if we can kind of come in, consolidate, and hold above this 1140. I like that look on WBD. There.
Yeah, and that one's going to, as we were talking about before, that one's going to trade off of this Disney news like it was trading this morning off of that. Disney kind of going for that 82. I wonder if like 82 over under, you could short that again. But, you know, on these news trades, I kind of prefer to trade the initial move versus like trying to buy a pullback, because a lot of the time they'll just pull back. They'll redo the entire move. They'll just buy it all the way back to VWAP or something. And I don't want to be just getting, you know, short this 82, looking for potential low of day when this kind of bottom was pretty clean there off of 81.20, and it's holding that kind of opening range, opening hour, I guess, let's say low there of 81.60 area. So I think you know, that streaming trade, whatever it was that that people weren't liking, which we have not yet familiarized ourselves with. I feel like the edge on that trade for me is gone. I just see there was some VOD. Wow, Vodafone. It's going straight to the upside today, but nothing really there. Where's my Tesla at? That one's good. Still trailed. NVIDIA, interesting on NVIDIA. Shelf forming for sure on NVIDIA above 445. Which way would I take this? I think, you know, usually in the middle of the day at this time on these chip names, AMD specifically, I've done this on a bunch of times, but you know, you get this shelf to form and then people are going to short through the shelf, and if that, you know, breakdown fails, then you can get long on them covering their shorts, and sometimes you'll get like VWAP kind of area. Almost like that idea right now on NVIDIA. It didn't break that 445 though. I want to see it break 445 and then get right back above with a bid there, and then I could consider actually taking that long. Given, I mean, futures aren't looking that strong at the moment, but I feel like this is worth a shot here. Given that we are holding above low of day right now, it looks like kind of a reverse head and shoulders if we are able to kind of push up back through this like 448. So I'm going to be watching this. I am watching this right now, watching this size on 445. Not a whole lot there. What is that? 300, 400 lots, something like that on 445. See if that breaks, and then we can rebid back through. I need to see it break though. I don't want to see just like, I don't want to just be predicting that this is going to happen. I want to see an actual fail break on this and see it bid straight back up. Yeah, Tesla's still holding. Yeah, nothing else really looking all that weak. The NASDAQ is starting to come down a bit, so wondering, you know, it's been higher lows all day if you, or not all day, but since whenever that was, like 10 a.m. So you draw a trend line there if you like that kind of thing. Maybe we bounce right off this trend line right here, off like 15,560, and then, you know, maybe that's NVIDIA fail breaking this 445 level, and we bounce straight back up and potentially, you know, make some money here. But we'll see on that. This will be tight risk if this trade even does come in. You know, it could just slam straight through this 445, hit like, you know, that 443 level, and then keep going. 440 we already talked about that I like the long at. Carvana's still holding below that $50, so hopefully Carvana can do that like all day, and then I can take a $50 breakout tomorrow morning off of Carvana. That could be something. I like to see like an up day on this name, and then take the breakout of that high of day. Did we have an up day? No, we didn't have an up day on Friday. So, you know, today being kind of the first recent up day on Carvana, you know, taking that $50 break tomorrow, potentially into like that 52.5, then maybe soon we're seeing that $60 level as NVIDIA is coming into this 445 very slowly, not wanting to print the level yet. That size is really nothing. I mean, you know, 400, 500 lots, whatever that is, I mean, it's okay, but it's not really a whole lot. What's going on there?
Nothing much. So again, I guess trend is my friend, right? We saw reasons to get long, reasons to cover, and we got long 141.20s. It comes into so it looks like it can't hold 141.30s, and then drops into 141.20s. Holds there, a bit of a reserve, get a little bit more long, and then you break that consolidation up into the 40. Let's see if we talked about that 60s incoming, 141.50 now, pieced off a little bit just underneath that 141.50, but yeah, let's see if that 141.60 can come in right now, about 25 pennies in the money. See, this is what I wanted. All of last week I was like, okay, try to get with the trend, man. The trend is my friend, and you know what? We're holding hands right now, so we're kind of friends. Let's just say that. I like that. All right, piecing off a little bit more there. All right, so we're 141.25s, 141.60s right there. So bit of a scalp coming in. I got a little lucky there. Thank you. Failure to follow through, right? That's basically the idea there. You break the trend, you kind of hold. We talked about that 33% hold and how that kind of increases the probability of a continuation. And we held within 33%. 33 was all the way down here at 141, right? You hold 20 cents above that level, you consolidate, you can't really follow through. The market even pulls back a little bit and there's no follow through to the downside. Yeah. I think for that quick scalp, I think the probability of catching those 30, 40 cents to the upside on a potential continuation of a failure to follow through to the downside, yeah, worked out well. All right, next trade. Actually, we're still a little bit in this
I'm
one.
long here on NVIDIA, so it did do that failed breakdown that I was looking for. Now it's like 50 cents in the money already, so yeah, this is looking solid. I want to see like 446 on this. I haven't taken anything out. Looking to take 20% out to start around 446 and then see if we can get like through this 447 area. 446 kind of 50 was a consolidation area. Definitely looking strong on this fail break as the market did kind of wick a little bit. Although the market keeps going down and NVIDIA, you know, looking like it wants to stop some people out here. So we'll see if NVIDIA can get back to VWAP. I'd love to see 449. I think it can quite easily do that, but you know, we got to get through this these resistance areas first. 446.5 definitely going to be one. Here we go. There's 80 cents now, so we'll see if we can get through that 50 period. I think this shouldn't be a problem. This is looking pretty solid for a potential VWAP move here on NVIDIA. Come on, get through that 446. That ain't nothing. Come on. Maybe think about taking something out here. Yeah, we'll see if we can get 76s here, and then try to get, you know, 446.5. You know, not going to really lose on this one now. So if we print below that 445, I will definitely bail out of this. I just got a partial fill on that 445.76, so I should have picked 74s, I guess, on that one. What's going on?
Neil was like, hold hands with friends. Okay, all good. But yeah, no, Neil also shouting out Intel in the chat, saying Intel high a day. So I pulled it up. Let's take a look at Intel. Look at that. Bit of a increasing volume pushing into that high a day. High a day also being pre-market consolidation high. But taking a look from last week, we saw that we had these consecutive lower highs as well as Intel kind of made this a bit of a support shelf here at that 38 level. Look how clean that is, Max. 38 wicks down like four pennies, 5 pennies underneath that 38, and then gives you about 50 to the upside almost each time there. That 38 being a decent level of support. Coming in today, we kind of consolidate and hold above that 38. I like that look. Let's see if we can kind of push back towards these highs that we had trouble with on Friday there. But yeah, Daryl Finch saying he's in NVIDIA too. I know Max is in NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA moving back up towards the upside there. Yeah, a bit of a push back up off of this consolidation here. Let's see how far that'll get. But yeah, I'm watching this Amazon as well. We talked about that 42 kind of having some trouble, so we took some scalps in and around that 142, 141. But yeah, let's see. Are we going to make lower highs? Are we going to push through this kind of this longer term resistance that did kind of come into play today? We saw an exact test of that 142. The highest print here I see is 141.99. So holds 142 pretty clean, drops back into 141, can't even get all the way to 141, holds the 20s above the dollar, and now we're kind of churning and consolidating. So that's what I like to see. I want to see that proper consolidation underneath that resistance level, maybe a failure to follow through to the upside to really start to get involved there on this Amazon trade, but it seems like these 60s are really pushing. But the 60s was what I wanted, so I pieced off in and around the 60s, and yeah, got a little lucky on that move, but we take it when we have it.
I accidentally punched out here. I was trying to get 446.5, and I punched out of some at 445.5. But you know, we still got, what is that, 60% of the trade left. Looking for, you know, these 448s, 449 maybe at VWAP. I don't think we're breaking 450 today, but you know, if we do, hopefully I'm still involved here, as we are now $1.30 in the money on Nvidia off of this bottom. Nice call by me. Market definitely helping this move. You know, we just kind of bounced right there. But that is exactly how I outlined this this trade happening. So you know, happy with that. Got a bit of a compression pattern, as our boy Sharif would say here. I'm sure people in the chat are missing him this midday. Although healthy dose of Sharif this week with Brendo off at the big desk. So not too much to complain about. We'll see if we can break that though. So like 15.6 looking like kind of that compression consolidation breakout, and maybe, you know, we're getting back up to the highs here on NASDAQ, as this trend is holding since 10:15 a.m. when we made that low on the futures. Also ES looking kind of like it's breaking the trend already, right? Like this 45.30 kind of area, a little bit of a double top breakout brewing here. So we'll see. Maybe ES kind of leads the way here. Nvidia now at 446.5. So yeah, killing it on that one. $1.50 in the money already on Nvidia. Looking for like $3-4 here. Where's Tesla at?
Yeah,
too?
Tesla's
still chilling.
I see
Tesla's hanging out.
Fonzie in the chat saying fear does not exist in the dojo. Tesla. I like that. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Yeah, Tesla straight up to the upside. No sign of relief. 272, Max. You called that. You called that to a T. We got a little bit of wick action happening.
272.5. I actually nice. Called. That was,
we're holding well within our trend here. Holding the 21 and I guess teetering on the 8 there. But this is just the 3-minute. The 15-minute looking super strong. The 5-minute as well, right? You kind of starting to consolidate on the 5-minute. But like we said, maybe a little bit of consolidation in and around lunchtime before we do continue. I see that Amazon all the way back into the 75s and 80s.
Let's
okay,
go.
buddy, I see you. All right. Might have pieced off with that
you
long
got all out.
I got all out, and it's
Come
slapping to the
on.
upside. Look at that, 80s and 90s, god dang. Okay, well, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. I got out, 20 pennies, man. That's fine. We can catch that on the next trade.
The past couple of minutes or hour or whatever since you've been on the show, that those Amazon trades have been pretty money, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like I should be getting a lot bigger with some of these positions, really start pushing into them. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But yeah, starting to get really comfortable with some of these moves happening. And yeah, I think you're right. Got a little lucky with the directional, with going in with the direction there, right? Like I said.
Yeah, I mean, you had your reasons.
No,
you outlined them. We can roll the tape back.
Sean's saying it has nothing to do with luck. Here's the thing. Luck, I find it as being prepared and being in the right place at the right time. So that's my definition of luck. So I was a little lucky. Did do a little bit of preparation, and we saw some stuff on the tape, right? So yeah, definitely a little lucky there. 142 coming back in. Let's see if that 1,000 lots is still there. Buddy, are you going to be the spoofy man at 142, or are we actually going to print that level? Let's see. Because that ripped right back up. I said there was a failure to follow through to the downside. 140, 120 is less than a 30% hold. Now, if we were talking about this, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. Remember that book? That book talks about trend continuation. So since I was getting slapped around, breaking some of these trend trading rules all last week, I did a little bit of a refresher on some of those chapters for trend trading and actually defining trends, different factors that kind of go in. And it talked about like different percentages that some of these names will pull back and still be valid on trend continuation. And one of those was about a 30% pullback, right? We've looked for, so it's similar to kind of reversions, right? We look for like a 30% reversion, a 50% reversion before a continuation. And if that's not there, then it's not there. But the probability of continuation is definitely a little bit higher if you're holding within 33% of the up move on the day, right? Now you can see that Tesla is a prime example of that, as it hasn't even had any relief. Forget about 33% relief. I don't think it's even relieved about 20% to 15% to the downside today. So Tesla is hella strong on the day. 142, bit of a lower high forming as selling starting to come in here. But look at where that 42 comes back in. This is almost like clockwork. Last time 142 tested, we were testing 15.4 on this NQ. Next time 142 comes in, we're testing 15.4 on the NQ. So I'm seeing a little bit of a confluence there. So now I'm latched onto this 15.4 on the NQ. If we can hold and get above, I'm going to be looking for a strong bid on Amazon to try to get long here. But if we sell off this 15.4 and use it as resistance again, and that 142 stays resistance, great place to sell.
Makes sense. Yeah, and I mean the futures are deciding if they want to break this kind of.
Wow.
I mean 15.6 on the Z contract. I guess that's the same as 15.4 on the U. Yeah, I mean looking like that's a clean breakout level, clean double top there, and we do have that level from 2 o'clock this morning. Whether you deem those levels to be valid or not, I am not a futures trader, so I don't know. I think people do kind of put a lot of weight on those overnight numbers, so we'll see if we can crack it. I feel like, high of day feels imminent here, but we have this kind of trend line forming. So if we take out 15,550, not looking great. But I think we got the move in us. Probably have to do some more consolidation, as you were saying, before we kind of, really blast off here. We are in the middle of the day. It's 12:30. Can't expect much crazy stuff to happen. So I think sticking to that mean reversion idea, or trend following but not taking breakouts.
Yeah,
is probably
no, of course. You don't want to. If something's trending, you never want to take a breakout, because think of your RR on the breakout if you're actually trying to play the trend. Breakouts, I think, is a little bit more, but I don't know. I get a little personal on this topic, because breakouts are great, but they have their place. But if you're trying to take the move into a level, I think getting long at the bottom of the range for that trend continuation is definitely better. You have some better RR, maybe a little bit of EV benefit there as well. But,
Agreed. You got to always think about the probabilities and all of that as well. So
when's our next poker game, man?
That's true. We should. Greg was kind of the instigator of the poker game, so someone else is gonna have to instigate one here and get another one down.
Take a look at this 142 sell-off, man. I was looking at that 142, and I was like, we might sell off instantly 40 pennies to the downside off of a 142 test. I was like, you don't even give me the time to try and execute on that level. All right, I see you. That's fine. Next trade. All right, so we missed the 142 slap. Right, 142 got slapped back down to the downside. Bit of a heavy sell there, but we talked about that 15.4. So let's see, we're still kind of building up into that 15.4. So bit of volatile consolidation here underneath that 142, staying a bit of a selling area as well. So missed that trade, but we had the long, didn't really take it off to 142. But that selling kind of comes back in. Sellers are definitely present in and around this 142 area for now, with just the data we've been presented with on the chart and a little bit of the tape as well. We saw that large lot size up there at that 142. So that's an interesting look there. A bit of a selling coming in there. Let's see if some of these other names are selling as well. I just want to show you that. Take a look. We're kind of respecting that trend on the hourly there. On Amazon, so I think that's a decent look. Let's see if we're going to continue doing that respect of that trend. I want to take a look at Apple. I haven't taken a look at Apple there, but a bit of a pullback there. 179 can't even make it there, lower high. So we are doing a bit of consolidation. Softy. I know I've been trading a little bit last week. Didn't really take a fill on it today, but wow. You can't even break past a high of day. So that initial high out the open, that 338, and we're doing a bit of consolidation between this 336 and 338, about a 2 penny consolidation on Softy there. We know it's been consolidating a lot as of late, just kind of has this chop throughout the day. So if you're trading the range on Softy, once this initial kind of range edges are defined, then I think that's probably a decent look there on Microsoft, because it's been doing that all last week, and I guess we're doing more of the same starting off this week as well. But that 338 and 336 kind of ping-ponging, prices ping-ponging between those levels. Let's see if we get a convincing break of either side of that range to give us a little bit of direction here on the day. But yeah, that Google as well. Google kind of choppy. That 138 staying heavy. 138, you can't even get there. 137.50 kind of acting as resistance into that 136, kind of falling into this this trend that we're having that from last week, right? We made some bottoms at that 133. That bid off of 133 was super strong on Thursday, right? You hold that trend coming into the next day. You hold above consolidation from previous day, and we got that bit of continuation. So we're revisiting that range from last Friday that told us it was a little bit strong, holding above previous prices from the week. Let's see this week if that 136 holds on Google and kind of gives us a bit of direction for going forward on the week. I see that 142 kind of pulls back all the way back down to where we kind of pieced off of the long there. So yeah, decent levels to kind of sell at underneath that 142. Now let us know in the chat what you guys are trading on the day. I see an NQ waiting for tomorrow. Rivian, okay, yeah, Rivian I haven't taken a look at as well today. So let's take a look. Wow, whoa, what's going on there? Bit of a volume candle as we speak right now.
Yeah, what is that?
On Rivian, blasting up to the upside. So out the open, we got some significant selling in and off this 2250. You kind of hold that consolidation, and whatever is happening right now, I have no idea. But this price is slapping back up towards those sellers there that came in out the open. That's going to be interesting if price breaks. Looking left, Friday's highs are just here at that 2370. So we're in and around those levels. If Rivian can kind of break, we saw that this is also consolidation from last week. Okay, so this level was heavy last week. Coming in today, we stay heavy, but we're wiping back up towards those levels. So a potential breakout long on Rivian if this level kind of convincingly breaks on the day here. I have, what is this, consolidation high, 2370s, about 20 pennies away from that. But looks like some volume coming in. Do you have any news on that, Matt?
I just looked for news. I didn't see anything on this, but I mean, clearly there must be something with a volume spike like that. That 2360 pre-market high looking kind of good on this. And then, as you were saying, 2370, there we go. Through 2360. I don't know that I want to take this without knowing what the news is, but yeah, this is looking pretty solid. We'll see if we get through 2370, maybe we start to trend a bit. I mean, this must be good news. I'll try to look it up on a different platform and see if there's something here, but what can I use? Tweet?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Sean's saying he's not seeing anything, so I don't know. There must be something. I mean, you don't just have like this volume spike and go to high of day, but you know, not necessarily continuing at the moment. So I think I'm going to chill on that. But we'll throw Rivian up for sure. Don't want to miss something on that. See if the chat has anything. Close to 2350 worth it. Yeah, I mean, you know, 2350 is kind of a psychological level, but I don't know. I'm not just gonna punch long off of something that I don't even know what it is. I don't see anybody in the chat reporting anything either, so I'm gonna stay away. But yeah, probably could have shorted it there off of that. Sean shorted it at 60s. See, trying to get a little reversion, I guess, on this one. You know, I'll stick with what I got. This NVIDIA is looking at okay, pretty solid actually, given how weak NVIDIA is on the day and the fact that the market just kind of wicked up. NVIDIA holding looks all right. I did get a little more out up here, just in front of 447. Looking to hold the remaining, you know, 40%. You know, for like maybe 448, and then potentially that VWAP test at 449. Was hoping we would be there already as the market pulling right back into that trend line that I drew. So maybe if we give that up, it's time to bail on these longs. Tesla also just kind of consolidating. You know, it is trending down a little bit. Obviously, we have made a ridiculous move up on Tesla, so, you know, can't really... Wicks. You know, you can't really put too much weight into that down move. There we go. I'm waiting for it to break this 269.70 kind of area before I'm punching out. Nice, decent consolidation here. Looks like a little wick low there, maybe, and then maybe we can keep going up. I don't think that I would be adding to Tesla anywhere, given just how high up we are. We are up 10%. We got to 10%, I think, almost. So just gonna hang on to what I got. Nvidia's still looking good. Rivian is through the high, so clearly there's something there on Rivian. Now through, didn't say it. Now through that 2364, 65 high, whatever it put in, now the high of 2366. Volume not continuing though. So, we get this volume spike, we get this big sell volume spike, and now just kind of, whatever volume on these next few 1 minute candles. So I don't know. I mean, it's not really all that exciting for me. I feel like this could definitely revert back down into the 40s, 30s, but who knows on that one. We'll see. If more volume comes in, I'm interested. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And CGC going for the high right now. So 137, high currently 140. Little bit of size there. There's some size on 138 too. I don't think taking a 140 break makes sense at 12:45, but I don't know. CGC is so strong, up almost 50%. The next spot on the daily was that $2 realistically. Maybe you could say 145 from this day. I feel like no. I feel like you gotta give it up to maybe 185, $2, something like that. That kind of consolidation low looks pretty good to me. Now, I'm not going to take a breakout right now, but it is on watch, and if I was long, I would surely be holding for that $1.40 break. As my longs continue to work right now. You in anything? You're still in Amazon?
No, I guess I took a bit of a cheeky long on the 450-150 hold, but yeah, we kind of dropped about about 15 pennies to the downside there, but we're still holding above that 141.2. But yeah, I'm taking a look at this trend, like you said, we kind of fall back into that trend on the NQs here and potentially kind of start to slow down here. But yeah, we fall a little bit on Amazon. I'm seeing if there's going to be continuation. We saw that 142 was a little heavy there, but we start to slow down above these previous consolidations. So I don't know, just trying a bit of a cheeky long here. Again, trying to stay with the trend, not the best fill, right? But a bit of a double top kind of forming there, a bit of a price compression here. So if we can kind of range and churn while the NQ kind of makes a decision, right? We haven't really figured out whether we're going to break above this 15.4 or convincingly break back down to the downside there. So unless and until this has some sort of convincing move in terms of a direction around this level, I think the trend is definitely going to, I guess. Let's see if the trend stays, my friend here. But yeah, just teetering in and around about a 15 to 20 penny loser here on Amazon. Just seeing if this 141.50 can reclaim and we kind of push back up to that upside, as this pop and drop was a bit quick here off that 142. So that's definitely an interesting move for me. But yeah, no, Max. Other than that, I don't really got any too many ideas. People in the chat saying NVOS kind of moving as well. We know that move that was moving in and around last week, but again, it's a penny stock. Sure, it's doing a significant amount of volume, but not really my forte. Something I do have to I guess improve on is taking opportunities on some of these liquid penny stocks, because clearly the move is still there, right? Clearly you're still getting that action, that those mechanics are still falling into place on some of these names. But yeah, if you guys are trading some of these names, good on you.
Speaking of the pennies, ACB, people keep talking about ACB, CGC, pick your poison. I would say go with CGC because it's more expensive and doing the same amount of volume. So like the notional volume on that is better. And I think the risk to reward is better. What's ACB up? ACB's up a little more, so maybe Aurora is the one to go with. I don't know. I definitely think the $1 level makes sense on Aurora. You look at the daily chart here, $1. It's no, that's not $1. Where's $1? Where's $1? I had it before. There it is. No. Anyway, $1 is supported before on the daily on Aurora. Oh, there we go. Here's $1 right in here on the daily. So it bounced off there before once, got to $1.50 in a matter of a couple weeks, I guess. Do I think that move happens in one day? Probably not, but we're kind of running into resistance, I guess, at 85 cents. I just think that that $1 is maybe imminent today, especially if ACB is going as well. So 83 cents, the current high. If we crack that, you got to think that $1 is at least possible today. There we go, new high on ACB. Wow. It's just not very thick, so it's looking kind of scary to me. Usually these have a bit more size on the bid. You'd see like 1,000 lots in some places. You'd see 500 kind of all over the place. I don't see that at all. Oh, here goes. Is the market bouncing right now? There's Nvidia going up, so my P&L is starting to rise a bit as Tesla bouncing as well. Where's my Nvidia? Yeah, Nvidia going for that 447. So consolidation currently high 447.25. Looking for that to break into 448. Kind of did a little bit of a spike there, but hasn't continued yet. So if this slams back down below kind of like 445.80, that would look pretty bad, but not looking like it wants to do that. Here we go, Nvidia. Come on, get through that 447.25. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. That's nothing. 448, the level. 450, really the key level here. I just don't think we're getting through there, but if we do, there might be some celebration in this corner, as that would be a banger move. Tesla as well, looking like, I don't know. Tesla's given some signs that it may be a little exhausted here. I don't know if it wants to give me $10 like Sean over there. Sadly, I might have to stick with 5. Yeah, like market's kind of going up. Tesla wicking that level there, so looking like it wants to give up this consolidation low, 270.70 kind of area. I got my stop 269.70. The fact that we just rejected there, it's a really strong stock, so I don't want to get out too early. The trend is still to the upside. Yeah, 270.50, that makes sense. I don't want to really see this trade below 270. That's it, and I only have 5% left, so I can give this a little more room to have that kind of intraday swing kind of idea as Nvidia kind of struggling a little bit with 447. Not wanting to get out of any more of that Nvidia trade. I want to see this at VWAP. I think it can quite easily get there, but again, I really thought it would be there a lot faster than this. We will get our 10 USD from Ozan. I don't know. I'm not going to hold my breath for $10 trade on Tesla today. I mean, I had the idea there at that 261, but wasn't able to hang on to that one all day, sadly. Rivian also just doing nothing off of that news, which is interesting. There we go. All right, come on, get through this high. 447.20. Come on, Nvidia, get through there. There we go. New high there. 40s, 50s. Come on, print it. Yes, looking good here. Looking good here. We'll see if we can kind of reverse this downtrend on Nvidia. Maybe we can get to 450 quicker than not. But yeah, try not to take anything else on this one at the moment. Nvidia finally looking, a little bit strong off the bottom. A little bit. Can't really call too much, as futures still hanging on to that trend. So we drew the trend line. We should just trade futures, I guess. Could have been long right there off the trend line, and be looking for that high of day, but you can find other assets to do that in, and Nvidia is the one that I have at the moment.
Yeah, but I guess I kind of posted here in the 30s, didn't really get it, and we ripped right back up to 141.50s there on Amazon there. So we did make relatively higher low compared to this consolidation area. Back into 141.50s. Let's see what we do. I like that pop on the market as well. Again, still teetering around that 15.4. So if we can convincingly kind of push either into it or off of it, that's what I'm looking for to kind of position myself in and around some of these large caps here. But yeah, taking a look at Meta, we saw that Meta was selling off a little bit earlier as well. So Meta kind of came back into this consolidation range, just holding above that 301, this pre-market low, and this opening range low as well. Can't really get through that, and then wicks right back above and hold. So I like that look. If we can kind of push back above that 305, that could potentially continue to add pressure. We know that NVIDIA is adding pressure as well to the upside, and Tesla, of course, still holding above that 270. Let's see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft still holding, so that 336 we talked about, it's holding, kind of pushing back towards this top of the range roughly. Let's see how far it can get to. And our friend Google as well, right? Google kind of pushing that 136.60, this high that we made, which was potentially a lower high, right? Take a look at how clean this grind is to the downside out the open, right? Very, very distinctly showing themselves a bit of a seller there, kind of potentially pushing it down as some of these candles look very, very clean to the downside. And then take a look at that. You kind of break that trend, and then you hold above it, and then you're going sideways, right? So the trend doesn't necessarily always reverse right away, right? It can either continue or it can go sideways before making a decision whether to continue or kind of go against the original trend. And yeah, let's see where that takes us. But yeah, a bit of buying here coming in off of this lower high. Man, I should have just taken liquidity there in the 30s to get longer here on Amazon, because that was some distinct failure to follow through into the 30s. And yeah, I posted. Got to get better with my execution, but we are testing back into this consolidation. Let's see how far we can get to this 142, where it's shown us that there has been sellers today. But if this market kind of rips up to the upside, then definitely I think we could violate that 142 to the upside and squeeze some of these shorts getting in, because like I said, it was a great place to sell. But if the market is going to be strong and continue past that 142, that's more than enough reason to get long, or even yeah, exactly, get long or cover either way. Great place to buy above that 142 as I see it right now. But yeah, let's see if we get any continuation here back to the upside. Bit of consolidation, bit of a diddle here in the middle. Tried to get longer, didn't really get it, but you know what, that is what it is. The Warthog saying, I had a nightmare once about Google blobs chasing me. They always knew where to search. I see what you did there. It's a good one.
Yeah, market looking like it's rejecting a bit here. So I got another little bit out of NVIDIA, 447.30s kind of area. You know, it was trying to get above 70s, couldn't do it. It was only really dark prints above those 70s. So yeah, I was looking a little weak around there. I was willing to punch out of any kind of down move, and I did. So I only got 20% left on NVIDIA. Still a good trade, just not exactly what I thought it would be. I guess I was just looking for 448 in the beginning. So we got almost there. I'll hang on to this remaining 20% for the dream of 450 or the stop out below this 445.80. Where do I have my stop? I think I have it on, yeah, so I got to adjust that stop. We'll put it on 445.79. And that is that. But yeah, looking like maybe it wants to bid back up. Cool with that. Where's Tesla? Hanging out, doing nothing. I'm not going to stop out until we break 270. And what else was I looking at? I was looking at something else. Oh yeah, ACB. What happened to ACB? Still making the move. Looks like it dipped down below, so it kind of wicked the high. Stops everybody out. Now it's stopping all the shorts out, so 84 cents, the next kind of level to take out. Looking like it wants to do that right now. Okay, we're above 84s. Do we get to 85s now? It's not really giving you those clean, like below dollar name 1 cent breakouts that sometimes you get on these like TTOO or like Mullen. Speaking of Mullen, actually, Neil was talking about Mullen earlier. Where did that? Didn't get to that 50 cent level. So I think, yeah, that 50 cent breakout makes some sense on Mullen if we get there. I don't know how many, not enough volume for me. So yeah, I don't want to take that actually, never mind. We will stick to these weed names as CGC now also going for its high you just pick whichever one you want to trade, I think, today. I think it's CGC or ACB. Tilray not doing as much volume, 49 million, although notional volume pretty much the same as the other two. So from like a dollar perspective, they're all basically doing $100 million, $120 million of volume today. So yeah, this one, maybe that 140 break makes sense. Doesn't make sense for me, but it might just work. I mean, if you're only looking for like 2 cents just to try to get like a 2% move, it's not a terrible idea, but yeah, not really what I like to do. And I've gotten kind of burned trying to get the big moves on those like $1 names. But we'll see what happens there. If the volume comes in, I mean, you look at it, it's kind of slow. It's not like what it was like, in here off the morning when there was lots of volume going into these big moves. Volume really slow, starting to pick up right now at this 140 though. Maybe this 140 break just goes straight to 144, 145. I don't know. I think that's definitely a possibility here. I just don't really like taking breakouts in the middle of the day unless it's like, really churning a ton of volume. Just going back to my kind of high of day scanner here on trade ideas. Shout out trade ideas. Get your 20% off Trader TV 20. Yeah, Twinkie. I'm not going to trade that. That's a buyout. Leave that one for Neil. Sundial. Is that another weed name? Yeah, it is. Sundial, another weed name going. Coca-Cola. I don't know what the news on Coca-Cola was today, but this one just flew off of the open. Share sold by, yeah, that doesn't sound like a positive catalyst. Maybe there's something else today. BlackBerry is up. Did you see this? BlackBerry is up 15% today. Have you seen the BlackBerry movie?
There's a BlackBerry movie?
Yeah, with like Jay Baruchel and some other guy.
When
it's
was
not bad.
this?
I don't know.
Oh,
I watched it on the plane.
Is it like it's like a homage to like how the company?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Good movie, not bad.
I haven't heard of it, but that would definitely be interesting to watch.
I enjoyed that.
Okay. Put it on my list to watch. But yeah, take a look at this. 15.4 coming back in.
Yeah, it is.
On the NQs as we catch a bit of a bid there on some of these names here. So like I said, let's see if we get a convincing break. We have consolidated all day. But yeah, middle of the day, let's see if we can catch some players offside here above that 15.4. If we can push above, then yeah, I think we'll be good to go on this long here. But yeah, gonna wait for it to consolidate. Gonna wait to see what we do in and around this level. We're just teetering in and around break even here. Yeah, it wouldn't be the case if we got that fill down in the 30s. Where we saw more reasons to get long, and I didn't necessarily take what do you call it? I didn't remove liquidity. So this is something that like I'm starting to realize is like, okay, certain situations makes a lot more sense to post. Certain situations you can get away with posting in momentum if you can kind of catch the jiggle on the tape, but if it's moving way too fast, or if you really like it, it just makes more sense to just remove the liquidity. Right? Yeah, it's there for you to take. Just take it's for the taking. So I don't know. So maybe in the coming weeks we can. I
mean, you don't want to miss a trade because you're trying to get a certain specific price. You gotta. It depends. Some trades you need the specific price. If you're trying to like take some unusual hold of an even dollar level, then you have to have the 01s for that to make sense. But yeah, I mean, if you like a stock in a specific range kind of area, which I think is how you tend to like to trade.
Yeah,
you're not
it's never an exact price.
You're not looking for a 5-cent risk usually. You're looking for like more of an area to risk off of. There's no need to miss a trade.
I'm still trying to figure that out. I guess my risk is more like reasons to buy, reasons to sell.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm trying to learn how to churn or like piece in and out of my position based off of those reasons. Because like again, it's just based off of buyers and sellers, right? If buyers are strong, I want to look for places where I can give an appropriate risk and get long. And if sellers are strong, I want to look for a place to give the appropriate risk and get short. So that doesn't necessarily happen at an exact price. Now sometimes it does when you, for example, like this, that 142 becomes a very clear area of like a pivot, and then you kind of test it twice. So and that makes it nice. But yeah, so it rarely happens like that, but in and around the area is what I like to look for. So like if I have 142 as a level of interest, maybe we can look for buyers and sellers kind of appearing on the tape and the book and kind of confirming with confluence with the rest of the market in and around those levels. So that's kind of I guess just a gist of what I'm looking at. But yeah, it's still a work in progress. Right, I am a noob when it comes to trading and executing and everything. Still got a far ways to go, but yeah, definitely just trying to focus on getting a little bit better every day. That's all it is.
That's all you can do, really. Is,
yeah. What more can you do?
Get better. Just get better.
Gotta get good.
All right, NVIDIA looking like, there we go, 448. Let's see if this can break out of 448, get through that VWAP area. You know, still some selling coming into it. I got my offer. I'm just going to offer the last piece, 449.25, just above VWAP. I think that's, you know, that's probably the stopping spot. I'll probably end up punching out like 448.50 when 449 rejects, but we'll see on that one. Looking pretty good right now, though, on this uptrend. What is that price? 448.35, kind of the last line in the sand to get up here. I like this trade. I mean, what did I risk there? I was risking like less than 50 cents, and we're almost $3 in the money. So, you know, risk to reward there, 6 to 1. We do like that. I guess, you know, in the end, it doesn't end up being 6 to 1 because I got out too much down here. But yeah, not a bad trade there on NVIDIA. Maybe should have just trailed the whole thing. Could be holding it all now. What else is going on? I don't even care what Tesla's doing. Unless I get stopped out and it's no longer on my board, I really don't care. Not going to even look at that. Just going to hang on to it for the swing. I don't want to try adding to it too high because it is still, I think, too high to add to it. Unless it like fail breaks 270 or something, then Sharif back there cheering me on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're almost $4 in the money on NVIDIA here too, Sharif. So, you know, just not stopping. Hitting the pegs. Thank you for that one, Obi.
Solid
yeah.
trade there, man.
Here we go for VWAP. You know what? Maybe forget it, man. I'm canceling that offer at 449.25. Let's see if we can get 450 to break here on NVIDIA. Maybe we get. I mean, look at this nasty move.
Oh, is that 450? That was a.
Well, no, 448.5.
Okay.
But I feel like 450. Pretty magnetic level on a stock like this.
A lot of players
as the future's still trying to get through your 15.4, my 15.6. Who's right? Nobody knows. Actually, somebody knows.
Yeah.
Somebody knows.
I mean, yeah, maybe somebody knows.
Somebody knows.
Definitely not me. I
Not
have no
me.
idea.
Not I.
Oh wow, Nita Stong, thank you. Gifted 20 live trading memberships by Trader TV. Thank you very much, Nita Stong.
Awesome there. Thoughts on Disney from Splashman?
Disney getting a piece of that splash zone.
Splash zone. My thoughts on Disney are go do something.
What does that mean?
Disney can you know.
Right.
Yes. Anyway, yeah, Disney looking like the spot where I thought it was going to give it up is the spot where you should have been buying the that fail breakdown long. Yeah, I mean, you have the level right. It's just the direction is not. Which I would be filled right now on NVIDIA. Let's see if this keeps going.
Yeah, a bit
or
of
if
a
it
push
or
off
if it
that.
slams back down. But looking pretty solid and futures breaking out. Disney, yeah, it looks like we bought the dip. I don't know. Is it going to go back to the high? Probably not. I would say fade right here where it faded off of last time, but I'm not going to do that. And I don't think that the edge is really there anymore. You know, this down move off the news is where you want to make your money. Anything else, I just feel like, you know, you're kind of just trying to predict and not participating. You know, the volume's kind of gone. I don't know. But clearly, the news not so good, not so bad. I thought it was going to zero. All right, what do we do with NVIDIA here? 449.30s. Yeah, just hang on to this. I might actually add on a 450 breakout. Does that make sense? That makes sense. And then I can just bail out of everything if that fails. I'm going to go ahead and put that in. 450.
Oh, keep it blasting to the upside.
Yeah,
The
let's
NQ is
see.
going.
How many shares do I want here?
Yeah, what are you trying to do there?
I'm going to add to NVIDIA through
NVIDIA.
450. If it fails, and I bail out. If not, I'm thinking like 452.5 pretty quickly is what I would be targeting here. I think that's a decent trade there. So let's see. Tesla also waking up a bit. So let's see if that 270, 250 comes into play on Tesla. Rivian also just went through the high, interestingly enough. But my eyes are on NVIDIA right now. This trade now $4.50 in the money. So crushing this one. I think 450 makes a whole lot of sense for that kind of breakout long as the market is breaking out as well. So everything to the upside. I'm only long. Obi's only long.
I'm a little long here. Okay. What was
Wow,
that just
Rivian.
now?
Oh my God.
Bit of a flush.
Rivian
Bit
is
of a fugaze, bit of a shake and bake happening there as we pushed up into the highs. And okay, all right. Something is happening there. Okay, okay. I had to get out of that one there. A bit of a lick grab. You saw what happened. That was a fugaze. Maybe. Yeah, that was
could
very
be the double
interesting.
bamboozlement long.
Yeah, double bamboozle gets me out of this position and then rips right back up to the upside. You know what? You saw me running for the GTFO key there on Amazon, and I was just like, yep, that action. I do not like that. Bang. Okay, thank you. Come again. That 141.50 looking like a little bit of chop, and after I see that, ooh. Fugaze, I don't want to really get involved too much right now. Let's see. Let's wait for the next trade there.
You know what my GTFO key is?
What is that?
F.
Oh, nice.
So you say fail or F, whatever it may be. You just click F.
I did not like
gone.
that tape. That tape, I saw it in the 50s and I was like, oh shoot. As I reached for it, another 15 pennies. I was like, okay, I see you guys. All right. I see it. Bit of fugaze, right? You get lick grabs here and there, and there's a prime example of a bit of a lick grab there. Let's see what we do with these 50s, kind of
also
trading right back
day.
up. Yeah, time of day.
So if that happened earlier on in the day, like between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, when the volume's high, something like that would probably just slam right down, and you would be, you'd be patting yourself on the back for getting out of that. But in the middle of the day, when like the volume's pretty light. That kind of stuff happens all the time, it feels like.
Yeah.
But
That was no good, but next trade. We're still here. Next trade. That's
Next
what I'm looking for. That
trade
15.4. So here's the thing. That 15.4 broke, and I was like, oh yeah, I want more. So I slapped some more long, and then we push into the 60s. I'm like, great. I'm starting to piece off a little bit, and then you slam back in to the 30s even, right? So you kind of break this consolidation to the downside. So now here's what I'm thinking about the fugaze. If this continues and this holds, this was just a lick grab, I should be getting right back long on Amazon, because if that was a failure to follow through, that's even more reason, I think, in my opinion, to get long if you kind of a wick a higher low there on that continuation trade. Let's see if that 15.4 convincingly can break 15.6 on the current contract there. But yeah, a bit of these prices kind of pushing back to the upside. Let's see if we can kind of push back into this trade, this long idea, whether it'll work out. But yeah, Tony Price, I see what you did there. Exactly. Don't worry, I got my fugaze sensors going. My spidey senses are tingling.
I'm waiting on this fill on NVIDIA, currently reserving 450 on the offer. There we go. All right, we're through. So I've added. We'll see. I'll give this like 20 cents or maybe 40 cents to work itself out. We'll be punching out if this doesn't work, but looking not so bad there. I think we got to like 17s on the ask on that move up. Looking for this to continue very quickly through 451, and then 452.50 would be the ultimate target on NVIDIA here. That Tesla long also still working, but I'm focused on this one. I only have 5% left on that Tesla. Come on, NVIDIA, get through it. I got filled, 10s there? Yeah. That was an all right fill, not the best, but yeah, maybe looking good. Kind of just mixed right now. Hopefully hopefully we can continue through that 450 price and
wow.
get going.
Take a look
You know,
at
the
that.
bid continues here. What's
Blasting to the upside. I'm not happy about this. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just getting I might be getting a little bit emotional there, but you know what?
Emotional?
Yeah, maybe a little emotional. Look at that. Like you wick me out, and then you kind of pop back and continue to move. The fugaze is real. You know, the fugaze. Yeah, no. I took a quick scalp there to I guess kind of feel it out. But yeah, it was definitely there into that push. I like that. You know what? Let's see. Again, next trade. Let's see if we make a lower high or we convincingly push past that 142. We saw that every time we broke this 15.4, or we tried for this 15.4, we got all the way to 142. But on the break, we can barely get to 142. So again, these nuances, I'm keeping them in mind. You see clearly Tesla still to the upside here. When we talked about Alphabet as well, kind of when it broke that trend, and take a look at it now, right? So you kind of you start to slowly grind back up and push towards some of these highs, and with confluence to some of these futures as well, you're starting to break and push or try to push some of these consolidation highs there across the board. So let's do a quick check to see what some of these large caps are up to here. Yeah, bit of a 179 test there on Apple. Next one is Softy, of course. Softy still about a range, just well within its range in the middle. Next one is Google. Again, we just saw that one trying to push consolidation highs. These sellers staying strong all the way up until 137 and kind of starting to accelerate into this 135 here. But take a look, every attempt at this push up was kind of pushed down very cleanly all the way until about this candle here, where the move started to really accelerate back to the downside. So this is the level I have of interest on Google. Let's see if we can push into 137 as well on the Googles. Now we know Amazon as well. Amazon holding well. This is this line is irrelevant on the 3-minute, but a little relevant on the 15. So 15 and the hourly. So bit of a consolidation in and under this trend here. It seems like we might be following this trend underneath, using it as a resistance here, with some of the supports being kind of in and around this 141 that we talked about before, holding that 141, right? So yeah, bit of a range, kind of bit of a trend formation there. We're holding the 50, right? We're holding the 50. We've kind of violated the 8 and the 21 because we've slowed down. It makes sense. When you slow down, you break some of these shorter period moving averages, and then maybe you find some consolidation above some higher period ones. But when it comes to VWAP, we are well above VWAP. So yeah, maybe still reasons to stay long if the trend kind of continues there. I like that wick off of those 30s there. I'll definitely be watching that. That was a bit of fugaze, but you know what? We'll use that to our advantage because now a range has been formed and a little bit of an over/under, maybe potentially in and around this kind of shake and bake that we just had in the 141.70s to 141.30. So about a 40 penny shake and bake that we just saw. So I'm looking at what price is going to do off of this range right now. But yeah, this NQ's kind of pushing back above those levels there. What's the next one, Max? What's the next one? What am I forgetting? I got Apple, I got Microsoft, I got Amazon.
Apple's looking real nice.
I got Google. Apple's looking great, man. And I guess Tesla and Meta, right? Tesla and Meta as well. Meta kind of pushing back off of this 304 VWAP as well. Kind of a double top on VWAP on 304, potential for a short there. Not going to really touch it, but I see that the technical is definitely kind of showing itself. If we can kind of push back above this 304, which may come with the market being strong, I say we kind of retest some of these highs from before where sellers kind of came in, 305s. Right. Next one being Tesla. Tesla, we know what it's been doing, straight to the upside. No real relief, right? We talked about a bit. We talked about how relief can potentially look, how that continuation trade might come in off of a potential pullback. But yeah, we do about almost 12 points. But take a look. So we did 12 points to the upside, but from that high. Look at this. We only pull back about 2 points. So we've barely pulled back even 10% of the move there on Tesla, and we are still trying to push for these highs. We know that 274 is looking left a bit of an area that we may have some trouble with, and we're pushing towards those highs. So what is 2 points? We talked about this in the morning. What is 2 to 4 points on Tesla? Tesla will eat that for breakfast. So bit of a continuation there. Oh, did not mean to do that. There it is. Okay, so all right, so we're back. Yeah, that's what I have on watch. That was a bit of a rundown there on some of these larger caps today. Let's see, Boris talking about PayPal. Now that's I haven't taken a look at PayPal. In a while. Let's see what PayPal is up to. Wow, PayPal pushing for high of day right now, breaking high of day 62s. Interesting look. Wow, take a look at that. That heavy sell off, that 61.80 on Friday. You come in, you consolidate. Now you're breaking back above today's high off of those levels. A bit of consolidation here on Thursday as well. So maybe a decent look there. If you got long on this triple bottom here and then maybe add on the break of VWAP, that might be a decent look there. But again, it's all retrospect. We're just looking at some of these charts of what could have been, what should have been, but did you take it? That's the real question there. But yeah, John Sproul saying not today. For what? CGC, double top? Okay, interesting.
Interesting for sure there. Carvana double top right now. I'm thinking of taking this 50 break. We got a little volume spike into the high there. 50, that psychological level. We'll see if we can get this one into 51 really quickly. There we go. All right. We are long 05s right now. The high was like 17 just there. So we'll see if we can continue through that 17. I'll be punching out on a failed breakout here, looking for it to kind of go right away. But, you know, anytime Carvana is moving up 6.5% right now, you know, my interest is peaked, but gonna have to punch out of this one quite soon unless it starts going right away. Which when's this 1 minute candle closing? 20 seconds. So you want it to continue, make another high through 50.20, and then you know maybe see 51 before long. But yeah, again, I'm not gonna let this go past 49.80. We'll punch out of that. NVIDIA got stopped out of because it did fail that 450. So end up locking in $4.50 off of that 445 level on the initial piece, and then you know just losing like 60 cents on the second piece. Even if it was that, I'm not sure. But yeah, eyes on Carvana right now, wanting this one to go. Volume spike here, but not as big as this volume spike. So we want to see something more like this one, through that high, kind of blast off. We'll see. I think, I mean, we can get it. You look at the daily chart on Carvana, it's looking pretty solid here for that potential move through 52.50. I don't think that happens today. It could, though. And if it does, hopefully I am still long here. But, you know, I think we can get into like 51, 51.5, and then potentially see another breakout tomorrow morning off of the open, and maybe we continue that trend up. I mean, Carvana went without me while I was gone. So did Tesla. So, you know, both of those going today. Hopefully we can continue this week. Maybe make some nice trades to the long side here. But, you know, volume really not continuing on Carvana at the moment. Step up. You can do it. You can do it. Make a new high. Come on, Carvana. Yeah, I mean, some buying coming in, but really nothing there. So not exactly what I wanted to see here. I kind of wanted to see this thing just blasting off right away. Here we go. All right. 17s. Get through that 17. Why is it such a random price just holding? Come on. You can do it. You can do it. I'm going to be holding this one. If it goes, I want at least $1 out of a Carvana breakout. I think we get it. I think we get it. How about Tesla? Just hanging out at 272. So if you're very aggressive and very bullish on Tesla, I think 270, 250 breakout into like 270, 350, 274 this afternoon makes sense. I don't think that's something that I want to do based on how high we are already, but you know, we've seen that name's ability to keep going. So I'm just going to hang on to it instead of buying breakouts, as Apple also at that 179 breakout level. What are we doing, Carvana? Get through that 50.20. What's that random price? Nobody cares about 50.20. Get to 52. Come on. Probably got to set a stop on this one, so I will do that right now. What is that? 84s, 90s. I guess 90s are the stop on this, so 49.
Yeah, so Lost in Reality, I'm just reading the chat there. Lost in Reality talking about how he's trying to short highs on QQQs there. So I pulled up the Qs real quick off of that 376 high, about a wick on the 376.60. But yeah, man, if we can get back up there, right? Yeah, sure, potentially. We saw that sellers are definitely there before, so I think that's a good idea. But yeah, if we do break out of this level, definitely going to be some shorts that are potentially looking for that intraday swing into the close may get a little sweaty up here. But yeah, as long as we stay underneath this 376, I like that idea. But yeah, if we kind of break above, and seeing as how strong some of these markets are, take a look at the NQs almost pushing back up to this opening candle here. We just broke the opening price on the futures here on the NQ, right? So we broke a little bit above the opening prices here, opening candle right here, being at that 15,420, right? Shout out 420. So we got that 142 incoming as well off of that break. So yeah, I guess we got a little was it sauced on the shake and bake? So he's got a little tricked out of that position. But you know what? That 142 coming back in really strong. So the idea for the long was definitely not wrong, as some of these futures blast off to the upside there. The ES kind of following in step now as well. Let's see how far some of these names can go. Again, there was liquidity at that 142. A little bit of supply there. Let's see if it shows up again. Maybe a little bit lower if we can do that. And I'll be definitely looking to sell along with the sellers if they're going to be there, right? So let's see if that kind of comes in. Now remember, Max just now said you had my interest, you had my curiosity. That reminded me of a meme. I don't know, you know the meme from Django, where he's like, at first you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Right? It's one of my favorite memes. It's like, it's like, damn. It's like, yeah, when you see that ticker move like that, you're like, okay, well, that's what that reminded me of. It was pretty funny. But yeah, I love the meme game. Memes, strong with the memes, definitely over here.
Oh yeah, and yeah, Carvana does have my attention right now. I am sitting here waiting. We did just make a high 50.38, so volume did kind of spike in again. Just still waiting for this to really go. I'm not trying to take anything out here. We know the moves that Carvana puts in when it puts moves in, so we'll see if that can happen. If it doesn't, I get stopped out. I lose like 15, 20 cents. I really don't care. But yeah, again, 1-to-1 I'm not taking. I'm looking for like 4 or 5-to-1 on Carvana here. Interestingly enough, as the futures do kind of blast off here, NVIDIA, which I was previously long, is not doing that. So we'll see if it can hold this double bottom here at 449 area. Maybe 450 is the, it's that key psychological level, 450. So looking like for now that wants to hold. Maybe a lot of people taking that 450 breakout. No way.
We might get that dollar break today.
Oh.
10 pennies off.
Obi, why aren't we trading this?
I have no idea, man.
Oh my God. So that dollar, that's what we were talking about, is how that dollar has the magnet on it. Damn, it's tough to execute a trade on this, but you could take that 81-cent breakout. It gave you a clean kind of shelf double top there, where you could have taken the breakout on 81 cents, and you could still be holding that 10 cents in the money. That's, whatever that is, 12, 13%. That's a decent move. But yeah, that $1 is a trade that I want. What's the short float on ACB? 8%. Short float on ACB, float being 350 million. So that's a lot of shares that are short on this one. Whoops, I don't know what I did there. That may get squeezed out above $1, given how long we've been kind of consolidating below there. Yeah, I'm going to take that dollar breakout if we get there. ACB, let me throw this one on this screen over here. All right, I got the order in for ACB breakout above $1. There we go. We'll take that if that shows up. Throw that one on a chart as well, ACB. And we'll see what happens there. I think, taking the fail break of $1 short makes sense too. So you could play this both ways if you swing that way. I'm just going to take the breakout here. Not going to take it short back through, but I understand why you might do that. Probably have to pay for shorts on that one if you did want to do that. Also got my Carvana going, so squeeze names now in play. CGC broke the high now at $1.45 as well, so all these weed names are going. I imagine Tilray's through the high as well. Let's take a look at that. Okay, Tilray's lagging, so maybe go long Tilray for the sympathy. Everything else is through the high. Tilray is not. Maybe you could go long Tilray right here for that blast off. Sundial also. Sundial's through the high. So all the weed names through the high other than Tilray. Maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there. I don't really have that sympathy trade in my playbook. I don't know about you, but yeah, maybe you could just punch long Tilray here, assuming that it's going through the high because all these other ones are. Or maybe this is the one that you play to the short side because it's weaker than the other two if the other ones fail. I don't know. I'm just gonna stick to my ACV breakout. You long Amazon again?
No, I'm not long
short.
Amazon.
Oh, you're short.
Taking a bit of the counter there into a push back towards those highs. Again, we observed that there was a bit of liquidity there. So as soon as we kind of start to slow down in the 80s, I took a little bit of a short position there. But yeah, if this market stays strong, yeah, definitely going to be willing to get out of this one here. But yeah, let's see if this if the sell-off can give you an instant 40 pennies in the money, as it has done twice in a row underneath this 142 here. So I guess that's what I'm potentially looking for. If we get more of the same, then yeah, so be it. Again, this is not the first time this level has come in. This is the third time this level has come in. So I guess third time's a charm. Is that how it goes there, Max? Yeah, so potentially third time's a charm. We kind of missed the short there off underneath that 42. And we make a lower high, third time in a row. So about almost a triple top kind of formation here on Amazon, just underneath that 142. So yeah, let's see. I could very well be wrong on this position. But yeah, I'll definitely be watching out for that fugaze. If that's going to be in there, yeah, I'll keep a close eye on the tape there for that. If we get another shake and bake off of the position there, but yeah, decent. Well, we saw that the 60s were giving us a little bit of trouble here. So if we can form a base on top of the 60s, that would give us a higher low, maybe some more time to kind of creep up into this 142. Again, just speaking my mind here. I don't know what's going to go on. But the potential for probabilities is how I'm trying to learn how to think, I guess.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So what's the target on this Amazon short? You're trying to
$5 million. What? No, I'm joking. Like I just said, let's see if we can consolidate here at that 141.60, which will give us, like, we made a consolidation higher, and a
this
potential.
This is just a scalp play.
Yeah, of course. They're all scalps, right? Okay. They're all scalps. I'm not trying to aim for the moon. It's not doing RVOL. This is not an in-play name.
Yeah.
Technically, right? So it's like, yeah, sure. We're just trying to play based off of just simple supply-demand mechanic rules, if they're going to be there, if we can recognize them, and yeah, that's all.
Fair enough. Carvana still has my attention. As ACB really turned over there, so maybe a lot of other people looking for the dollar, and you get that cascading sell, but Carvana just going for the high right now. Looking to take out that 50.38 high, get into 50.50s, maybe 51. I'm thinking like 51.50 as the target for this trade. We'll see. I don't know. Not a lot of volume coming into it, but we get another spike like this. Maybe we take out that high, we start going. We know that people get interested. I haven't actually checked the short float on Carvana in a minute, so maybe I should check that out here. Still at 41.1%, so not bad. Not what it used to be. It used to be like almost 60, 58%, I think, when we were making those crazy moves before. But 41%, still substantial, still enough to squeeze some people out, especially given that we're starting to get close to some scary numbers. If I was short, certainly, we dipped all the way into 37, 36, and now we're getting right back up above 50. Into those like mid 50 kind of levels. Obviously 60 is the grand stop out level. I would think, but we'll have to see when and if we get there. Apple starting to really fly. Tesla going for the high now. So market is taking off. Here we go. What's the high on NASDAQ right now? 15,650 on my charts. We're about to take that out right now. There you go, new high on NASDAQ. So everything is blasting off right now. I should be long tech names, not a squeeze name, though this trade is still working, although quite slowly, and not as fun as I thought it would be. Speaking of fun names, where's Tesla? Tesla going for the high as well. So the thing with Tesla right now, I would think, is if we wick that 270-250 high, like that's probably a nice short. And I kind of want that short. So I'm thinking if we wick that high and don't continue, I'm going to bail out of this long, and I'm going to punch short on Tesla here. Given how many people are probably involved in this consolidation, we'll see if yeah, who was that? I think a lot of people are waiting for this 270, 250 breakout, and if that fails, I think I'd be selling, with a lot of other people here. So that's the idea on Tesla right now. Still have my 5% left. Still $5.20 in the money, which is pretty sweet. Nothing like Mr. Katina, who's sitting at the big desk up there, who is $10 in the money, assuming he's still in this trade with me. And Carvana just made a new high as well. So 50.46, the new high on Carvana. I'm trying not to watch. I got my stop in. I got my target mentally set, but not. I don't have orders out, which maybe I could have an order or two out there. Take some profit in the 50 high 80s. So we'll take 20% out at 50.89 there on Carvana if that shows up. But yeah, just eyes on Tesla right now. I think the opportunity is there on Tesla. And ACB still waiting on that dollar break. Looks like it's starting to soak that dip a little bit. So that's looking pretty good. And this NASDAQ chart on the 5-minute is, almost looking parabolic at this point. This is just screaming straight to the upside. I feel that, the short idea might not be good on Tesla. Let's see here. I will try this if it does show up. So reserves above, no, we're still going. We're still going on Tesla. So hanging on to that position, looking solid there for sure on Tesla. Need this to get through 273 really quickly. I think that happens. I feel like this is squeeze day here. Obviously, staying vigilant because I do want the short on this failure if it happens. So still watching. Still people buying above it, not getting below that level. Apple's starting to kind of fail a little bit, so considering that in my mind right now. But Tesla, although you could say like 30, 40 cent breakout on Tesla is really nothing, so this could actually still fail and get back below and give us that retracement move into like 270, which I would definitely take. What is my boy Carvana doing? Carvana a boy or a girl? Would you?
I have no idea. I don't know which I guess gender Carvana identifies
maybe
as.
I guess it's probably non-gendered.
Yeah.
Realistically, it's a stock.
So we took out that size on 142. So I guess the idea to get long here, we got a little bit of fugaze, and then I was just like, a bit of a tilted short. I was like, okay, well, let's try to have some confirmation bias here. Oh, lower highs get short, but that 42 kind of breaks and prints all that size there that was at that 142, and we're teetering in and around some of those highs as well. So I took a piece long there, got out of the short, reason to get out as soon as this lower high broke. I was like, yep. Not right on the trade there. Clearly, the long that I was in before is still panning out into that 15.4, and with that break of high on that NQ, I definitely wanted to get out of that short there. But looks like we're having a little bit of trouble here at this 142. Can't really convincingly get past it yet. But yeah, some of these other names, well, we're still consolidating. We haven't really broken out convincingly. But let's see how far we can get past this 142 on this break here. I have the QQs up as from before as well. they are pushing those highs. So I think Buddy in the chat had the idea to get short on the high of day near QQs. So let me know if you kind of executed on that idea and how that's pan. Well, it's just started to pan out. But let's see how that idea goes here. I am long a little bit on Amazon, kind of countering that idea, potential for a squeeze off of this 142 if we can really get going. We took out all that size that was there, I think we printed all of the size here, yeah. Potential for a continuation to the up move. So let's take a look left real quick and see how far past 142 we can potentially move here. So we saw that failure to follow through down here that I got a little scared out of, I guess, on the position. But so just looking left here, we got some highs at 142.50, and then the next high being at 133.50s-ish. So if this move is to continue to the upside, maybe we get that $0.50 test above that 142 potentially. Like we tried to break below 142, the NQs tried to pull back a little bit, didn't really get that, and then now we are attempting to push off of that 142 today. So let's see what we have in store. I'm going to try to stay as fluid as possible with my mindset and taking both sides, long and short, here today on Amazon and a couple other names as well. I don't see too many opportunities on anything else right now. Let me know in the chat if you guys are in any positions on this market move. We consolidated. We talked about this potentially being the bottom, especially on Apple with the way it was setting up, and that setup definitely continuing to the upside, holding VWAP pretty well, back into testing these consolidation lows of the pre-market here, potentially experiencing some trouble. Let's see where this takes.
New high on Carvana above 50.50. Hasn't continued yet, but not quadruking either. So looking pretty good. Trusting the teal here. I think I think we look okay here. The stops now, like break of 50. We'll be out of this. Not going to really lose on this now. Tesla I did punch out of, and I didn't have the courage to punch short, but the short's looking good through that 270, 250 right now. Obviously still above the teal, still above like this consolidation here. So maybe that short not good after all, as we just bid straight back into that. We sealed in. What was my price on Tesla? I don't even remember anymore. 267 even. So $5.50 winner on Tesla. We take those for sure with that last 5%. Could still be holding, but I did say I was going to get out if we fail broke. So that's what I'm doing. I would have liked to see, if I was going to short this, an absolute slam into like 270, 150 kind of area. That's not happening. The futures are looking really, really strong. ES hasn't taken out the high yet, so that would be the only thing kind of holding you back, but there's only 4 more handles on that one. So yeah, market looking like it probably wants to trend into the end of the day here. I mean, we haven't had a pullback on the 5-minute candle in, realistically, an hour. So we got to pull back eventually.
Is this what they call a melt up?
A melt up. It does feel like that is what's happening.
Slow, grindy action. A bit of a slow, grindy squeeze to the upside potentially.
That is what it's feeling like right now. Wanting this Carvana to look a little bit more like those futures, though. Where's that squeeze action here? I think the 52.50 break is really where the edge is on this name. I don't know that this 50 break has it, but we're holding for the dream. I will get out where I on the fail of this 50. So simple as that. It is holding the teal for now. It is making higher lows. So not really looking bad, just not looking great yet. And obviously this kind of wick high candle, not the best, but again really not the worst. So we hang on, we wait. I think we can get to 51 if it does want to trend. Hopefully it doesn't stop me out first. What else? Spirit Airlines is doing the melt up right now. Wow, what a move the news on this? Only 2 million shares of volume though, but
There's a few airlines that are kind of.
look at that chart.
Wow.
Look at that chart, just
going
up
on
all
there?
day on Spirit Airlines.
Taking off.
JetBlue.
Really, Spirit Airlines really taking off.
Something to do with JetBlue and their combination. So maybe there was some positive news there. I have not been paying attention to that deal very much recently because I don't know. I didn't think there was a lot of edge there. ACB also everybody was freaking out about, and sadly, not looking like it wants to get to the dollar today. I'd rather see it there tomorrow anyway. Off the open, dollar break, maybe you get to $1.40 right away. Halt up,
Potential.
$6. You know, everybody leaves at noon. Yeah,
Yes.
we'll see on that one.
I see,
CGC
I
though,
see it.
like,
I see
holding
the
the
vision.
highs.
I see the vision.
Yeah,
It's there.
Yeah, except us because we'll have to be on here, trading live for the people. What's going on with Carvana? Nothing. Tesla holding up, so that one's looking strong. I feel like 273 break on Tesla now looking like, you know, maybe a decent play, but again, that's not really. It's too high to take the breakouts, I would say. You know, that 272.50, which was the prior high of day, you could have taken that, and it did end up giving you, you know, 40 cents, but you're probably not wanting to risk all the way down to 272 or whatever you had to risk to get that 40 cents. So it's just probably not the time to take that, although it is looking very solid. And if we look at the daily, it's a little choppy in here, but that 273.50, a decent level there as well that we could probably get to today. And I mean, we've seen Tesla squeeze like $4 or $5 into the close before. So not going to write it off, but sadly I punched out of that long. What about NVIDIA? Did we get through it there? Yeah, so NVIDIA gets to that 451, which was my target. Nick W with the super chat. What's going on? Nope. Can you give your thoughts on Crowd, Intel, and Meta? Thank you for the $5. Meta, we can start with. Okay. 306.5. I saw 307 as kind of a breakout price on Meta, and you know, you look to the daily, that definitely looks like a 307 breakout. You know, gets you into like that 310, 311 area that we were holding at before, and you know, if you break back into that 310 consolidation area, could be you know, a decent kind of move back up into this prior consolidation between 310 and 318, where you know, basically buying 310 and shorting 317 was pretty money for like a week there. So we'll see. I mean, definitely good news on the AI on Meta. I like the idea of a 307 breakout. Maybe not right now, but you know, the volume's kind of starting to pick up here, and the market is screaming. So maybe a Meta 307 breakout into power hour makes some sense. CrowdStrike, I haven't looked at. I know you were looking at Intel earlier on today, but let's take a look at CrowdStrike, which up another 2% today. I feel like they're on an uptrend right now. Yes, they are. Okay, that was a good breakout of that 170 there. You even call it like 167 on the daily chart. I mean, you're above the 50 period, you know. It's got some legs for sure. So next stop on CrowdStrike, like 180 probably. 170, 182, I don't know. That's not bad. Maybe you should have had that one on watch. What was 170 like earlier in the day? Pretty nasty, but from a swing perspective, pretty solid breakout there, pretty solid consolidation breakout. CrowdStrike looking pretty strong. I mean, not the greatest day trading stock, given you know the volume, 1.7 million shares today, is really not enough for us to execute off of usually. But yeah, good move. Definitely a good swing name. This is like, feels like a Michael Noss kind of name to me. I don't know. You got anything on Intel, or are you just still watching?
No, I got short on Amazon. Couldn't really get past that 142.20. A bit of a slowdown there. We start to wick off on the futures there. So I'm just seeing trying to test the pressure back through that 142. If we stay a little heavy, let's see if we can catch a couple pennies to the downside there. We know that 142 sellers were there over and over again. It can't really get past that 20 pennies above the dollar there. Yeah, it took a bit of a long there. Couldn't really have follow through, so got out of that. And then I guess trying our hand at the short in and around some of these levels where we've kind of observed some sellers before. Now again, I could be wrong on this, right? Could be wrong, but that 142 looking like it could potentially come back in. And if it does, we'll continue taking this trade back down to the downside there. But yeah, that's all I really got there. But yeah, let's see how this kind of continues. It is holding 142 for now. But yeah, I'm looking for a convincing break back down towards these maybe 90s and 80s, right? Maybe 90s and 80s. A potential drop back down to 146 could be nice as well. But yeah, still staying wary about that, as it is holding trend nicely.
Yeah, and Intel, back to that super chat. Yeah, I didn't notice this. I know you talked about this at the top of the show, but that was
Neil actually pointed it out, breaking high a day much earlier today.
Yeah, we were in here, and that high of daybreak was that was money. That was a nice. Where's 930? Yeah, right here. So you just get along, 38.25 kind of area. Now trading 40 cents higher. Intel very thick and kind of slow, but you get on the right side of a move on this name, and yeah, it definitely pays you. Going to the daily chart, or the 30-minute actually, from yesterday, we got that 38.85 high. I feel like, that was a dark pool wick. So yesterday's real high, we're above that, 38.60. So solid move on Intel. Next stop on the daily, I don't even know. We just broke out of this consolidation level at 37.50. It's been a strong stock recently. You see these tops there, like 39.15. I'm looking at like $40 as that kind of even dollar clean level. Playing that daily momentum on Intel has been pretty solid recently off of this. What's the catalyst on this? I feel like Sharif was talking about this the other day. Is that Intel? No? Oh, that was Neil. Okay. I think it's off of computer sales kind of picking up. Oh, it was the Dell earnings. Yeah, Dell earnings kind of picked up Intel and, well, definitely not the other chip names, but Intel for sure. Carvana looks like I got stopped out below 50, although that doesn't look like I should have gotten stopped out there. Did that go below? I guess it went a couple pennies below, so stopped out there on Carvana. Sadly, I think that was break even basically. Got 04s there somehow on a 50 breakdown. I guess I should have taken the 50 cents when I was risking 10. 5-to-1s are not bad, Obi.
Oh yeah, no, 5-to-1s. If you can get a 5-to-1, oh buddy, yeah, definitely laughing straight to the bank with that one. But yeah, taking a look at some of this action here, this is relatively strong above this 142. Yeah, so let's see if some of these highs on the NQs can potentially break here.
That is above 307.
Like I said, I'm not really too heavy on the short. I'm looking for a reason to get heavy, but yeah, nothing yet. As we kind of continue this trend to the upside, a bit of strength coming in as well. But yeah, so you know what? I kind of don't like this as much anymore. But let's see if we can break through these 30s. Be making a decision there. But yeah, so here's a story. Now I don't know if Sharif minds me talking about this, but
you're going to talk about it anyway.
Had a bit of an adventure over the weekend. So here, let me just get out of this first before we start talking. All right. So funny thing, there's a conference that was going on this weekend, right? So Friday, Sharif is like, hey, Obi, check this out. There's a conference called The Money Show happening in Toronto at the Metro Convention Center. I think you might be interested. It looks cool. And I looked at it, took a look at some of the speakers. I was like, oh, this sounds pretty interesting, pretty cool. And I'm like, all right, cool. Registration's at 8:30 a.m. We're gonna get there early. The first speaker starts at like 9. I'm like, cool, interesting stuff. Yeah, so I get a text. I wake up like 6:30, right, to get ready for this. I get a text. I got a text at like 3 a.m. Sharif saying, "Oh, I might be feeling a little sick. I'm gonna have to like bail on today." And I'm like, "Well, damn!" I got so excited. I went and got a haircut and everything. I was like going to a convention tomorrow, but it was on my schedule. So I was like, you know what? That's the process. It's on my schedule. I'm gonna execute. I'm gonna go. So I ended up going by myself. Happened to be a great experience.
Really?
Met a few traders, met a few investors as well. A lot of guys from Bull Bear Trading. There's that group as well. I think Andrew Aziz, he wrote that book, How to Day Trade for a Living. So he gave some talks there. Shout out to those awesome guys. Got to meet some great traders over the weekend. But yeah, they were all asking about Sharif. They were like, "Where is Sharif?" And I'm like, "Well, funny story. Sharif couldn't be here today, but I wouldn't have even been there if it wasn't for Sharif in the first place." So, bit of an adventure over the weekend. Had a great time. Got to listen to some awesome speakers. Learned about some investing tips and knowledge and day trading as well. So it was a good time.
Nice. That's exciting.
Yeah. This is kind of a funny story. I was like, I didn't even know about it. I wouldn't even have gone. But you know what? I was like, I like this stuff. I'm gonna go anyway. So it's like if I knew about it, I would have gone with Sharif, with or without him anyway. So it is what it is. But people were definitely missing Sharif at the show. That's one for sure.
That's too bad. I just got long Tesla 273. Already regretting it. Looks like this one's gonna stop me out below 50s. Thought this could really continue, so giving it the 50 cents to try to get to that 274 level based on how it's kind of screaming in there. And I also saw a Meta breakout that worked really well, so it was like, all right, if Meta's breaking out and it's working, Tesla can break out and it's working. Looks like I'll get stopped out of this one, but maybe it can continue. My stop below 50s there. Meta though, man, why didn't I take this 307 breakout that I was talking about? What a banger. Out of Tesla there as well. So bad trade there on Tesla. Lost 55 cents. Should not have lost it all there. Anyway, Meta 307 goes straight to 308. Now we're trading above 308. 310 would be the target on this one if I was long. Sadly, I am not. This is that's a frustrating one. Should have taken this. I outlined this one twice today.
I feel similar, man. I like that. We had ideas for the long. I get chopped up. I get a little fugazed out, and then I switch the mental to the short. Fight the short once, twice, maybe took a cheeky long in between, and fought it right there again. It stopped out 142.30s, but we were looking for that 142.50s, and lo and behold, it's there. We're there, screaming to the upside. Amazon. Hella strong today, straight to the no relief. We did get about a 30% relief, but then straight back up continuation. We were talking about that continuation being high probability based off of how this price action is kind of setting up, and it follows through, right? It's not always going to follow through to the T, but again, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to work on the probabilities as the river is laid out, right? So based off of that judgment, it seems like that high is definitely coming in, that 142.50, 143 potentially the next stop. I'm definitely not on that train, as that train went by me right here. But yeah, definitely good reasons to get long. I might have paper-handed the long a little bit there when we struggled with the 142. But the thing is, we held that 142 to a T. Right? So maybe a reason to get long here. I was short here. I was like, oh, we were right on the 142s. It couldn't break 142s. And then I started talking, and then we were back in the 15s, and I was like, well, damn, that 142 hold was definitely nice. Little over-under in and around that level of that 142. Kind of coming in a little bit later than that 15.4 break on the NQ. Maybe a little bit of a laggard there. So I'm always keeping in mind when the market moves and things are kind of lagging behind, but then they actually follow through with the market move like 15, 20 minutes later. Now 15, 20 minutes max for a day trader, that's a lifetime. Yeah, man. Maybe some edge in and around that. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but just observing some patterns, I guess. It could be just random as well, right? A lot of patterns that we think we're assuming or we think we're seeing are just random because that's just human nature. But if you can add confluence and factors that kind of add into your thesis, then it makes it a little bit stronger. But yeah, maybe a little something.
Maybe a little something for sure. Maybe a little something on the bid of Meta. This one is just flying. New high 308.30. So yeah, that 310 might be a little bit of a conservative target on this one. We might be flying further. Here we go. 60s, 70s. Maybe. I guess 12 million shares. Is that even a lot for Meta? What's? Let me pull that up. What's the RVAL right now? No. So RVAL currently relative volume 0.97 right now on Meta. So we haven't even done a crazy amount of volume on the day. Screaming through the highs, up 4% almost. People definitely offside on this 307 short, you would think. So that makes sense as to why we're flying. This is just parabolic, basically, off of, I guess the 305 rebreak. Here we go again. So 309 incoming, 310. You heard it here first. 3010 is coming. 3010? 310.
310?
Is
it 3010 or 310?
It's definitely not 3010.
3010.
3010?
38, yeah.
3010?
We're not there yet.
That ain't
Not
coming.
there yet.
That ain't coming. Year 3010?
How many 1K tickers do we have? Like, I know pre-split for a lot of these names, like, what is it? Tesla was over
Yep.
a grand. Apple as well. No, Apple, was it over? No. I don't think so. It was like 300, 400, 500-ish.
Yeah.
There was another ticker that was over a grand, and we did a reverse split, and it kind of, I think it was Tesla.
Amazon. Amazon was like 3,000.
Right, Amazon as well. So hopefully, but the intention is you learn how to trade it in the underneath the 150, so that when it gets back up to the 3,000s, you're a little comfortable with the ticker.
I mean,
Yes or no? Does that make sense?
I don't know that trading tickers over $1,000 is really all that easy, but
No, of course it's not easy, but it's there.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely there.
Tesla over 1,000, yes. The volume's there, the liquidity is sort of there. Yeah, Tesla over 1,000, pretty wild. Hopefully it gets over there again, and we can take some crazy breakouts on that one. I don't know. I feel like a Meta or an Amazon over 1,000 might be a little bit more tough to trade.
Yeah.
Given that the spread will likely be like $4 on something like that. Specifically,
I mean,
Meta.
if I keep counter trending in and it keeps pushing me out, we might get to 1,000 before we know it.
If you keep
Maybe
shorting,
providing that buying pressure, who knows? Damn. But yeah, no. We did stay with the trend for the most part today, and yeah, we take a couple losers, we hit the 3-strike rule, and yeah, we're out on the shorts for now. But yeah, let's see if we kind of.
Okay, if we.
Yes.
We do the stats on this one. How many trades did you win going against the trend today?
Let's see. One. Oh no, that was with the trend. Sorry, no, that was with the trend. No, but this was a trend break, so that was. Do you consider that with or without?
That's against the trend.
It's against
so
the
you
trend.
won that one.
So I won. Okay, one against the trend. Won that one. Got a little shake and baked out of this one, but the idea worked out. So
Yeah.
I guess that was with the trend. I guess with the
Yeah.
uptrend. Shorted here, stopped out, so that's 2 out of 2, or 3 out of 2, 2 out of 3. And then 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4 against the trend.
Against the trend, got stopped out.
Got
About
stopped out.
75%.
So, the trend is your friend.
Yeah, the trend is my friend.
The trend is your
Clearly,
friend.
Very
for
clearly,
sure.
very clearly.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, crypto
The
blogger
stats are
saying
there.
if you loved shorting it, Obi, if you love shorting it at 142, you're really gonna love shorting it at 1K. Oh baby, yes. Can't wait.
Yeah.
I like that. Chat's got jokes. I like that. We're having a good time here, man. We're having a good time. It's almost time to pass it off to the big desk there. But yeah, it's been a great morning. Some solid tickers. Crazy action. Tesla can't stop, won't stop, don't stop.
Great start
crazy
to the
moves.
week, for
Yes.
sure.
How's your
Great
morning
start
been?
to the week. We're not positive yet, but still trying.
We'll get there.
Yeah, I'm excited for
hear
this
no
week,
bell.
though. I didn't hear a bell. I did hear my stomach growling. I haven't eaten anything today.
Yes.
I am ready for lunch for sure.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, no, great trades today. Good trades on the show. I think we got some good ones here. Tesla, Nvidia.
Tesla.
Your Amazon scalps were pretty fire as long as they were with the trend.
Yeah. Again, not in play, but just taking scalps off of some supply-demand mechanics presenting themselves on the chart.
Exactly.
Which might make it in play for small moments in time. Just saying. All right.
Are we ready to go to?
Yes, sir.
To Sharif?
Yes. Are we? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So thank you for spending some time with us here at the Midday Show. This is Max. This is Obi. We're gonna pass it off to Sharif at the big desk. Take it easy. Take care.
Great job there, guys. All right, let's look at how markets are doing. The NQ is on a tirade to the upside, 1.12%, breaking through that 15,650. Guys, we've rolled over to the new contract now, December 15th. Make sure to update your board as well. The ES